Britannia rules the waves of the Mediterranean with a 7-4 victory. They win the Louis Vuitton Cup and will meet Emirates Team New Zealand.
Really interesting seeing Tom Slingsby standing up in his cockpit there, having a bit of a look around, sort of getting a bit more of a bird's eye view. You know, that little bit of elevation really gives you a fantastic perspective on the race course.
10 knots average across the course, but still really unstable, and eavesdropping a little bit into the teams. They seem to still like that left-hand side.
Will be INEOS Britannia that come in on port, and American Magic on starboard. 2 minutes and 10. They can't enter until after that on port. Then it's 2 minutes on starboard. This is a battle of the old foe where it all began.
American Magic really late here. They were slow in their previous jibe, and I think that's really put them on the back foot here for entry.
Happy to keep it for now.
It will be going back the other way pretty soon.
We have already said that these crucial moments heading into this Challenger Selected Series, you cannot make a mistake, and they're off the foils.
American Magic disaster coming off the foil. There will be a sitting duck there for INEOS Britannia.
I know, Breeze will just get into next to him.
2, 1, going forward.
American Magic possibly choosing a jib that's on the slightly smaller size. Absolutely sitting. They have to get the boat taken off here. Should be enough breeze to take the boat off here.
If you're INEOS Britannia now, you just really have to concentrate on your own timing, your own approach.
It's all about staying on the foils. Time on distance now for INEOS Britannia.
Inside 60 seconds to go for race 3, and right at this point in time, INEOS Britannia have been gifted a clean start.
A lot of pressure now on INEOS Britannia just to pull this tack off. They're only just above minimum tacking speed here.
Stand by here.
Seems lighter in the start box than we've seen before.
Forward down. 3, 2, 1. 8.
Nicely done, INEOS Britannia.
Coming down. I'll catch you. A little bit of wind when you can. Yep. Speed is quite left at the moment, so towards the pin's good.
American Magic here in real big trouble in this race.
25. 40. Down now. 30. 12. 11.
INEOS Britannia timing their time on distance to perfection in race number 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. They're going to get a clean run at this point to the top mark, and they are away, and American Magic is just getting up on the foils.
Restart penalty, USA restart penalty.
Umpire Richard Slater there, coming in. American Magic will have to jibe and restart the race. They're over the line way too early there, and will have to come back, and big deficit to make up there for American Magic.
That's your line on your bow. It's going to be much better.
Absolute killer blow.
Just when we thought, Stephen, they were making it look easy. A bit of a reality check for Oliver. So hard to stay on the foils.
Massive, massive cambers there in both sails, just trying to get enough power to actually get the boat going and bear away to restart. We'll see their penalty come off as soon as they swing the bow back up and touch that imaginary line. That penalty will come off, and they will start the race with a huge
Penalty clear, penalty clear.
INEOS Britannia, who, if it is getting a bit lighter again, surely will have to remain on the foils themselves.
Our data analyst team just said it was between 5 and 8 knots in the start box. And if you've only got 5 knots and the boats are going back and forward, you've got all that mixed up air. It's problematic.
It is. It's very different from only a few minutes ago, getting comms that we were around that sort of 10 knots on the course. So Mother Nature providing the spice of life for the teams out there today.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, you were right there. My goodness. What a blow to the start for American Magic.
Yeah, touchdowns, so expensive. And American Magic, they look to be on a smaller jib as well, and they just lack grunt, lack power. And then once you're down, it just seems to take an eternity to get back up on the foils. So we're not really going to get a good judge on this one in terms of relative speed. American Magic are either very, very good or they're a bit prone to making mistakes. For INEOS, they'll be pretty happy. They certainly didn't. They played the low-risk game, just looked after business, and now they've got a real comfortable lead on League One.
Looks like they're headed to windward.
Any on track? Hey, mate.
X-Lane 125 this way. It's 110 knot wind. It's a little right here.
Tommy Slingsby there on the handlebars at the moment. One with a little green wheel indicating that he's actually in control of the yacht at the moment, steering.
His opposite number is Paul Goodison, Olympic gold medalist. Really painting the picture, isn't it, of what the options are, what's coming next.
Okay, just using this to charge. Okay, coming into lighter patch.
Actually looks good at the boundary.
Seeing INEOS Britannia here tacking up towards the top end of the course there.
24s.
Hopefully laying that right-hand mark for the first time.
Set up the sucky on the windward port to us. Then till bearway. Maybe a bit sucky.
INEOS Britannia, official challenger of record. First time at the top gate and leading comfortably after American Magic fell off her foils.
We're down. Cancel the moves.
You never say never in the America's Cup. They look strong, but anything can happen if we strike some light wind. They're around comfortably and heading down on leg number 2.
Okay, you might trap. For trap. Take it out. No problem with them. All the way.
Yeah, definitely a lot lighter there. Only 38 knot exit speed out of the top there, so definitely lighter pressure now.
Slightly right. Pressure looks okay here. Lower than this now, sneaking her up.
The British outfit have a different formation. Driver at the front, trimmer at the back, cyclers in the middle.
All the way. Okay, stand by. A little bit light here. 2. Fine. Forward down. 3, 2, 1. Mate. Out the back. Mine.
Really looking like light air at the top of the course there, and American Magic just staying on the foils there, exiting that tack, so I'll be looking for something to get them back into this race. Potentially looking for a mistake by INEOS Britannia to get back in the game.
American Magic up at the top gate for the first time. They've got a long way to go and a big gap to close.
30 seconds this way.
Bearing in mind American Magic on that smaller jib, almost looking like a J3. Not 100% sure whether that is their J3 or not, but definitely a smaller front sail than their opponents, the English.
15 seconds.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.4 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 108.
So up, getting excited surely about wind going up. Wind's decided to go down.
Yeah, and the wind field showing us that massive big blue patch, less wind. INEOS Britannia sailing into that now.
Let's go to chase zero. Peter, what are you seeing?
He's coming nicely.
Do you think there's any chance in this conditions that American Magic can close the gap?
37's a good number right now.
I think it'd be interesting just to monitor the deltas around the marks as we go through, because barring a touchdown by INEOS Britannia, I think they're probably really comfortable. For American Magic, it just seemed a bit surreal that even before they started the race, they were out of the race. And
bit of pressure at the moment.
you'd wonder, you'd question their Hetzel choice.
Slowly coming away.
I don't think comfortable is the word that I would necessarily use. And we're also seeing, we can see with the wind field, massive holes of 4 or 5 knots. I mean, properly in the danger zone. I mean, if you don't get through into the path, you're going to struggle.
Fantastic shot. Looking down the back, the leech of the twin skin mainsail.
2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, main, turning.
Really important jibe here for INEOS Britannia.
1, going forward. Feel light here, guys. Yeah, 24's powering up. Go 25's.
Talking boat speed there.
Nice.
Very, very marginal conditions here. They will need to lay this right-hand turn.
Nice work. My trap heaven.
INEOS Britannia heading down to complete the second leg and race 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup here off the coast of Barcelona. And Britannia flying into that left-hand mark as you saw it on your screen, right for them.
Taking a bit of wind.
So I've got to get down the way. That looks like a dolphin to me. The nose always looks like the front of a dolphin for some reason.
Probably about mean. I don't know how it looks breeze, but I think
INEOS Britannia did well there. I mean, it looked like it was getting really flaky at that bottom end. We were worried that they weren't going to lay, but in the end, perfect execution, kept the pace.
Yeah, great job. Great job there. Great execution and sailing the boat really well. INEOS Britannia, great comms. Definitely snakes and ladders out there at the moment. Big puffs, big lulls, a lot of pressure to pull off the manoeuvres cleanly. Oh, a little skid there on the rudder. Just got it back under control nicely. Right on the edge of grip there.
American Magic now finally making their way to the bottom gate. Just trying to find some wind to try and close that gap.
Yeah, it looks a little lighter than getting in better pressure. Let's just pick up this next one we get out of here.
On board INEOS's chase boat is their coach, Rob Wilson. Well, what do you make of this, despite the start?
Yeah, like it was, you know, it's a bit of a gift for us, for the Americans to come off the foil there. It certainly made it a lot easier. You know, they'll be angry with themselves. But you know, we'll take it when we can. But really, it's now about just getting a check-in on performance and keeping the boat flying. You know, that's a key bit of it. It's tricky conditions out here, and you don't want to drop a tack or jibe, that's for sure.
Do you like what you're seeing on INEOS Britannia, knowing that there's, you know, one very valuable point on the line here, Rob?
Yeah, no, all those points are super valuable. It's great to see the guys, you know, sort of holding the lead. But you know, there's still a way to go, and it's tricky, like we said.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Fantastic shot of
taking the final main now, Ben.
the cyclers there. Ben Cornish able to reach forward and whack the gold doctoral over the back of the ears and say, "Come on, mate, keep up." They're doing a great job.
For the next 20. Open course.
Big gear changes in these light conditions. Not too bad in a straight line, but in the manoeuvres, absolutely going to max power exiting those light air tacks.
Yeah, I just think whatever's going to get us to the mark quickest at the moment, we've got to do 2, so a little increase in pressure in 5 here. They look like they're pressing potentially for a tack, or they tack now, yeah. Okay, stand by. And transitioning.
Americans making some gains here, probably about 200 metres on this leg.
2, 1, main. Running. Fire well. 2, 1, down board. Nice. Good pressure in 3. 23s. Little trims. He's coming.
Seeing the American Magic
To build in this one.
hydrogen foiling chase boat there, ripping up the course boundary.
100.
No wake coming out the back of that compared to a similar displacement boat at the same speed, that's for sure.
I think picking your best time.
Fantastic shot there of the new world that we live in now of
here at the moment.
foiling boats.
Just worried a bit. He's going to take on lay line. We need to be clear to leeward.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1. And turn it.
Yep.
Watch the cycles here for the next 10 seconds. Not that you can see much of them, but I guarantee, like a duck on the water, can't see much above, but their legs will be going hammers underneath.
So you've got 40 seconds this way.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 1.3 nautical miles.
So the wind is starting to die off a little bit, you might say, as they shorten the course again as INEOS Britannia head towards that top gate to complete the halfway stage of race number 3 in this Louis Vuitton Cup. Just remember those words of Tom Wilson. It's not over. We've got to keep the boat up on the foils.
Okay, 2. 100. Get it, boys. 20. Okay, my will. Yep. Gotta be clear of them. Coming up. Yeah. Nice.
INEOS Britannia have that massive bustle underneath. So often it looks like it's going to end up in the water, but it's such an advantage to keep that close to the water, but obviously not in it.
It's not moving. Okay, now
Magic. Big dig out of the hole there. They're just going to get it. Traveller up round their ears to get the boat dug out of the hole.
Try and build a touch more first.
That's off to the cycles there. That's a big push there to move all that oil. You can hear them working hard.
About 5 seconds to bear away.
American Magic running that top gate.
Coming down into
Another problem off the falls as you just saw a moment ago, but they get around and they're up and going again. Down on that, heading downwind for that 4th leg.
They're slowly coming down with me.
Angle that.
Add a little more if you need it.
Onto the American Magic chase boat with Coach Tom Byrne. Coach, have to start. You must have hung your head when you saw that start.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. Didn't go as expected, that's for sure. We got pretty light down in this bottom corner here. There was decent breeze all the way around the race course, and then all of a sudden kind of evaporated there right when we were about 3 minutes before our start.
Are you comfortable with the way they're just trying to regroup here on this race?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're the best thing they can do is just keep pushing and try and get close enough that we can have a chance here. Maybe if INEOS makes a little mistake or something, be able to capitalize on it. But at the moment, INEOS is sailing a good race.
Just quickly, Tom, the boat potentially is a little bit underpowered. Is there a different sail choice, or what can you tell us?
No, I mean, we're definitely not on our biggest sails right now, but it was, you know, it's a good sail for this range, so it's not necessarily that. Both boats are on similar size sails, so we just got caught in that. The starboard entry and that start had less wind than the port entry.
Okay, Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you later.
For anyone to understand is if it goes the way it continues, no points. Every point counts in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Speed's coming nicely. In with it, nice. In, down again. Let's tempo. That's looks like. Keep it simple, 1 and in here.
It's just moderate.
A good pressure here. 25 this way. That's a bit of fat on this one, Dale. Yeah, definitely give it a little bit of fat, yeah. Fairly short on port after drive. Pressure here, though. Okay, good pressure for the next 10 here. Yeah. Locking it in nice and steady.
Still got about 500 to the other boat, boys.
Fence that. Now give it a smidge here. Ready? Okay, it's on the box. So, you happy? Yeah, anytime. Okay. 2, 1. Down here. 2, 1, made. I will. Got the back. 2. Fine, game board.
INEOS Britannia with that
Hold the accumulator.
final jibe coming into the bottom market, setting themselves up for leg number 5, which means only 2 to go. The lead is a strong one against American Magic.
Back to Lewis. Okay, I need jib. Solid 30 on this. Jib trap. 2 go.
Around goes the Challenger record. On to leg 5.
Let's go. Main kind of. Stay main. Big push. 3, 2, 1. Holding there, lads. Okay, good game to them down there. They just came down in good pressure. Copy. Boundary, 30 seconds. Okay, they're coming our way.
When he goes straight in lanes, you've got it.
Copy.
Just be careful of the lift.
Yeah, copy.
Just on board with American Magic here.
Are you happy? Or?
Yep, happy. Just trim up a touch.
Yep. American Magic doing what they can after falling off the fours at the start of this race. Costly. As they head up on leg number 5 now.
He has gone on boundaries. I think we've got to pick our best time here. Just don't get slow.
Okay, stand by. 2, 1. And 2.
I'm going to do him here, boys. Keep working. Yep. Big opportunity here. Go.
Sailing a fast and yep, trying.
Little gains, Shirley, over the last sort of couple of minutes there to American Magic. Possibly pressure related, but as we said before, snakes and ladders with the breeze coming down the course at the moment, so both teams having their turns of gains and losses.
I like the right. Stand by.
On to chase 0. Pete, what are you thinking?
Well, for my eye, it looks like American Magic have come back at INEOS a little bit, which is heartening for the team. INEOS haven't put a foot wrong. They've just kept it really clean, 100% fly time, and now they're just matching. But you know, for the problems that American Magic have had with touchdown at the beginning, a semi-touchdown at the top of that second windward beat, I think they'll be pretty happy. They won't be happy about getting beaten, but they'll be happy with the performance of the boat.
100. I'm going to leave ourselves too thin on this low, so I think just get the speed on and look for an opportunity to go back.
Yeah, it feels like
just having a look here, Shirley, at the sort of average speed of both boats. Just a click better there to the British, although they've sailed a little more distance. Still only one manoeuvre or one touchdown away from a pass, so some holes on the course there of 4 to 5 knots. So once you're actually up and foiling, you can transition those lighter air pieces. Once you're actually up and at speed, you can actually go through a 4 or 5 knot lull as long as you get back into some pressure fairly quickly again to re-accelerate the boat.
They are obviously 2 in if they want to split. Currently,
American Magic done really well here to close the gauge, haven't they? It was 600 metres at one point.
Just slowly making a gain there, the Americans, although INEOS Britannia well and truly in control at the moment. If they can just get up around this left turn, not sure from our view whether they'll get there. Probably attack. They on American Magic attacking there, so choice back on Ben now, making the call.
We go transition. Go 4 down. 2, 1 in
INEOS Britannia doing what they need to do to hold off American Magic, as you heard Shirley say. They've made gains. They'll take a lot out of that. They won't take much out of a start that they will want to forget about pretty quickly and move on. And INEOS Britannia, one more leg to go in race 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And race number 3.
Get some fast forward here. Maybe early jive, but obviously got just holding to clear. You're all good. Yeah.
Really soft patch on the course there. Top speed only 33 knots. Exiting there, so very, very light. You can see it on the water. Hardly any wind at all there.
So the New York Yacht Club's American Magic getting to that top gate for the final time and heading home. Honestly, this weekend, popping himself up out of the cockpit to have a quick look around. And they are around.
These subsequent jibes. Oh, the British just on the edge there, getting going. They're safe out of that jibe. These next 2 jibes for both teams. Very, very critical.
Stand by. I think we're getting just a little bit too wide on these drops. It's really hard to...
8, 7, 6, 5,
right here. Hands coming in. Thank you. This is right, it's just good. Let's just lock it in here. Yeah, trying. Nice. Really good. That's what it is.
So much comms on the boat, isn't it, between the drivers, but also the trimming team.
It's a real juggle of controls. You're right on the edge of grip, trying to fly the boat as high as you can with big, powerful sails, with tiny little pencils for rudders.
Good little increase in 5.
It's like riding a downhill mountain bike with your road tyres on through the bush. Not an easy juggle.
How many times have you done that?
A few times, and it's not that nice. I like the big, chunky, grippy ones for sure. Not so good for the up, but better for the down. Massive cambers there. BMG here. Big gains for the Americans here.
Nice pressure, so it should get to us. Like one and into the finishing moment. Already pressed me.
Speed's equaling there. The British starting to sail into the similar pressure band that's coming down the course that the Americans are in. Big gains still to the Americans. They're in a really, really good half there.
INEOS a lot higher. The Americans on rails towards the finish.
Both boats having to do one jibe to the finish.
All the way.
How's this for a finish? How is this for a finish?
Slightly left-hand gate bias.
Considering where American Magic were after the start, definitely done a good job to get back in the game, but INEOS Britannia just need to execute this jibe.
A sniff of a crazy finish, but it will be INEOS Britannia to get across that line first in race number 3 and pick up the most valuable thing, a point in the quest for the Louis Vuitton Cup final. The Challenger record gets the job done. Closely followed by a storming American Magic. The gap at the end, only 14 seconds. It may have been a horrible start, but I actually walked away with feeling pretty good about that.
Might well stay the master. A few things to work on there, eh? Great job, Shaki. Great job, Con.
Wind has rotated slightly to the right. It is forecast to do that. And to my eyes, and actually listening to Ben Ainsley on INEOS Britannia, it has dropped a little. So danger in the start box. It is lighter than we've seen earlier today.
Both boats setting up for their final manoeuvre to set themselves up for entry into the start box. So INEOS Britannia there having to pull off this manoeuvre cleanly to make sure they have an on-time entry. Alinghi Red Bull Racing looking in good shape.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming in and port. They can come in from 2 minutes and 10 seconds on port. It will be INEOS Britannia inside the 2-minute mark. There's the 2-minute ticks over, and in comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And they can see INEOS Britannia, the Challenger record, steaming in as well. Big race on day 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Not looking at an early move there.
Both teams right on time there, within a second or so of entry, so exactly where you want to be.
Bowing up here. Can you watch just for the pin?
Remember the danger here of falling off the foils. It is lighter, and a lot of bad air from the two boats going backwards and forwards.
Powering up here. Might be able to go past him here. See how we go. Okay, speed's coming now. I can't see him, so you'll call here. Copy. Getting 45. Yeah. potential attack and all the power on exit. Or just a normally.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing all the way to the boundary now, heading back, leading back in this race.
Decision time for INEOS. Deciding to lead.
Okay, slowly breathing here.
Ready to nuts. Very light, happy to press. Yes.
I cannot press it.
Putting Alinghi right in the dirt there. Full roost. And I think they may be off their foils, Shirley. Big trouble here for Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Great decision by INEOS Britannia. They wanted to lead back, they wanted the left-hand side, and they gave all that bad air to Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and it is light.
This could turn into a huge lead for the English here.
And there must be a feeling of deja vu for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. This happened to them yesterday. 15 seconds and counting to the start of race 9 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. How long will it take them to get back up on the foils? Clock's ticking towards 0 on the start. And we are racing. It's INEOS Britannia, huge advantage. Alinghi Red Bull Racing off the foils.
Great start by Sir Ben Ainsley and his team on INEOS Britannia. They had a plan and they executed that better than they could have expected. Alinghi Red Bull Racing still to cross the line. Glenn, it's painful to watch. It's so hard, isn't it? It requires quite a lot of patience just to watch the speed building until you can take off.
Yeah, Alinghi Red Bull Racing just having to stay calm and cool here. Their opportunity might come to get back in this race. We have seen some difficult light air tacks here from INEOS Britannia. If the breeze has dropped down a bit, which it looks like it has, could be anyone's game further down the track.
Let's go to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, did you see that one coming?
Yeah, I did see that coming. I thought Alinghi, as the boats converged back together, was a bit slow. The speed differential, if you're going to come in as that trailing boat, you better be paced up. And Ben Ainsley planted one right on their face. And as soon as the turbulent wind coming off the trailing edge of the British boat hit Alinghi, they touched down. So that was a classic set move by INEOS on Alinghi. Alinghi will learn from that. You just cannot put yourself in that compromised position and expect to survive.
Costly mistake by Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but boy, coming off the foils, there's a good sign that they are back up.
Really down speed tack here. They didn't get to build very much there before that tack, so it'll be a little bit of a get your shovel out and dig yourself out of the hole, but they're up and going, so that's a good sign for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Breeze up and down a little bit, Stephen, so still open to what could happen down the track here.
Let's go back to that pre-start and see what went down.
So Alinghi here trying to build Shirley, trying to get the pace on, and Ben and Dylan there just tacking beautifully, and massive, massive vortex coming off the back of that INEOS rig, so really difficult to build in the dirty air for Alinghi.
Yeah, Alinghi were just slow when they came back, quite late to turn also, and so vulnerable. And all the teams will have been working on strategies to deal with this scenario where you can fall off the foils so easily. INEOS Britannia, they worked with Ian Williams, match racing world champion, I think 6 times, and they would have worked out a real game plan for really controlling those difficult starts.
And 20 away from a better way.
INEOS Britannia steaming towards the top mark for the first time with a monster lead on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Remember, in this Challenger Selection Series, they already have a valuable point that they got in race 3 back on day 1 against American Magic. And at this point, early, we'll be very careful at this point. It looks strong for maybe point number 2, but we have seen more unfold in this last 3 days than you can believe. They are around the top gate for the first time and heading down on leg number 2, the challenger of record.
Here we go. 20. Okay, holding that. Good trap. 20. 30. Nice. Nice, lads.
Yeah, having been in this situation before on numerous different foiling boats over the years, as Tom Slingsby said yesterday, no lead is big enough when it gets light, and you muck up a jibe, and you can be parked there for quite a while. So they'll be hoping for some decent breeze to pull off a nice jibe here.
Any time from here. Okay, stand by.
Yeah, we just saw the wind field there, and those dark blue splodges are so bad, aren't they? There's quite a lot of them on the pitch. Green is good, blue is trouble.
If it was a game, you'd be looking for the money bags on the course and avoiding the spiders.
2, 1. Main is 90%. Fine. Should be able to stay low there, glass here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Act as sort of average shift here at the moment. Yeah, copy.
It must be such a sinking feeling
to
for the crew of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. We know that they can be very good at the start. We've already seen it earlier in this whole regatta when they're up against Emirates Team New Zealand. We know what they can do. But they got beaten up by INEOS Britannia in that start. And it is going to be potentially a very costly, poor pre-start and going off the foils.
All teams doing a lot of work in the mapping of that dirty air coming down the course. Even from the entry, you need to know that dirty air that you've actually produced by yourself or your opponent, particularly when you've come in as a starboard entry, your dirty air actually flows down the course. So they've actually potentially tried to build in that gas and then have had a double whammy with INEOS Britannia just landing right on top of it.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing around the top mark for the first time, but they are a long way away from INEOS Britannia at this point.
Nice pressure, average breeze.
That is a massive lead.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 108.
Back to the bottom here. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, it's...
Must be getting quite a bit softer. It's quite a course change. Shorter there, Shirley, so breeze dropping on the racetrack. Fantastic shot of the fluid foil there piercing the surface. You just see that foil moving. It's like a giant suspension arm going downwind.
Okay, ley line on the box in 5. Started pressure's okay at the moment. Yeah, okay, anytime. Stand by. We go. 2, 1, 4 down. 2, 1, move. I will. 2, 1, go board.
INEOS Britannia coming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 2. I know we shouldn't really say this, but at the moment with that lead, they probably feel like it's a little bit of a practice race for them because of the gap, but we know what Mother Nature can do. We must always be mindful of that, but they are very cool and relaxed in those cockpits there on INEOS Britannia as they will round the mark and head upwind for leg number 3 of 6.
Gave themselves plenty of margin there on the ley line. No need for a pushed ley line there, so give up a little bit. Just make sure you can comfortably build exiting. There's no need to push the early jibe in that situation with a big lead. It's all about keeping the boat on the foils in that situation, and the team doing a good job there.
Good on the back, yeah. Yeah, 2, back.
So much chat today about the wind, both angle and velocity.
1, 8, turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Let's go to the chase boat of INEOS Britannia. Took their coach, Rob Wilson. Cracking start, buddy.
Yeah, we're really, we're pleased with that. You know, it's tough on Alinghi coming off the foils, but it's super tricky, and that's clearly it's becoming a big part of it. These pre-starts.
What's the process now? You've got a big lead. I know you can't relax. So what do you say to the crews in positions like this? Just keep going through the process?
It is a tricky one because, you know, there's part of you that wants to shepherd the competition to, you know, make sure they don't get a kind of lucky shift and just come screaming past you. But you've also got to sell your own race, so you're just managing that balance all the time. Try and keep hold of that lead.
Thanks for the insight, Rob. Appreciate it. We'll talk again.
Thank you. Cheers.
And Lingy Red Bull Racing finally at the bottom mark to complete leg number 2 and then get around and see if they can chase INEOS Britannia.
On the left. Slow turn, okay? Keep the speed.
There they go. Chases on again. But that delta, if you look at the bottom left of the screen, they are 1 minute and 54 behind.
That's really light at the bottom here.
Breeze is getting softer all over the course. I mean, this is danger time.
Big pressure on INEOS Britannia in this tack now to pull this off. They were only around 28 knots of boat speed, so still should be safe there to keep the boat on the foils. But only just.
What's the magic number?
Well, that's the golden question, isn't it? Depends on what boat you're sailing. But it looks like for INEOS Britannia, I'd say anything less than sort of 25 knots of boat speed as a guess, you'd be sort of starting to
They're on the same track as us.
feeling like you're sitting on the edge of your seat a little bit more. Cyclor's just working super hard there, adjusting the camber of both the front sail and the back sail, the jib and the main.
Here we go. I shall relay that.
Okay, here's a look at the ghost boat.
The breeze from here to the top, it looks like
It's
now.
liking the right-hand side of the track. A little bit more pressure.
35 this way.
Right-hand side of the track for both boats.
Great shot of the spray deflectors there on the leading edge of INEOS Britannia's foil, just stopping that water flow wrapping up and around the foil, just reducing the wetted surface area. Seemed to be a gain for all teams.
Steering at the moment is Dylan Fletcher, newbie. I mean, he didn't get the call up until about a month ago, and I see him in the mix zone, Glenn. I've never seen anyone happier to be doing what he's doing. He is living his dream.
3, 2, 1, 8, turning, 1, 2, 1, going forward. 23. Nice lads. Hold in.
A lot of young people out there probably give their, well, they give something to have a sail of one of these. I probably shouldn't say what I was thinking there, but doing a great job, Dylan, and obviously backed up there by a really strong team behind the scenes with Giles and the rest of the team. Very, very solid background.
INEOS Britannia about to complete the halfway stage of race number 9 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. You look at the numbers and they're slightly better for Lingy Red Bull Racing, but there's a heap of work to do, particularly if that wind gets lighter.
Okay, 2, 100, 1, hit it boys, 20, slow to turn. Okay, my trap, hold it. Good pressure and lefty at the moment. Nice there, nice.
I've gone to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, what do you make of the profile of INEOS Britannia in this wind?
Well, you always look good when you're in the lead and you're by yourself, but they've done what they needed to do. They dominated pre-start, and really they took Lingy Red Bull Racing out of the game. And then it's just about course management and staying on the foils. The test for them will be when they come up against, I think, the French are going to be an important race for INEOS. And look, as this regatta starts to unfold, you start to see a pecking order. But I think INEOS have, in this one, done a really comfortable job, especially at the beginning.
Final trim. They're in their gas now, actually. Smidge of it.
Lee McMillan there, just talking about sailing into their gas. So that's actually the breeze that's come off the back of the rig of Alinghi Red Bull Racing about 35 seconds ago. So that dirty air travelling down the course, still turbulent. You definitely feel that on board when you sail through it.
There's some pressure both ways.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming into the top mark, and they will complete the halfway mark of this race. And they'll look downwind and see INEOS Britannia quite some way ahead. How about that? The delta is identical in the top and bottom marks, legs 2 and 3.
Breeze there, sitting around the 6.5 to sort of 7.5 knot mark at the moment. So big, deep, powerful sail plan setups for both boats at the moment.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
So it's getting very light out there on the race course in this 9th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. So with that, pressure just mounts a little bit more, and every jibe and tack has to be spot on.
I'm a little surprised about Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
There we go, 15
don't
seconds
seem to be able to string it together.
Pretty even at the bottom.
They've done more hours than any other team here in Barcelona, so they should know what to expect. Arno Sarafagis, he's accomplished in high-speed boats, both world champion, I think, twice. Just not quite pulling it together.
2, 1. Down.
It is a tough game in the America's Cup. It will take no prisoners, particularly in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. If you're at the bottom of the points table at the end of the round robins, you're on your way home. INEOS Britannia completing leg number 4 in a strong position after a very, very solid start against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They will head upwind for leg number 5.
Taking main. Push. 2. Hold it. 5. Main is good. Back. And set down. And then it locked it. Taking main to this course here. Yeah, I got it.
Breeze there showing around 7 knots at the bottom gate there. So
it's okay pressure, isn't it?
pretty light breeze.
I think just go, we'll stay out of his gas if we keep going, won't we? Yeah.
Boat's doing some fantastic speeds upwind there and not a lot of air, so.
Right, forward down. 3, 2, 1, main, turning.
Huge concern, isn't there, about bad air gas, as Sir Ben Ainsley called it. And I guess it's a lesson for all sailors watching, and particularly in light winds, it is and a bigger area and more of an effect than you can ever imagine. Oh,
happy to take it.
Just about survived
right
that.
on the edge there, 20 knots. You talk of gas, and there probably would have been a little bit coming out of some of those cockpits over the last 30 seconds there. Big push by the cyclors. Really important jibe on Alinghi Red Bull Racing here. This is probably the jibe of the race for them. 6.7 knots at the bottom of the course there at the moment, so you'll see them sail past the ley line to try and execute this manoeuvre with a good exit angle. They'll be coming out at about 92.
Good pressure now.
INEOS Britannia, 21 knots. That is just foiling speed there. You see them leading angle. They're almost going across the course there. So both boats sailing in light air. It's going to be a battle of who can stay on the foil here, possibly for the race victory.
Okay, it's good. We'll be easy on the trim. Okay, a little press here, right? Okay, nice. We have it.
Really, really good manoeuvre there, Alinghi Red Bull Racing. That was a lot of experience shown there, just really going wide, doing everything they can to keep the boat on the foils here.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 4. It's a big margin, but is Mother Nature going to have a final say in this race? You've got to get around this bottom mark. As you've heard, the wind is getting lighter at this point.
Why do you want to go upwind?
Yes.
They do okay, and they're gone. Upwind, leg 5 for Lingy Beardball Racing.
It's not over, guys.
And there's the split, the distance. Another 900 metres.
And that's good. 25 to 100.
Just hang on a minute. Let's see what unfolds here. 2 legs to go. Big lead by INEOS Britannia. But...
yeah, no, there's some mud tyres being fitted to that Grenadier at the moment because they are just about to try and climb up a big hill out of this next tack. And they'll be definitely engaging both diffs.
Let's go on board Chase Zero with Peter Lester. What are you seeing?
Well, up the course, INEOS went across and they did a really nice tack from port to starboard. They're now on the longboard heading to the right-hand side. And the good news, if you're a GBR fan, there's a wee bit more pressure on the bow of INEOS filling in from that right. All day, the right has sort of looked a little bit more favourable. And as the afternoon has unfolded, the sky is cleared. And I think that has meant that the wind is not only stronger in the right, but it's also rotating to that right-hand side. And that's why INEOS are enjoying coming over. They'll do one tack and into the top mark.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line. The course length is now 0.9 nautical miles.
Wow. Is there one final wrinkle? Probably, if you are an INEOS Britannia fan, you'd say no, because they're doing a solid job on Britannia at the moment in race 9 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They've handled this light here well to them. That's something we're wanting to talk about as well, the relative strengths and weakness of boats in these particular conditions. But they will be heading into the top gate for the final time and then looking downwind at that finish line and get another valuable point. They'll be feeling confident about what they are doing out on the race course in 2024. As you can see, they will take the right-hand mark. It's the left hand for them. 1 leg to go for INEOS Britannia in race 9.
This race is not over, although INEOS Britannia have a big lead. Heard Ben Ainsley saying it's getting lighter on the downwind, so they'll be sailing back out of the pressure that they've just sailed in. Sailing through that air and back into the light air at the bottom. They're just going so fast downwind compared to what the actual true wind speed is.
Okay, stand by jibe. Yep, that's that. There we go. Hold it, that's it. One down, big push. 2, let's get on, mate. Standing quite well.
Big push there from the cyclists. See them pushing hard.
Hold it. Nice. Many sixes.
We're only seeing 5 or 6 knots at the bottom of the course, and it's fully on the edge.
Good spot.
Sailing quite tight angles now, heading back and forward across.
Here comes from Lee McMillan there, 26s. It's well and truly staying airborne at 26, so really nice jibe there from the team. Pressure on Alinghi now to execute their manoeuvres well, because if they can stay on the foils and INEOS comes off, the lead can change.
As soon as we get that. Yeah, good speed.
It's slowly coming up here.
Big speed build there to execute that manoeuvre.
Here we go, reload. I need a boundary. Yeah. Right here. Super light here, I'm gonna okay, on this one.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing executing the tack well. Still both boats on their foils at the moment as we watch INEOS Britannia. Huge camber in that twin skin mainsail coming through the jibe.
1, going forward. Hold it, let's go. Ready, welders?
Oh, they are low there. They're low there. 20 knots, 19. Right on the edge here, INEOS Britannia. Speed still dropping. right on the edge there. This is where your hull design comes into play of how you can get the boat to take off again.
INEOS Britannia down. Alinghi Red Bull Racing have round the top gate for the last time and are heading home. What are we about to see? Can they run down INEOS Britannia?
It's the turtle in the hair again. Alinghi Red Bull Racing will be doing everything they can to stay on the foils. INEOS Britannia doing everything they can to retake off. This is not over, as we discussed. All about the pressure now of what INEOS Britannia are sailing into as we go forwards. You watch the lead getting chewed up really quickly here, Shirley.
It's also about the pressure of what's going on in the cockpits of INEOS Britannia. They will be feeling the pressure now. There'll be the chase pressure of Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Big speed bit here coming on INEOS Britannia. Looks like they will dig themselves out. Actually, I shouldn't say anything here. They're trying to dig themselves out. Excavators on full revs at the moment. Big buckets. And a big grind there for the cyclists as they pull the boat up out of the water. But Alinghi Red Bull Racing absolutely ripping down the course here. So still more jibes to pull off. Still open race here.
We are on for a finish in race 9 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. INEOS Britannia coming off the foils. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, can they pull something out of that magical hat?
Let's guys. Taking main. Stay with us.
Oh, I think INEOS Britannia there may have dodged a real big bullet there. Speed building back to 30 knots, and I think they're safe, Stephen.
Would be fair to say, yes, Glenn, but just for a moment, a little bit of drama ignites on the race course of the America's Cup. Race number 9, and it will be the challenger of record.
Nice job keeping it cool.
INEOS Britannia, great start, shaky finish, but more importantly, they get the win and go to 2 wins and 2 points in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Gotta love it.
I don't think we were the only ones sitting on the edge of our seats there, Shirley, were we? Had you standing up, Stephen, that was that exciting.
Brilliant, boys.
Well, just for a moment, when INEOS Britannia are sitting in the water, as you said, getting the excavators out, trying to get back on the foils, and you see Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming down with the hammer down, you think, maybe, just maybe?
Yeah, that's foiling racing, and I think that's what you know, these boats are all about. It's not over till it's over, and you know, it is super, super light out there now, and these boats absolutely sailing at full power, and you can see there's just hardly any wind there on the water at all, and the boat's still doing 28 to 30 knots, so really needing not much energy at all to sail along through the water, Shirley.
Watching the meters come down when one of the boats is doing 33 knots. Pretty scary. I mean, Ben Ainslie called for patience, and that was exactly what they needed, a calm head.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, their eyes must have gone as wide as saucers when they saw INEOS Britannia in the water, but it wasn't to be. And they will cross the line still winless in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Dance begins shortly. Coming in on port entry, it will be INEOS Britannia, who have 2 wins on the board and 1 loss in the Challenger Selection Series. And France coming in on starboard. They are 1 and 2, 1 win, 2 losses. That 1 point at the moment could be valuable as we progress.
Yeah, nice. 2, 1 more down here. 2, 1, I will. Healing on exit. Yeah, should be good.
Well, listening in on INEOS Britannia, they're going to be open-minded about what's going on. A lot happening on this course, and they've not had much experience in it yet.
No problem with them.
INEOS Britannia time and distance pretty much spot on as they come into the start box. You can see the green light flashing saying you're good to go in the start box. Coming in at speed. Look how quick they're coming in and going to engage Orient Express.
Yeah, over 45 knots of entry speed there. The French not mucking around, and they'll be wanting to put the pressure here on INEOS Britannia.
Enough breeze today in this pre-start to be quite aggressive, to get involved, to push the opposition.
Quite high at the moment. Sure will then.
À combien? Ok, stand by barre away. En deux bords. Bord down ici.
Orient Express high in the box, jibing round. We'll probably try and get some depth so they're back in line with the start. Still a minute to go.
INEOS jumping there, so leading back.
On est toujours au-dessus de la line com. On approche les line com.
France coming for the push.
Ok, on croise les line com. 8 pins.
Hold my wheel. Must turn up. Okay, turning up.
Ouais.
Here we go. Stand by, mother. Okay, board up. Board's coming up. Hey, stay with it. Hello. Getting 5 here. High mode when we can. Captain. Okay, killing 4. Let's go.
Il est pas loin d'être trop tôt. Ouais, je pense qu'il est late. On est à 6 late pins.
Getting safe on the pin, maybe not quite.
All about the tiny distance. Are they early?
Peut-être un chouïa tôt, j'ai pas vu. Ok, super.
A little early there, INEOS.
Easy racing.
Duck down, both boats having a duck.
Here we go, big wide on. Big wide on. Let's go.
We have a start in race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and it's a ripper.
OCS GBR, get behind. OCS GBR, get behind penalty.
Slightly over INEOS Britannia. They've got to get behind 75 metres against Orient Express Racing.
Meters coming down, that's good angle.
INEOS Britannia 40 centimetres over that line. We heard the surprise on board.
French will need to hit them hard here. Make them pay.
Massive opportunity, isn't it, for Orient Express?
40 metres to go.
Still got to wash off some distance. The British there. It's going to be a slow, painful 40 metres for them to wash off there, sailing back through the dirt of Orient Express Racing.
Penalty clear.
No room to tack back to the boundary either there for INEOS, so this will hurt for a little bit.
Let's go on to chase boats here with Peter Lester. More wind, more aggression in the start box, Peter.
Yeah, what a cracker, and INEOS just got their time on distance slightly wrong, and it just, that 75 metres at these speeds doesn't sound a lot, but it's just the pain that you have to suffer to fall back behind that leading boat by 75 metres. But this turns this one into a real cracker of a race.
Just having a look here, Shirley, you see the boundary there, the electronic boundary of the boat there, just over the start line at the gun, and crikey, so close to being behind, but the accuracy is down to 5 millimetres, so it is what it is. French making life hard here for INEOS Britannia.
3, 2, 1, mate. 1, 2, 1, go board.
Such an opportunity for the French team, Orient Express. I mean, really just sort of calm down, stay with the opposition, try and keep it simple. If they could get a win on the board from this race, this is a big scalp.
Definitely a big scalp, and what they'll be wanting to do here is just lock the boat in, keep hurting them every time they tack back onto port tack, which is the other tack. They're not affecting INEOS Britannia on this tack, but it's the other tack on port, which they need to make sure they keep putting them in their dirty air every time they tack back to the centre of the course.
Good chance for everybody to take a good look at the boat performance in these wind conditions for both these boats, because we haven't had too much wind in the last 24, 36 hours, so really get another look at these boats in good wind conditions.
Talk to me about hill. Yeah, I think flat to one wind, but it's good. Like a nice line of pressure here. Yeah. They've set up the left-right turn here.
Should get to 1 and in from here, boys.
Any slower than this?
35 seconds. Try and recover.
Go to the lay line and see what happens. Yeah, copy. Good line of breeze just on the starboard lay there. Yeah.
That's nice.
Pretty solid that.
Tempo or less.
Going well here, guys. They look like they're reaching to match us on the tack. Yeah. Good breeze in 2. Pretty square gate. Lay line in 10.
Great intel from Ben Ainsley.
Yeah, just past.
That the French are sailing low out of the tacks to match them with every manoeuvre. INEOS Britannia making small gain.
Orient Express Racing hit the top mark for the first time. They are leading the Challenger record. This is a brilliant race. Race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Good sailing conditions, fast boats, so much more to play out here off the coast of Barcelona. Orient Express Racing are being followed around by INEOS Britannia.
Come on. Let's go 100. Hit it, boys. Okay, looking for an early drive here, guys. Just hold the 10. Yeah, I will do. Nice. Nice.
A little bit loose there on INEOS Britannia. The last tack, quite a wobbly one, so need to keep it together and keep the pressure on Orient Express Racing.
2, 1. Stand board. No lower than this one now. Very well, taking main.
Look at the ghost boats options. Sorry, Shirley. Not much on offer there. Both boats just having to sail fast and clean.
Breeze looks good at the bottom end of the course.
Definitely more pressure down that bottom end of the course, absolutely. So we'll see the boat speeds increase. We've got a real race on our hands here.
Back in the preliminary regatta, we saw evidence of downwind pace actually from both these boats. It is so close.
Let's go to chase 0. They're both ripping, Pete. Can you see any advantage anywhere, particularly boat speed?
Yeah, I like the look of INEOS on the downwind. We did see in the preliminary regatta she's got good pace. I think she's got some of the smaller wings out here. Look good on the downwind. For Orient upwind looked really strong. I thought she looked very Team New Zealand-like instead of her bow down on that upwind, first upwind.
3, 2, 1, mate. 2, 1, going forward. Okay, drive. Going to stay like it. Copy.
Fantastic battle here. Nice jibe, both boats. INEOS sailing faster, Orient Express on lower soaking mode. Very, very different modes there on both boats at the moment. Speeds will equalise, but Orient Express Racing will have to be careful they don't sail the boat too low and slow here.
Les targets de boat speed ont l'air plutôt bonnes, on est 2 nœuds en dessous. Pour l'instant c'est one and in.
Il va il
Ok, ça me va de split. On est un peu trop serré, je pense.
Orient Express talking about one and in. Currently letting INEOS go, but going to the lay line.
On est à 15 secondes lead.
Both boats one manoeuvre to the bottom gate here. Race is absolutely wide open here.
These are the races sailors live for.
3, 2, 1, mate. Turning.
Nothing in it. Heading towards the bottom mark.
The fact that they've simo jibe means that they're both bow on bow.
They may have a piece for that right turn.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course length to 1.6 nautical miles.
INEOS Britannia on starboard, they have all the rights.
Great race.
Lead change at the bottom mark. Advantage INEOS Britannia as they complete leg 2, but only just. Orient Express Racing going around that right-hand mark as you see it.
massive, messy manoeuvre from Orient Express.
Really tricky manoeuvre there. They've managed to get round and keep the boat on the foils. They're going to have to put the bow down on the jib now. Build some speed. Advantage, INEOS.
Ok, stand by. En 3, 2, 1, bord down. Ok. Ok, il a viré.
Il a tout à l'heure ici. Ok, je suis un peu...
You see the dip behind there for Orient Express. They were on the ley line, but INEOS right in their way, so forcing a really difficult manoeuvre there at the bottom to take the left turn.
Maybe a two-border bend. Leave with it. Board in here.
Pour l'instant, c'est contact négatif.
Right of way boat here, Shirley, Orient Express Racing, so decision time here for INEOS Britannia.
Ouais. Ok, il passera pas. Ok, il duck.
Coming up in 2, 1.
Qu'on s'ouvre le tout ending quand même.
Lead change.
Comms coming off the British boat is that they like that right-hand side. Better pressure out to sea. So they were happy to leave the French and head over in that direction.
On attend le prochain shift à gauche.
I give pressure here at the moment. They continue. Ley line. Oh no. How do you tack? That's good right here.
Just having a look at some ghost boat options here. What's on offer from the wind mapping?
Stand by here. I think all the way. Then two boundary.
Showing slight gain there to the French out that left-hand side, but
Turning. Okay, mine. 2, 1. Going forward.
on the manoeuvres. We'll see what happens on this next exchange.
Speed's coming nicely for that boat.
Encore repris du droite.
They are on starboard still. Very nice surge coming. 8 mil. Good speed. 33. Good pressure here. Speeding low wide. Normal BMG. Good pressure. Stay tack now. Engage normal BMG.
Accélérer.
Marginal cross called by Vuitton de la Pierre. Right of way boat now, INEOS Britannia.
Maintenant. Je vois pas. Ok. 2, 1. Chiquette, les gars. Ok, super.
And another lead change in this race. A great battle.
3 lead changes so far in race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. It is as close as you can get as they head towards the top mark to complete the halfway stage of this race.
En 2, 1. Bord down. Ouais, il faut presser. Ouais, on est super fort sur le virement.
Right of way boat. Now the French. Oh, pushing it for the cross there. The British. I'd say that's too close. Whoa! What will umpire Richard Slater say to that?
Okay, let's go. Protest.
Ouais, je fais. On touche pas, ok, il dégage.
The protest has come from France. We're just waiting here. The decision.
This is the umpires, penalty GBR. Get behind penalty
That is a
GBR.
massive penalty for GBR there. Surely the French on lay for left turn.
So as they head towards the top gate to complete the halfway mark, the
Penalty cleared.
French get a huge advantage with the penalty, which is now cleared on that cross. INEOS Britannia now have to play catch up, but we know downwind Britannia's quick. How much can they make up? We know 75 metres is a long way, but there's big wind and Britannia is quick. They'll get through that right-hand mark, as you said, head downwind on leg number 4, race 13. All on.
20, take your time. Stand by. Stay with us. 4 down here. 2, 1, let's go. Mate. They're away, Diving. 2, 1, go board.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 065.
The wind slowly clocking a bit to the right. We've seen a few changes. With such, I'm sure we'll look at that probably a few times. And here it is. It was so close, Grant. Such an aggressive move to tap right on the face. And remember, there is a diamond around these boats.
Super late decision there to tack, and absolutely just too close there. Those electronic boundaries would have intersected.
My wheel? Yeah, yours. Okay, working up.
See Dylan there, looking out the window.
Back if you want. Okay, let's go.
And a wonderful pass there by Orient Express Racing. They just have to keep sailing the boat smoothly here, surely, and try and maintain that advantage that they have at the moment.
Well done, lad. Sorry.
Then Ainsley accepting responsibility for that. It is still so close. 200 metres, there's nothing in this.
Onto the water with chase 0, Peter. This one's going down to the wire, which is way too early to call.
Yeah, it's a beauty. I've got INEOS on the last time they came on this downwind leg, they took about 10 boat lengths out of Orient, so they'll need all of that at the spotter mark. They were trailing by 20 seconds at the top mark, so if they can take another 10 boat lengths on leg 3, they're going to be right next to them at the bottom mark gate.
INEOS absolutely ripping downwind, pulling big distance out of the French team there, so British have got some wheels.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.5 nautical miles.
Anybody? Good number. Nice, lads. Now. The link crease coming. Focus the ley line here. Just give a little bit.
French, well and truly, like they've gone past the ley line there for
Orient Express Racing steaming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 4. The last time they came down here, they made a little bit of a mess of it. This time they want a nice clean rounding of the mark. They're going towards that left-hand mark, as you see. We want to head up for leg number 5. 2 legs to go for the French. Are they on course for win number 2 in the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series? INEOS Britannia coming in, steaming in. Don't you love lots of wind and fast AC75? Oh!
Well, pull a tear off on your goggles. You're full of water, which is not ideal for the first part of the upwind, but they just need to lock it in here, the British.
The pressure back coming.
Absolutely not over this race by any stretch of the imagination.
Got Sarah in here. I think we've got a piece on them in this tack. Okay, stand by. Come on, boy.
The voice of Lee McMillan. We have a piece of them on this tack, on this next cross. They're optimistic.
Good pressure. One more fast build here. All the way. Okay, pressure increase. Okay, my wheel. Take it down.
Well, it won't be attacking there. I'm not sure that was the right move there by the French. They've put themselves in a difficult position to come off that boundary clean and open the door there, in my opinion, for the British to hurt them on the following tack. So very, very close race here, but they will have to get out of that boundary with clear air. Advantage INEOS Britannia.
4th lead change. We're going upwind, leg number 5 of 6. Race 13, Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. This is going all the way to the finish.
Really nice work. Hey, BMG from now. It's good pressure because it's 200 metres away here. Yeah. Matching him on the tack, eh? Your board down. Yeah, I think just give him a few seconds so we can hit him hard on the way back, but yeah. Looks lighter this way the whole way. Hey, stand by? Yeah, stand by. Happy to go? Yeah. Board down.
British too late there to really hurt them then, so just a little late there matching.
One more build here. Never
Let
slow.
Orient Express Racing off the hook. They've got a breath of fresh air. They'll have to sail their boat well across here to not get locked out on the next tack, so race is fully on.
All the way.
There was slightly too much time talking about it and not turning the boat.
Easy to do. You just often don't get the time to have the conversation. Just got to press the button, so French going back there. Interesting manoeuvre again by the French there to head back.
Get some gas, top line, let's have it.
Pour l'instant, il ne revient pas.
Oh, great race. They might have seen something out there on the left.
Je pense que s'il ne revient pas,
Call from Dylan Fletcher to go all the way to the ley line. INEOS Britannia liking that right-hand side of the track.
9 seconds. 5. Stand by here. 2, 1. Forward down. 3, 2, 1. Mate. Turning.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line. The leg length is now 1.4 nautical miles.
Pressure here, boys. Here we go, lads. Good game to us here.
I've got quite a big game there for the British, Shirley. Out to that right-hand side, quite a big game there for the British team.
INEOS Britannia heading to the top gate for the final time in race 13. Good gain on for Britannia in a very, very busy race 13. Around they go. How far behind is Orient Express Racing? Not far at all.
The British will just close the gauge there on Orient Express Racing, and as we see, immediately jibe to not let them get over to that left-hand side looking downwind, right-hand side looking upwind. We just wanted to stay in between them and the bottom of the course. Keep it smooth from here.
Take my main hand. Good lads. They jibe. We just go.
Onto the chase boat of INEOS Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Sorry to get you on the last leg, Rob, but how happy or how concerned have you been about the way this one's unfolded today?
Like, you know, the French have had a great race. Like you know, they're real fast when they get going, and they're smart sailors. So you know, it's been an awesome race. You know, it's tighter than we'd have liked. But you know, it's good to get pushed, that's for sure.
All right, thanks for your time, mate. We'll let you enjoy the finish.
Cheers, thank you.
I'm sure we'll have a look at the numbers after the race, but it looks like INEOS Britannia just a click more pace. Upwind and downwind, they seem to be able to just get out of trouble. There's not much in it, though.
Listen all the way. Hey, lads, nice.
I suggest this has been the busiest of the races so far on the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, but gee, it's been exciting. 4 lead changes.
Bit of right seas here, Ben. Maybe getting light as well, just be wary. Nice, there you jibe now. Not sure if they're on ley line here. I don't think so. Okay. We got 8 seconds on our box. Yeah, pressure's okay here, I think. I think they just passed that. We can. There's that. Hey, stand by. 2, 1, board down.
Race 13 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series has had a little bit of everything. 4 lead changes, a penalty, imperfect roundings by both teams, but guess who gets the valuable point and their 3rd win of the series? It will be the Challenger of record, INEOS Britannia. That's 3 wins now.
Get on, boys. Good hustle. Thanks for your effort, Ryan. Yeah, nice work.
And not too far behind, and they'll be happy with the way they sailed that one to a point. You know there's going to be a debrief. Orient Express Racing come in second, but come up empty-handed points-wise.
So close, yet so far. The points are point, and the team have done a really good job there to keep it such a tight race with INEOS Britannia. Very, very well-established team, huge experience. And
tell you what, if you're a sailor on that boat knowing what's going on with INEOS Britannia, Glenn, you'd be there'd be a slight bit of apprehension, wouldn't there be?
I certainly think that those guys would have wanted to stop and absolutely check the boat to make sure it was A-OK, and a big battle coming up here, and you don't really want to leave anything to chance, and great opportunity there to make sure they're on the same power package as the Swiss, so not far to entry here, and we are going to see a great battle.
Great conditions for this race. Got 13, 14 knots.
And INEOS Britannia coming in on board. They've got to come in at 2 minutes and 10. Cannot come in beforehand. Oh, on the money. Got the green light. Coming at starboard will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They too look good. They'll get the green light. You'll see the bar light up. And they are good to go as well. We've got a race.
Vuitton left here. Yours.
He's going for circle. Okay, yours. Slightly lighter. Fully made.
British going into a circle here, so a little bit more breeze now. We'll see a few more manoeuvres now that the breeze is getting up.
105 for the pin. Pressure coming down on the right. So going up here.
Diving now is quite further away from
50
German.
To the left is still pin bias.
Time to both.
Max Bachelin calling a little bit of pin bias and a lefty. Might tempt them to lead back and on that left-hand side.
Both boats trying to get the advantage over their opponent here, so trying to force the other boat into a decision and a mistake.
Go past if you want, go past.
It's coming up. Holding here.
The British there, the giveaway boat.
20 for the boat. 6 for the
boat. 8 more down. 8 more down. Nice. Holding up here.
It's all about mathematics, isn't it? Time and distance, boat speed.
Pin is open here.
Be patient.
The British will speed build here and try and put some pressure on the Swiss.
Pin is open, guys.
11. Okay, up hard. Up hard. Here we go, boys. Hit it. Okay, board up in high mode. Okay, board's coming up now. Racing to the line. 5.
INEOS Britannia pushing.
Okay, level boat switch.
3.
One bottom.
Stay with it. That's in the line for now.
Okay, so racing here, guys.
Race coming on. It's coming nice. Yep. That's 8 here.
10 seconds to go for the start of race 23. Looks like we're going to get another clean start off the coast of Barcelona.
Nice.
And we do. It's game on between INEOS Britannia and Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
That's what championship.
Great start by both boats.
Both at top speed there, upwind, so a real drag race here out to the left-hand boundary. British trying to keep clear air above. The Swiss trying to come up underneath them and force them away early, so a real great race here.
So powerful. If you can get to that left boundary with an advantage. INEOS Britannia just moving forward.
33 here. Nice. Don't get sucking it too low. You're pretty quick here. 36. Okay, your wheel. Come on. My trap. Your trap.
This is going to be hard for Alinghi Red Bull Racing on the other tack.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing just surviving there. If they put their bow down here, they'll stay air forward if they can get on a little swell here. So both boats in clear air there. Slight advantage to the British. They'll be in a fast mode here, trying to put the bow down and get across the front of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Alinghi Red Bull Racing just trying to keep their air clear and survive here.
Dylan Fletcher helming INEOS Britannia on port side, pushing down, giving maximum bad air to the Swiss.
Okay, from me, 180 to
40 knots of boat speed there, upwind.
Just a little bit more, you're on the little left.
British doing a great job at the moment, controlling the race. Lingy Rebel Racing still just in clear air there. The apparent wind so far forward on these boats.
Okay, heat tags. Okay, so stand by for a good moment. Okay, stand by here. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, going forward. Oh yeah.
It was a fantastic overhead shot. The perfect time to tack on the wave.
Another tight start. This one time is race 23. Let's go to chase 0. Good clean start. Quite a gripping start, Pete.
Yeah, good start, but slight advantage to INEOS on the line, and then they drop kicked that as they went over towards the left, and they just pushed forward. I'm looking at it, I think INEOS has picked up their game, certainly on the upwind legs, from what we saw earlier in the regatta. Good start for this one for the Brits.
They look like they're also going to head up for right turn. They may flip, I think we're happy here. Come by. Yeah, it'll be 15 the other way for the better way. 2, 1, forward down. 2, 1, mate.
Blink or you will miss it, because that has got to be one of the quickest first legs we've seen in a long, long time. INEOS Britannia, look at that. Look at the sea state they're dealing with. A little bit of a nosedive for them, but they will head through the top gate for the first time, trailed closely by Alingi Red Bull Racing. You cannot, in this game, make a mistake. Points are critical. Around go Alingi Red Bull Racing. Desperate for an extra point to keep Orient Express racing at bay. Mind you, the French have to win too, and they're up next.
Big right still.
145, not aware.
Close boat there, showing not much in it on this downwind, so both boats having to sail well to
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.65 nautical miles.
both boats having to sail well here. Very, very difficult conditions, and both teams sailing really nicely at the moment. British just getting a little tow away there and a little puff, Shirley. Lead extending there.
Nice there, no slower. Good mode here.
We've seen INEOS Britannia being really quite pacey on the downwind, so great to see them in a little bit more breeze. Looks like they're just slowly extending, just a nudge quicker than the Swiss.
Yeah, looking like they're sailing into more and more pressure there, and the first boat to get into that pressure, taking the advantage and just extending with the extra boat speed, gifted by Mother Nature.
Could batch if you want to. Head up to the right side of the bottom. 10, 20 seconds this way. Can we just continue to load on? Agreed. It's going to be strong left turn, right? No breather here. Yeah, left. Yeah, exactly. Nothing in the gate bias. Second half push on the jet wave set here.
But I'm happy to save the jibe.
Okay, 3 seconds now. Stand by here, guys.
We are on the downward leg for the first time in race 23. INEOS Britannia played their delay card. You heard the coach say that hit a log as when they came out to start working themselves up and get ready for this race. They checked their rudder. They had a dive rudder as well. And Britannia looks like she is as happy as anything in these conditions and flying beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. They are such a joy to watch when they're at speed, these AC 75s.
Rotation inlet. Push on this one, lads. Your trap. Hey, trap. Kind of harvest a bit. Here we go. Yep.
Heading to the bottom gate to complete leg 2 of 6, and it's INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, whipping around that left-hand gate and heading up on leg number 3. Good downward leg and a good gap on Alingi Red Bull Racing.
Happy to a little bit of Lewis Jones.
In comes Alingi Red Bull Racing. gap has lengthened from what it was at the top. It's now 21 seconds, but there's a lot going on out there.
Especially in front.
Two-board turns.
Like when you want from and they're backing now.
Nice pressure just in front.
Lefty.
Board with Arno Saraphagas there. He's steering the boat at the moment. Turning the boat into the tack and then exiting the boat. Transitioning to Maxime Bachelon. And becoming then in control. Arno now keeping eyes on the British.
It's almost as if the sailors are relishing these conditions.
Just having a look at the 3D ghost boat here. Seeing both boats sort of sailing the course, and gap looked like it's maintaining almost exactly the same there from where they are to the top, providing everything stays equal. But the British sacking off the ghost boat idea and saying we're going to tactically stay in touch with these guys and get over the top of them.
Happy transitioning hill. Big surge, big wave side. Good pressure on the bow, they tack.
INEOS Britannia doing the job so far as they are on the upwind leg on number 3. Rob Wilson, the coach of INEOS Britannia, joins us again. Well, how are you nervous right now? What the comms coming off the boat saying everything's okay, Rob?
Yeah, no, it's all hanging together. More than that, to be honest. Yeah, they're obviously doing a nice job. So yeah, we're pleased.
Just looking at all the boats that we've seen so far, they seem to be just jumping into these conditions, loving it, just loving it.
Yeah, they are loving it, but it's hard. It's tough for all of them. Like especially, you know, Alinghi. They've spent quite a bit of time down here in Barcelona, and you know they're very good in these conditions. So you know it's nice to be in front of them.
Yeah, I know. Never, always looking over your shoulder. Thanks for your time, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
Brilliant shot there of the British, and just maintaining that lead, Shirley, on this upwind, not giving much opportunity for the Swiss to get back into it.
Nice guys, should be able to get to ley line here. Taking main here.
Nice defending by the British.
In the water here, guys. Yeah, nice.
So Ben Ainsley there on the leeward side of the boat, on the downwind side, looking at the course management. He'll be taking over helming duties on this next tack.
2, 1, forward moving. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning, go mind. 2, 1, going forward.
Let's just remind you of the last time they met, and it was a very close race. And then Alinghi Red Bull Racing fell off the foils at the top gate at leg 5, and then INEOS Britannia fell off the foils right down the bottom, which almost had Ben Ainsley, quote, bricking himself because they could have been run down. Now, if that happens again today, the wind's a lot stronger. He will not want to be in that position.
Nice work, boys. Nice work, lads.
Of course, these teams come a long way since then.
They have, haven't they? In fact, all the fleet is really starting to push their boats harder, and everything looks a whole lot cleaner. INEOS Britannia steaming in to complete their 3rd leg. That's the halfway point in race 23 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Series, and race 23.
120, 130, slow the turn. Anytime.
Fantastic rounding there by INEOS Britannia. That wasn't an easy one, punching into a couple of really big swell sets there. Great job by the flight control.
And not too far away, in come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They've completed the halfway point now, and they head downwind on leg number 4.
Happy with the dive? One, call down. Close. Guiding in main.
2, 1, and for it.
Really tricky conditions there to execute the jibe in the ghost boat there, Shirley. Potentially showing a little gain early on, and then a little extend again for the British. So
pressure coming in 5.
Really interesting to see there the wind field on the actual water, which is what's happening with the LiDAR sensors scanning the course and showing us exactly what's happening on the course looking down. So we get to see what the sailors see on the water on our screens.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.8 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 205.
Nice, thanks lads, sorry about that.
INEOS Britannia look really strong on these downwind legs, don't they? They've wheels going downwind. They look so good.
They've pushed the fast button, and Britannia loves these conditions. Let's go on the water with Peter Lester, who is in these conditions. I'm sure he's not suffering too hard on the hydrant, but are you, Pete?
We're pretty well in the top third of the course. It's pretty bumpy for Chase Zero and this stuff. But on that second windward beat, INEOS Britannia took 14 boat lengths out of over Alinghi from the last time they were up here. So that's a pretty sizable gain, you know, as we get sort of halfway through the race. But impressive performance. INEOS is reveling in these conditions.
This is a nice backup too from what Ben Ainslie said at the press conference 2 days ago. He said, you know, we get this thing right, we are dangerous. And they look dangerous right now. Really, really dangerous.
INEOS Britannia have taken 200 metres in the last lap.
Been consistently 2 or 3 knots quicker on this downwind, so they're really sending it, the boys.
INEOS Britannia, they are just flying into that bottom gate to complete leg 4 and 2 to go. They have got the afterburners on this afternoon.
Okay, we're past intersection now. Okay, good speed here. Breeze is still mean. Slight right and even. What are they doing? Look, it's still coming downwind. Yeah, it's still following for now. Still a little way off. Look at that. Okay, they can't see them. Yeah, I think
in come Alinghi Red Bull Racing to finish leg 4. They've got a lot of work to do because today Britannia is flying.
Straight into attack there, Stephen. So round up tack, split to try and take a little advantage if they can to claw their way back into this race. Distance sailed there. Obviously a little more to the British because they're further up the racetrack, but average speed there 37.3 knots, so over a knot faster, or around a knot faster in boat speed in general. So the British really got the hammers down at the moment and doing a great job. Alinghi Red Bull Racing just hoping for a mistake really from here by the British, because quite a deficit to make back, and the Brits certainly sailing the boat well.
Nice work, come well here. Come back left a little bit now. All good, continuing here.
I don't think we're being unfair to say this is probably the best we've seen Britannia go in this regatta so far. They have executed beautifully today.
INEOS Britannia have been fast and faultless. It's been an impressive watch.
Okay, 2, 1, and bottom.
It is impressive how all the teams are improving. I mean, I guess, you know, they've been testing for months by themselves, and the speed of learning when you're in this environment is off the scale for all of them.
Certainly is, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing sailing their boat well also, but the Brits just absolutely have the hammers down here and picking some beautiful shifts and getting on a couple of really nice swells there upwind I was watching, and really, really nice moting there from the British team.
Good pressure comes to us now.
Ben Ainslie steering the boat there at the moment, and Lee McMillan and Bledden Mont looking down above there, and Cyclo's working hard, powering the sails there. You can just see how much flatter the sail setup is once you get up to speed compared to the exits of the manoeuvres. So big gear changes there, and really accurate trim. Boats looking good.
They tack now. We could tack if you want to get that turn. Stand by. Yep. 2, 1, pull down. 2, 1, mate. 2, 1, down board. Oh, nice. And put it into rocket. 28. 25 this way.
Nice high bottom speed there from the British. Linky Rebel Racing also a really nice tack. So unfortunately the Swiss just getting the scraps at the moment, not really able to do any damage to the British.
On the box. Take a surge here.
Fluid foil there, keeping the whole boat out of the water and needing to be trimmed to perfection. For accurate trim.
2, 1, mate. 2, 1, going forward. This way. Have your bit in here, Ben. That should be good.
The slightly, well, very out of breath voice we hear coming off INEOS Britannia is Matt Gottrell, who's sort of the lead cycler. He's the cox of the 4.
5 seconds.
Getting the best out of his team.
And the team is doing a cracking job today, Shirley. INEOS Britannia, for the last time with the top gate in race 23, heading downward and home for the finish line.
120, 130, 40. Leave it in my trap. Not trap. Nice lad. Very good speed here. 30 seconds till boundary, past intersection, open course.
Beautiful day in Barcelona, watching from the beaches, Barcelona or Bocadel, where both they have race villages and fan zones, and people just thoroughly lapping it up on a glorious Saturday in Barcelona. As in come Linky Red Bull Racing. They will complete their 5th leg and head home as well. They would have loved a point here today. They're not going to get it. And they'll be watching nervously in the next race that comes up between American Magic and Orient Express Racing.
Coming down. All way down.
Ice pressure here. All the way to the lift here. 207 big right in.
Had another increase in pressure. You see the mean wind on the bottom of the screen, 15 knots. Who'd have thought?
Definitely breeze, slightly more than what everyone was potentially thinking. So all teams having to adjust their settings to make sure the boats are being sailed well. Obviously, your sail selection critical for that performance, but also how you set the boat up as well, and then obviously how it's operated. British doing a really good job there of checking the boat over after a little butter issue earlier on. Absolutely locked in there and sailing the boat high and smooth.
Let's go to Chase Zero. Peter Lester, you talked about liking what you saw of INEOS Britannia. More evidence that you're on the money.
Yeah, no, she's looking good and loving these conditions. And we're going to get a bit of a handle on her relative performance because later in the day, New Zealand will go up against Switzerland. So I think we'll get a good gauge once the New Zealanders have a crack in terms of how good this performance by INEOS is. Right now, I'm saying it looks really good.
Sure. Ben Ainslie will be happy after this race, because he said in the press conference 2 days ago, you know, it was an up and down day last time out, so they wanted to put on a good performance. They have put on a great performance for the second race of the day, day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. And this will pretty much guarantee them into the Final 4. This will be win number 4 when they get across the line for the Challenger record. 4-win, 2-loss record in the Challenger Selection Series. So, job done. INEOS Britannia. Beautiful performance today off the coast of Barcelona in race 23, and they get that extra point. 4 wins for the Challenger record.
Nice work. Nice work, boys.
Fans are happy about that, sitting in the fan zone or the race village or even on the beach. It's amazing what you can see from sitting on the beach in Barcelona. They've had a real treat actually with the 12-metre classic, the Pooch Classic as well. And how about that? Yeah, we did okay. May have had a log, fixed that and got going, and we look fast today. In come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They have one more race today, but it's a non-point scoring race. It'll be the 4th race of the day against Emirates Team New Zealand. Alinghi Red Bull Racing crossed the line, but come up empty-handed. And that's all we want to hear. One more race, a super Saturday off the coast of Barcelona. This will be our 5th race of the day. Luna Rossa will come in from port, and INEOS Britannia will come in from starboard.
INEOS Britannia looked fast earlier in the day. Excited to see them line up against the form team.
We are still waiting for someone to try and slam dunk, for want of a better phrase, the Italians, and give them their first loss, just to remind everybody that they're human. They come in on port at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, good work here.
They are well disciplined, they Italians. Just look at that. Pretty much a perfect entry into port. And now we wait for INEOS Britannia to come in.
That's working away here.
Gee, they're both on it now. Let's go.
Perfectly on-time entry there by both teams, so very, very well disciplined. And we will see a full-on restart here with the two teams.
We're going jib here. Still on two boards. Your wheel, Ben. Come on.
Hey, grading 50.
125.
Biggie's on jib, man. He's out. He's moving away.
We will be bearing away pretty soon along the wall.
He's still board, 2 boards. He's still out.
Working down slowly here. One coming down here. Get rotation in, please.
Hey, Greeny is 15.
Stand by time. Go board. Go main place. Dummy them here. Okay.
Both yachts 2 boards down, just slowing it down a little, keeping the control. Running down along the edge of the course, along the edge of the start box.
Racial rolling to attack here.
Holding board. Copy. Not to kill. Yeah, coming down. Okay, coming down here now. Yeah. Do you do potential roll or not? Yeah. Can we roll? Got roll. We do have roll. Copy. Roll.
British calling roll, so they'll be trying to sail across the front of Luna Rossa Pirelli to start to leeward.
We are on our line. Yeah, a lot of main to come. Still killing a lot here. We will be far away.
Luna Rossa happy to let them go.
12 to kill. 12 to kill. The line. Happy with the high mode here. 10 to kill. Slow even. 9 to kill. Board up. Not yet.
Both inside the ley lines.
6 to kill. Start edging maybe. Okay. Coming far down here now. Board up. 3 to kill. Edging.
Both boats really quite slow here, so it's going to be the battle of acceleration.
All the way, boys. Send it.
All the way, boys. 4. You cannot be early. 5. Performance here, okay?
We are racing in the final race of the day on day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. INEOS Britannia, Luna Rossa Pirelli.
Pressure coming in. 2, 1.
Well, a very even start, but both boats are full boat lengths back. They got really slow and quite conservative in the box.
Yeah, nice hit, 20 seconds till boundary. Happy for a nice sneak on this tack. He's going to attack pretty soon. 300. 15.
Just go underneath, right?
We are a little weak, so we will go to leeward. Goodbye, guys. 8 seconds. 2, 1, 4 down. 3, 2, 1. Made. Yeah. Down. 4 down. 2, 1. Attack. Normal build.
But this race well and truly on there, so Luna Rossa not being able to punch far enough forward to actually hurt INEOS. So INEOS Britannia, first blood to them. They'll be wanting to put the bow down and actually sail across the top of Luna Rossa Pirelli. So they'll be sailing a fast mode here to try and put the pressure on Luna Rossa.
That's a long way down in the river. You can come up if you want to click. Very nice, good line.
Should start seeing some high boat speed numbers here now.
Good work, guys.
38 though. He's just going forwards a little.
Copy.
It's an absolute drag race here across to this right-hand side.
Nice turn, lads. we've got 35 here. We hit them on the tack. Yep. We might board down if they go. He's still maintaining. Sweet there. Really similar. Over, boys. Nice. Really good. Okay, we will hit them on the tack. Good shape here.
Really important here for the British to match the board down of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and turn the boat at the same time.
Okay, board's down. Board's moving. 2, 1, mate. 2, 1, going board. Normal mode here.
INEOS Britannia in control here.
Get me to come.
2, Lewis. Yeah.
Good angle to build here.
Let's go to chase 0. Pete, cracking start. Love a drag race, don't we?
Yeah, we were bow on as they came across on that long port, and looked to me as though INEOS Britannia were pointing a little bit higher than Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. And the other thing I can notice is it looks like INEOS are on a slightly smaller jib than Luna Rossa, and we saw with the New Zealanders, smaller jib, faster upwind.
We're just going to lay. Yeah, copy. Real nice speed here, nice bleed into this tack. Pretty even here.
Recovering.
As long as they have to coming.
Okay, 5 seconds on the box. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, made. Panic, push you. I will. 2, 1, go board. Nice surge here. Anyone's. Move for the trim.
See Ben, just the G-forces there, just leaning inside the cockpit there, railing the boat through the turn.
Need to come. Happy level boat at the minute.
Huge G's on these boats when you flip them around.
Good gain here. Should be straight in here.
For the second race in a row, we are seeing INEOS Britannia really with the foot to the floor and showing some incredibly good speed upwind. And we know they're good downwind.
Down here in 2, 1, all the way down. Yours. 50. 2, 1. In and down.
Around go Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but have the Brits got him on the ropes?
Big wobble there. Big
wow. Pressure maybe.
Loosest we've seen Luna Rossa there. Big negative leeway skid there to windward, so big ventilation on the shaft of the foil there.
3, 2, 1, 4. Jive out there.
Still tight this race, not much in it.
It really is a tight race, and both boats running really skinny bottom sections on their foils, so right on the edge of grip, particularly in the roundings.
Just look at the top of the mast of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, sitting around 46 knots downwind. As INEOS Britannia starts to find the speed as well.
A long jive by far. Let's go. Copy. Good speed here.
Long wave here.
Nicola Prezzivili, Emmanuel Liuzzi, absolutely boosting it down there. 179 beats per minute on the heart rate. Those guys are absolutely bouncing there to try and stay in touch with the British team. Really well executed jibe there from the British.
Out there with us. Right here.
The team's pushing hard here, not only on the cyclors, but pushing the boats hard as well.
This race has the making of a classic. Last race of the day, day 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Challenger of record against the team that were in the match back in Auckland in AC 36.
They're going to go left turn here, Ben. I think we match them. Yeah, copy. Okay, building here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 208.
We've got eyes on. Yep. 400. 13 seconds this way.
how good has the racing been today? And we're still not done. And to be fair, every boat has been pretty clean and made not too many mistakes. INEOS Britannia will lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the bottom gate for the first time. They look strong today, but maybe, just maybe, they like these conditions.
Certainly sailing really well here, the British. And Luna Rossa, two-board rounding, they'll be wanting to just keep high there, clear their air, and they're going to have to look at tacking out of there pretty quickly.
It's going to chase zero. Peter, can you see Luna Rossa running them down the way INEOS have been sailing today?
Well, you know, it's only one bad tackle, one slight touchdown, and for INEOS Britannia, they're just walking on eggshells to keep the flying Italians behind them. This is a cracker of a race.
Okay, 2 lowered now. Going to hit them on the way back.
Let's go to Rob Wilson, coach of INEOS Britannia on the chase boat. Rob, this is an absolutely classic unfolding, but you must be so happy the way this boat's being sailed today. It's flying.
Yeah, the boys are doing a really nice job. So yeah, really pleased about that. We've got a tight race left. You know, like 2 more full laps. So you know, there's plenty to play for, and the Italians are certainly pushing hard. Yeah, we just got to try and keep control.
All right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, high mode's good. Yeah, good
Thank you.
Van Ainsley calling for a high mode. Trying to give a maximum dirt to Luna Rossa.
Yeah, the Italians will be just about out of tear-offs by now. Absolutely getting roosted. And really trying hard to just keep their air clear. The British doing a really nice job of just placing their boat accurately to get the Italians behind, but
it's getting too narrow on the land.
absolutely wouldn't be a cyclor for quids today.
Keep hitting them. I think we definitely should do them on this next one because
Take a dirt bike over a cycle today, any day of the week, but the Italians throwing every kitchen implement they can find at the British at the moment to dig their way back into this. The British just locking down relentlessly, spinning some dirt right in their faces.
Well, you know the Italians won't be panicking. They'll just try to figure out how they can get them.
Contact when you're ready. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. They may go one and in, we do the same.
Great. Let's get boat speed up. Using 4.
Emirates Team New Zealand.
Cars coming in now.
INEOS Britannia made some gains here. They've just been relentless, haven't they? Tacking on the Italians all the way.
A little bit lighter here. Okay, pushing me onto us in 2. Okay, pushing 2 lower now.
Possibly another manoeuvre needed by the Italians here, so
I think I'm happy
one extra manoeuvre, quite costly in distance.
To us at the moment. Take a breath, you lads. Yeah, we're well in it. 10 seconds. I see, good pressure. Yeah, like 12 metres this way. Okay, good pressure on the mark. Yeah, okay, go straight then. Yeah, my wheel. Come flat. Hands coming in. You'll get a little bit there.
INEOS Britannia are delivering on their promise of being a dangerous boat, being the dark horse in the regatta, albeit being the challenger of record, because today might prove their most consistent day and a real wake-up call for the rest of the challenger fleet. And the wake-up call will be felt most potentially by this team. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the challenger standings are 6-0. They could be 3 legs away from their first defeat.
boys.
Hey, 30 second, no rush.
Copy.
Ghost boat there, just showing trajectory down the course and looking really good there for the British, just getting a nice tow away there. Big angle difference there between the two boats heading downwind there, and although they're a fraction slower in boat speed, their angle towards the bottom of the course is better, so distance to those leeward marks.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.85 nautical miles.
On to chase zero with Peter Lester. Where does the difference lie today, Pete? Why do Luna Rossa look vulnerable today?
I think some of it's geographic out here with just the looking down the course. The left-hand side of the course is so favoured. And INEOS, Ben Ainsley, and they've done a great job of just forcing Luna Rossa back to the left every time they can on those upwind legs. And downwind with that smaller jib, they don't seem to be paying a penalty.
Just had to hold for weight. Yep. Thanks, lad. Okay, it's been on there.
Really nice jibe there from INEOS Britannia. Lee McMillan led Mon, flying the boat well. You see the VMG on Luna Rossa now, back in their favour. A 5-knot delta there at times, so really sailing into some nice breeze there, and really needing to try and claw back some distance to the British here to keep this race alive.
You've got to say, all boats are putting on a 5-star performance today. 1 day left in the round robin series.
Neil Hunter and Harry Lest there, absolutely doing those cranks to perfection. Working hard.
INEOS Britannia extending their lead on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to complete the 4th leg of 6. 1 more upwind beat and then home for the finish. Cannot afford a mistake.
2, 1, go board. Fine. Harry slow, it's coming. There we go. Okay, off the intern. Couple leeward dill. Gang mates coming on that big surge here.
Still plenty of sea state out there at the moment. These boats just making the water look flat.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli taking the left-hand mark, as you see at the bottom gate for the last time, barring the finish. 29 seconds behind. That's what the delta says.
Come on, leaders on the edge.
This is a huge moment for the British team to be able to be sailing so well and so quickly in these conditions. So have they found the extra gear they've been looking for?
Okay, anytime, Jimmy.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go to Philippe Presti on the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Different sort of day today, Philippe.
It was a hard one. I thought we had a great start, but we couldn't capitalize on the start we had, and then the right side of the course is very strong, and it seems that the British are doing a very good job just nailing that and pushing us on the left.
Yeah, and, Philippe, Glenn here. Is there any options for the boys here on this upwind? What are your thoughts?
It's pretty hard because there's kind of a twist on the right side. We call the banana on the right side, and it seems that every time the Brits are going to this right side, they're gaining. So if you see what they're doing, they're just pushing us to the left. So yeah, we have to accept to go with them, otherwise we're losing a lot.
Copy. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Philippe, it's the first time the boys have been on the back foot. Are you surprised?
I'm happy because we're going to learn heaps of them there, and you know, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and we're early in the competition, hopefully, and you know, this race like that make us understanding that we still have something to work on, which is great.
Thanks for your time, Philippe.
You're welcome.
Okay, good pressure beyond here. You're working up now. 400. Okay, 2 leeward. Yeah. There's good gains here.
Philippe Presti the most coolest, calmest dudes in the world. A lot of experience in match racing and in sailing himself, so a lot of fantastically experienced people there in Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so fantastic optimism and fantastic attitude to racing.
He's been Jimmy Spittle's coach for as long as I can remember. It was with him in Oracle, and what a great partnership, the pair of them together. Francesco Bruni steering the little green wheel on the screen.
Pretty steady wind.
I wonder if we should do 2. He's gonna go 1 and in for sure.
Yeah, I think 2 for us, eh? Just take the right.
Stand by, guys.
Bit of a lefty at the moment.
Stand by, guys. In 3, 2, 1.
A little bit of frustration in the voice of Francesco Bruni. We haven't heard much of that so far.
INEOS Britannia there, just matching tacks, just making sure they're in phase the whole time and protecting what they think is the favoured side of the course.
Underturn right a little.
And no more manoeuvres for them coming into this top gate.
30 seconds to the mark. Just take a breath. Nice pressure down their side. If he's going, I reckon we go right here. Yeah, okay, happy. Yep, right turn. Stand by.
INEOS Britannia have looked quick all day, but this race might mean more than any other race in the regatta so far. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to this point have been unbeaten, and they've looked second best today in this race against INEOS Britannia, who have looked sharp from the get-go. One more leg for the challenger of record.
They're this way at the moment.
As I said, no more manoeuvres for the British. They decide to take that right-hand turn, and either way there, I think would have achieved a similar result, but deciding to go the same way.
And in comes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, now just quite simply in small damage limitation mode. Not about the boat speed, probably more about the mental.
Here we go, all the way.
Italians sailing the boat beautifully as well, but just haven't been given any opportunity to get back into the race. Just totally owned in this race by the British.
Well, the Ghost boat has INEOS Britannia extending on this downwind leg.
Just watching, don't push too fast here, Blenheim. It's quite light. Copy that. German on line, we can get 1 and in at the moment.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, give us a thought before INEOS Britannia hit the finish line.
Well, they haven't put a step wrong, and the most impressive bit to me was the pass that they managed to generate against the wind shift, against the favoured side of the course. Remember, the pass was created on the left-hand side of the course. It's been a right-hand favoured upwind leg each time. So for me, it was that lead change over on that boundary on leg 1 that'll stay with me.
Oh, and a big touchdown by the British. Oh, disaster for the British team. They need to regroup here quickly.
2 seconds. Get it out, mate. Let's go. Okay, doors coming up. Everything okay. Away here. And still
hold all bets. That's what they say.
No trap. Let's go, boys.
Seeing what happened here. And just a loss of the rudder there. And big ventilation on the elevator, so full loss of, see the rudder just spin out there. That's basically a ventilation, an air path going down the rudder shaft and blowing up the pitch stability control of the elevator. So very, very lucky escape by the British there. You see the team there on board. Cannot believe what's happened, but the British pushing the boat super hard and luckily enough having enough of a lead over the Italians, so Very close moment there for the British.
There is so little rudder in the water, isn't it?
Let's be blunt, INEOS Britannia like to entertain, but entertain they have, because one thing we have discovered today, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are human after all, and the Challenger of Record serves up their first loss in the Challenger Selection Series, and a big win for INEOS Britannia.
A definite change of undies required there, not only on the yacht but the chase boat as well. But well done to INEOS Britannia. A huge scalp there against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli must have seen their dreams come true when they saw the boat go down, but they was well recovered by INEOS Britannia. And for the first time in the regatta, the Italians lose.
Hey, bad luck, boys.
No worries.
We have a race. The first reserve day at the end of the Louis Vuitton Cup Round Robin Series. Coming on port will be Orient Express Racing. Coming on starboard will be INEOS Britannia. 2 minutes and 10 for port, 2 minutes for starboard. I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit giddy.
S'il va par le drive, on le gaz.
15 secondes.
Ouais, copie.
Ouais, je vais entrer. Allez, stand by up.
Dernier late.
C'est pas mal, tu peux l'amener vraiment proche de nous.
D'accord.
Orient Express Racing pretty much on target. You see the green light go up on the bar. They're good to go. INEOS Britannia, what's their time on distance like? They got the green light as well. So we are on.
French having to just keep clear of the British here. I think the British deciding that they weren't close enough to enforce a foul. Both boats, as we know, having to stay on the foils in this light out.
Still very light at the bottom part of this track. There's only 7 knots, more up at the top. So still very much in the danger zone of touching down.
Tu préfères
Look at the heart rates here. And the wattage, and in the pre-start, this is where the cyclists have to work super hard and keep the boats on the foils here. Big gear changes with the sails in this light.
30 for the pin at the moment, a lot to kill. You go past here, right? Okay, yeah.
Both boats on their J1s and big mainsails, so opting for max power in this light air.
INEOS Britannia attacking round to follow them.
A lot of time to kill here for the French, so the British needing to stay on the foils. The wattage being put out there by the French team. A lot of movement here of the sails needed to keep the boat on the foils, so
France very early.
On a du B10 60 mètres dans notre faveur.
Allez, ça part de là.
Parti full speed.
It should be a gradual up.
What you say?
Like a round up.
Here we go.
We have got a race started, race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Today, how much fight have the French got? How much defence have Britannia got?
A lovely clean start, but a lot of gauge for the British team.
The British well over speed there, coming in with a big run-up, so they've converted that extra speed into height and forward, so slight advantage to the British at the moment, and we'll be looking to make the French's life difficult out of this next manoeuvre.
Nice
tack on Orient Express Racing, and they will remain air forward there, although a slight advantage to the British.
Nice, that's good. Happy a couple of wind whistles. Let me know when you want the MJ. From now, down the slope. Yeah.
Je pense que le capteur est mort.
Ok. Oui, personne ne continue.
Orient Express in the dirt from INEOS Britannia, trying to go fast, limit the damage.
Kevin Pepinay on the wheel, on the port side of the yacht at the moment. As we have a look at the British boat, Dylan Fletcher on the wheel for the British.
Garde devant nous à gauche.
Let's go to chase zero with Peter Lester. Tight start. British look strong.
Yeah, advantage to INEOS off the line. They came in with more pace and managed to just convert that to windward gauge immediately after the start. And INEOS are just carrying on from their big improvement through the Louis Vuitton Cup round robin stage. For Orient, they just have to get into their work now. You can see they're nudging into a bit more pressure as they come across the left-hand boundary.
The pressure is strong on the left-hand side of the top. INEOS Britannia protecting that, staying to the left of the French.
Breeze just showing that it's slowly increasing across the race course at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's good pressure out that side. Yep.
Thank you, final turn.
Okay, we've got 10 to lay line. Okay, stand by here. Yep. 2, 1. Forward down.
3, 2, 1, mate.
Turning. Okay, mine. 2, 1, going forward. Happy left hand.
Either way. 15 away. Happy to women.
We are almost at the top gate for the first time in this 6-leg race. Race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. The lead currently being held by the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia. The French, we know,
coming with at the moment.
Do not go away. We're in this position, but they're going to have to do a lot more if they want to survive another day. That's how big today is.
20. 30.
And they will have to take the opposite mark at the top.
They keep the boat rumbling here for Orient Express Racing. Every manoeuvre costing a little bit of distance and time, so we'll lock the boat in here and sail fast to keep putting pressure on the English. Still quite a few puffs and lulls there, Shirley, across the course, so these only early days of filling in, so both teams having to watch out carefully for big holes on the course and making sure they manoeuvre in pressure.
Let's go into chase zero. Pete, they're heading towards that sort of that middle part of the course. What are you thinking about what Orient Express needs to do?
Well, they they just need to complete their manoeuvres. For me, looking down the course now, the right-hand side, as this sea breeze builds, it builds from the sea side. Later in the day, it will go back in favour coming up over the city side, over on the right. But INEOS have extended here. They went round, they got into that pressure breeze, and they've jumped out, and looks like they've increased their lead by probably as much as 8 openings.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 180.
Il continue, on dirait qu'il va en one and in.
C'est pas possible ici, match, désolé.
Il y va maintenant. Je pense qu'il faut y aller par là. Attends le one and in, two and in, pardon.
In a massive game for INEOS Britannia. In more pressure, better VMG.
Sailed a nice downwind there, Shirley, and breeze slowly building there, and get some heart rates there. Neil Hunter, Matt Rossiter on the port side, Matt Gottrell, Ben Cornish on the starboard side, working hard to Keep providing the sail trimmers the oil they require to trim accurately.
Options of this fluid. 10 to ley line. Okay, 10 seconds on the box, but...
pretty flaky, isn't it? Looks like coming into light stuff.
It's so good to hear the comms between Ben Ainsley and Dylan Fletcher. And as we've watched this series progress, it's more and more confident. We can hear the trust between them growing with every outing.
Kate is slightly biased left. Mate into a lull, I think, at the mark. Yeah, shift is slightly right, isn't it?
INEOS Britannia coming into the bottom mark for the first time. And they have put on a huge showing on this first downward leg. And that gap is quite significant now with 2 to go. But I'm sure the conversation, Glenn Ashby, we saw them very good in stronger weather. Now they're showing in lighter air. They are just as quick.
INEOS Britannia sailing a really clinical, clean race. Some lovely manoeuvres there. Nice round up straight into attack there. So using that extra speed from the downwind to help them spin the boat round and stay on the foils. And French working hard now to try and stay in touch and keep a little pressure on.
Sûrement être gêné vu comment on est axé par rapport à lui.
INEOS Britannia coming in to complete leg number 2. And if you look at the bottom left of your screen, you'll see what we call the delta, the gap they are trailing. It's a 47-second gap as INEOS Britannia quite simply rips upwind on leg 3.
Ah oui, le 2.
There you go, if we're letting it pop on that. Up to the 2. Brisé dans le 3.
Sur du droit.
Allez, on continue, c'est long les gros. Prochain risé, il est un peu plus devant.
Let's go on the chase boat of INEOS Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Rob, we've just been talking about how this boat goes in different conditions. The other day she was ripping in strong conditions, not so strong today, but man, you have found that go fast button.
Yeah, like I think that's testimony for the whole team on the performance side and the shore side. They've been all working really hard just to eke out every bit of performance. So it's all those little bits that do add up. So yeah, pleased how she's going.
Honestly, how much more have you got in the tank when you get to the pointy end of this competition?
Hopefully it's not over yet in terms of pushing forward. But all the teams are of the same mindset. So yeah, just keep pushing.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
8, turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward. Happy for flat if you want in. Windward, pretty light here, yeah. Windward is good. A little righty bend might come left as we get over the side. Okay, good pressure in 5 here. 190
still these manoeuvres very important to pull off.
Nice pressure here.
To make sure your bottom speed is 2 or 3 knots above the 20 knot sort of cut-off limit. Anything less than 20 knots of boat speed as bottom speed is marginal to keep the boat on the foils. So for the viewers, they're the bottom speed numbers you're needing to look at to stay above.
Right here, 190.
Je pense qu'il faut y aller par là.
Let's head out into the water with Peter Lester. Peter, can you see anywhere on the course where Orient Express Racing might be able to get up?
I don't see too many passing lanes with the pattern, the wind, what the wind's doing. There's a bit of breeze at the top of the course, and that means the leading boat will probably extend between now and going around the mark and then punching on the downwind leg. We are starting to hear the trend of the direction going back to the right, but the pressure is in the left, so we're still in that building sea breeze phase.
INEOS Britannia are about to complete the halfway stage of race 28 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series here in Barcelona after a horrible day weather-wise yesterday, which saw all racing cancelled. Barcelona has turned on a gem of a day today.
Very light breeze here as we watch INEOS Britannia come up. You can see the bow down This is going to be a marginal manoeuvre for the British here, and they have to pull it off to get through the gate, so stand by.
5, 4 down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning, 5. Dig down if you can. 1, going board. 21s. Carry on. Okay, quite light.
They're right on the edge here, the British. Can they dig it out?
Okay, speed starting to come. Our trap here. My trap.
INEOS Britannia would appear to have pulled off a very tight manoeuvre in light wind. You can see above them.
Slowly washing down.
They get around. They've completed the halfway stage of race 28. British fans just slowly holding their breath, and away goes Britannia.
Yeah, let's just, we've got to keep going.
Really marginal manoeuvre there, executed really well there by the British.
Pressure looks okay.
A lot of pressure now on the French to execute their final manoeuvre to the top as well. It's definitely not over though. We have seen boats coming off the foils previously, and we see how quickly
10 seconds.
the lead can be gobbled up.
Here, 2, 1, 4 down. 1, 8. Good idea. That's right. Well, big one. Alright. Main board. Stay with it.
French going way past the boundary there to keep the boat on the foils. Big rebuild here, powering up the sails. Minority Express Racing, very light at the top end of the course here, so still a lot of racing to go here. The French now having to go up. They'll actually carry on straight, and they will take the right turn, the left mark looking at the screen.
Orient Express Racing, excruciating to watch, but they have kept the boats up, and they will complete 50% of the course. And take a look where the opposition is. Still many stories to be told in the next 3 legs.
Orient Express is at a 2 wind speed of 6 knots. Britannia 5. Look at INEOS Britannia. It is mowing the lawn back and forward across the course, not really making progress to the bottom gate.
They are right shift coming down.
Just watching the last attack here of Orient Express Racing, and little touchdown there, really marginal conditions, but the flight controllers, they're doing a great job just to pop the boat back up and reduce the wetted surface area of the hull.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 185 and shortening the leg to 1.2 nautical miles.
Wow, that wind really has dropped off. That's why we're talking about these boats now using as much of the course as possible to stay up. I tell you what, if you're British or you're a French fan, you go, okay, settle in, because there's butterflies fluttering, and lots of them.
Ledge eyes up from our line. Yeah, got them. Bottom right of the course looks okay for, as in, we go left, we go one and in left, it looks okay. Good pressure here.
Come heads on INEOS Britannia.
Little building 5.
Really important in these conditions to look a long way down the course and a long way out to the side to what the breeze is actually doing. So you see Dylan Fletcher there jumping up out of his seat, having a look around. Really important to get that elevated view if you can, to look at what you're likely to sail into in the future.
Anytime. Okay, stand by.
Of course, they're going so fast that they're sailing into breeze. It's not coming from behind. Looking ahead.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
Britannia having a moment.
It's calling left-hand gate bias. Yeah, with that, at the moment we're in big right here. I'm not sure it's gonna be that far right when we get there. Yep. Keep a little bit in the bag here. You're happy with the pressure on this right-hand side looking upwind, and we just go straight, eh? Yeah, what do you think, Lee? I haven't been looking back, but yeah, the breeze. It's a little light this corner.
Britannia about to complete the 4th leg of 6 in this do or die day for Orient Express Racing. They've been very strong today. INEOS Britannia sailed this mighty boat beautifully.
2, I can hit. Fine. Forward down. 3, 2, 1. Made. Turning. 9, 2, 1. Going forward. Hang up. Get the main here.
One more manoeuvre for the French team here to get through the gate. So INEOS Britannia are staying above the minimum foiling speed there on that last tack. So French needing to pull off a nice clean job here and get through the gate and keep the race as close as possible.
Orient Express Racing.
Great job
into that Orient Express Racing gates. Glenn's happy, so will the team. They're still up on the falls, and winds that are lightning in a shortened course because of that. Oh, that's close. That's close. And away they go again.
Right on the edge here of keeping the boat on the foils here, both teams. So
let's go on the chase boat for Orient Express Racing coach Thierry, who joins us right now. Probably another awkward moment to join you, but there's still a lot of racing to go. How are you feeling at the moment?
But we are not in a good position, but we still have one up and down. It's very patchy, and one mistake and you are falling out of the foil. So we have just need to keep pushing to have a smaller gap and to be able to jump if there is doing a mistake, but there is not so much to do right now.
Thierry, it's been a huge 24 hours. How proud are you of this whole team getting, as you say, your baby back onto the water?
Yeah, we fight hard to be on the water today, but we need this point. So let's cross finger if something happens before the end.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thanks.
On n'a pas encore le Bonin, on n'est pas matché, on n'est pas gazé.
With both boats being able to stay on the foils in that manoeuvre, and starboard helmsman there, Quentin Delapierre, taking over from Kevin Pepinay. Jason Saunders on flying duties with Mathieu Van Dam.
Je pense qu'on peut y retourner là dans le cinq si tu veux.
Orient Express Racing, just if you are joining us and you haven't been following the story, this could be it for them today. They have to win this race. They need to beat INEOS Britannia to at least stay alive for a potential sail-off with Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and then they'll have to sit and watch what Alinghi Red Bull Racing do. Oh, no, it's not what they were wanting. Got to get back up on those foils. They were making gains on the upward leg until that tack.
Just back on the foils there, Orient Express Racing. Really, one of their only options from here is a mistake by INEOS Britannia.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the leg to 1 nautical mile.
Wow, how about that? INEOS Britannia about to complete leg number 5. And they are about to consign, Orient Express Racing to packing up and heading home and saying au revoir to the America's Cup in 2024.
All the way. Diving 2. Right tap. 1. Right down. 3, 2, 1. Mate. Turning. All the way.
Plutôt à l'envers sur le début du portant.
On va chauffer le gaz, Jazz.
Allez. Dernier portant. Nice.
Passé. Regarde un petit peu de loin. Au milieu, c'est vraiment des mots. C'est vraiment bon, faudra choisir un côté.
Orient Express Racing will now complete the 5th leg of 6 in race 28 of the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series. Is this the last time for good that they round the top gate in Barcelona?
Really nice rounding there by Orient Express Racing, sailing the boat well.
We're just on the edge of pressure here.
Okay. Still a few big wobbly patches of breeze down the course, so the British having to execute their next manoeuvre really well. Otherwise the French will be right there.
Massive credit to the French short team that the boat is performing so well in these conditions. They did a nosedive. They went from doing 29 knots to 1.
It looks pretty much that INEOS Britannia have done a job on the French today in race 28. The most impressive thing we have seen is that the official challenger of record in the last 3 or 4 days have found how to handle Britannia, and in different conditions. We talked about them flourishing in heavy conditions. They've done super well today in much, much lighter conditions. And yes, the fleet will be taking a close look going, okie dokie.
Super impressive.
Game on, and as they cross the finish line, they are now level with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on 6 wins, which puts all the pressure back on the Italians for the next race. But there they go. INEOS Britannia, it's win number 6, and the game is on again.
Nice work.
So a beautiful race there. INEOS Britannia, really clean execution of their manoeuvres in really, really light air. So a great effort.
Settle off the course here.
Surely, as we wait for Orient Express Racing to come back, that's another impressive day for INEOS Britannia.
Yeah, they weren't really pushed. I mean, they had a great start, but they're really getting more and more clinical and cleaner, and the weaknesses that we saw early on in the series have gone.
And here come Orient Express Racing. We've said it before, their development profile was vertical, but it is not to be. And Orient Express Racing will depart Barcelona, and they will be at the bottom of the table, which means Alinghi Red Bull Racing survive and complete the 4. But they must be applauded for the effort, the passion, the joie de vivre they have shown. But all we can say is thank you, Orient Express Racing. Okay, now let the tension build. It will be INEOS Britannia coming in at port, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Luna Rossa coming in on starboard at 2 minutes. The sail-off is a good-to-go event, and we cannot wait for this one. We did suggest it was going to be a hell of a day, and it's turned into be one.
Currently 8-9 knots in the start box, so plenty of breeze for an aggressive, action-packed restart.
I'm on the edge, okay? So you can kill a bit is better.
Here comes INEOS Britannia, wait for the green light. And they are good to enter the start box. 7 seconds and counting for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to get the green light. And they get the green light a tiny bit late, and it is on.
All the jibe then. Good pump on here.
Around the mark. 1 empty to go.
Coming down.
They drive now? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Okay, circle here, I think.
Have up a little. Power out of this, boys.
Going board.
A little bit of dirty air for Luna Rossa to sail through here soon.
Nicholas Brezzi up there, wow, nearly 1,000 watts.
Make sure he doesn't jump us.
That's a good push. Cycles there. Pre-start in these conditions. Most amount of work the cycles will do.
Okay, you're real then. Doing a minute 5. Line is even.
Brady's gone.
Quite high in the box at the moment.
60 seconds to go for the sail-off to get underway.
They're very early. I think I will go behind us. You have to press there.
Lunarossa Paraparelli taking a really early exit there, so a lot of time to kill for Lunarossa Paraparelli. Be interested to see if they soak here.
Killing 10. Big down coming. Coming deep and feeling. They're going left. Killing 9. Decent jet. Got it. Killing 8. Less speed build here.
Big speed build coming for the British here.
21.
Lunarossa is slow.
Killing 6.
Just above foiling speed there, Lunarossa.
Line 9.
Killing 4.
Big push, boys. Flex.
Here we go, boys. 13. Killing 3. Nice there.
10 seconds to go to race start.
Mate's gone on both sides. 6.
1.
Here we go, all the way.
Going. Here we go. Nice. Go.
The sail-off is a go. Lunarossa Paraparelli and INEOS Britannia. Who wants top spot?
Yep, trying to get the boat up.
Got a slight gain to INEOS Britannia there, just slightly over speed and actually winding the boat up onto the breeze just a little before Lunarossa Paraparelli, so early gains to INEOS Britannia.
Thinking here. I think we'll just hit them right. We've got. Okay, stand by here. Yep. 2, 1. Forward down. Forward down. 2, 1. Mate. I will. 2, 1.
Britannia in a great position there to hit them and hurt them all the way across to that other boundary.
Nice here, normal build.
Lunarossa too slow now to immediately tack back, exiting that tack, so they have to build speed to keep the boat on the foil.
Liking the ride at the moment. Yep. Taking mainland.
Fast mode INEOS Britannia, so they'll be trying to put the bow down and match their moves across the left-hand side of the course and shut them down.
Going to chase zero with Peter Lesnar. Peter, Britannia seems to be getting better and better.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, it was almost a replay of the start earlier in the day, and that was a ripper. Breeze is up a little bit, and it looks pretty even over the course as they come up to, coming up to halfway. So both teams will be starting to think about how do they set themselves up for this top mark rounding, because top mark rounding and exit could be a real pinch point in this one.
Final mate. What do you think about the run here, the top gate? I like the right. Yeah, okay, we can get one and in, but how does top left look? It looks okay, but I like the right pressure. Yeah, okay, they continue.
Hill and Fletcher asking the questions about the next leg.
Right-hand shift there, which has suited INEOS Britannia. So both boats sort of getting turned to the right, the inside boat taking the slightly shorter course, so gains to the British.
Hit them here, down by here. Nice stack on the mate. Forward down, forward down. 2, 1, mate. I
don't think he can lay from there. So we go one more.
They've got a little bit of time this way.
We can go straight for one in here, maybe? Follow him left or?
Yeah, it's showing 30 left at the moment.
Pretty square at the top.
Top right looks alright though, but I think desk damage controls probably follow him here, eh? No.
That was the voice of Jimmy Spittle. Happy just to sit in the dirt for a bit, limit the damage limitation.
Okay, we go just after him.
So we keep the speed here.
Stand by, guys. Go in 3.
INEOS Britannia, official challenger record. Heading to the top gate for the first time, and we'll call it race 31. It's the sail off the top spot at the end of the round robin series. And a lot to play for. They will lead Lunarossa Paraparelli around. They will take the right markers that you set and left for them on Britannia.
Very nice mark rounding there by the British.
And in comes Lunarossa Paraparelli playing follow the leader.
Come on, here we go. And powering.
He's going early. I think we have to go. We cannot go after him, so
let's try and get
I have to go here.
And 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 185 and lengthening the course to 1.4 nautical miles.
Little light on this downwind at the moment.
Yeah. -2.
Much to leeward there.
Hey boys, we're just going to keep
gate's pretty square.
back into this.
How's the pressure look on this right side upwind? Yeah, it looks good. Just in a bit of a hole here. Here we go. Nice.
So the British team there
Good work on them right
already
now.
talking about what they'll be sailing into on the next beat.
Good
So
let down. I guess if they jibe, we keep going, probably. Yeah.
like a game of chess,
Happy with
planning
that?
3
Yeah,
or
I think
4
so.
moves ahead of where they are currently.
45 this way. Looks like some quite decent pressure on the boundary. Is that right, Lee? Or?
British team look like they've got a click more pace on this downwind leg.
A light patch to get through it. Yeah. Very nice. Come back. This is the light spot. Come back left a touch. Yeah. Don't get too slow.
No more windward than this.
It's going to chase 0. Peter Lester. Hard not to admire what Ben Ainsley and the team on Britannia are doing right now.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. We're right behind them, tracking them. INEOS is just sailing a little bit hotter, sailing slightly closer to the wing, and she's extended, but the gauge has reduced, and that's meant it's set up for that jibe where Luna Rossa were able to gauge back down, take some separation, and now they'll put themselves in quite a strong position tactically in terms of airflow.
Still building a touchdown.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, that gauge that Peter was just talking about there is the distance sort of basically to windward of the other boat. So bearing is sort of the forward or the aft, and the gauge is the sideways distance. So both teams threading the eye of the needle for best performance.
Little build here, guys.
They're going to follow. Give it a slight softer patch here. Nice.
INEOS Britannia coming down to the bottom gate to complete leg number 2 of 6. And if you're talking about body language of a boat, INEOS looks in control. Just a look about that boat right now we've seen in the last few days that suggests they're finding that window and finding it faster. Their development of Britannia is really going forward quickly.
They continue at the moment. Yeah, game, mate. A little bit of leeward here.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Remember, they were the official challenger in the last time out of the America's Cup, AC36 Auckland. They go around, fire it around, and see what's in front of them. A real chase.
Very good pressure here.
-2.
Anything for 4 after. Good pressure coming down that right-hand side of the course. You can see it there on the water. The Italians now having to tack before the British just to sail across to the left-hand side of the course with clean air. Very, very important to have that air coming on the sails clean, and their only option to tack earlier there than the British to keep the airflow on those sails fresh.
Approach right here. Up.
I've gone in -2 here. Like going softer and then another bit of pressure in 20. Yeah, see what that does. Okay. They tack. I think we've got to tack the rider. Yeah, I think, we might, whether we want to hit them on the way back. Nice righties here, but we're going to get to intersection shortly. A new pressure line in 5. I think we tack when they tack.
Dylan Fletcher, the port helm.
Could take it if you want. Hill slow. Over them.
British there sailing a little more pressure.
Trying to get it.
They've been talking about.
Let's go. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, made. I will. 2, 5, get board. Nice pressure on it. Big wheel hands, give it a nudge. Down. Yeah, got it. Nice. What are we doing? Here we go, 25. 8. Okay, couple windward dill. Okay. Try and get some grip. It's down slow. Picking, mate.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli not going away in this race. They're not
nice lefty here, so then we just
disappearing. They're definitely hanging in there, so
still
a bit of work to do. And the British well and truly in control, but not a whole lot in it here.
Just bear with me. Nice. There's a quite good reload in 5. If they go, we take it with them.
Team New Zealand left early. Look.
On the bow in 10.
Those boys there, Stephen, eagerly watching what's going on here, because potentially could one of these teams be the challenger for the America's Cup.
Good old-fashioned spying, sitting on the water. Why not?
Don't think they'll have the chili bin out quite yet, but definitely be enjoying this battle unfolding.
It's a good one too.
Little pressure inside here coming on us at 5.
The British are more confident with their boat.
What do we think about top of the course here?
They really, you know, they can do, but also execution has been impressive from the get-go.
15 seconds to a lay line.
They had a plan at that pre-start, and they executed it beautifully, and have been in control ever since.
It's been really noticeable, and we've seen it a number of times today and yesterday, about they seem to have suddenly gone, the switch has gone on, they've gone, we know now where this boat sits in each condition. Now we'll take it and show everybody how quick and how all that resource has gone into it. You know, AMG Petronas Mercedes, that it's actually a really quick boat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, but it's not the whole story. They've just got slicker at racing it, they trust each other. The starts, they're textbook, they're executed beautifully.
Yep, they are on fire, you might say. The team of INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, they will hit that top gate for the 3rd time. And that'll be the halfway mark in this sail-off in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Advantage INEOS Britannia as they head downwind for the 4th time, or leg 4.
I think some of the biggest gains, Stephen and Shirley, have actually been just in the sailability of the boat. They're just confident and they're sailing the boat well, and that's often the biggest gains, is just learning how to use your equipment.
Nice. Good right here. Going left mark. Okay,
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli at the gate. They'll take the right-hand mark, as you said, left for them, and they are on that downwind 4th leg.
Aaron?
Trying to find something to go back along the shore.
Not great here.
No, we have to go early, unfortunately, anytime.
Still really patchy there on the water.
Fine, styling this down. Grabs up.
Time to hit on the chase boat for INEOS Britannia. Talk to Coach Rob Wilson. Robert, I would suggest right now there's a rather large smile on your face, because it would appear the confidence in sailing Britannia is going through the roof, and not just today, but maybe this last week.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're pleased. I think, yeah, the boys are sailing well, so it's really nice to see. And it was good to do that in a bit of breeze yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and the lighter winds today. You know, there's still a lot to play for. It's super light. And, you know, that first race we had, it was really on edge. So, you know, let's hope this breeze stays in a little bit more.
Where do you think the biggest gains have come from in the last week?
I can't tell you that. Top secret.
Okay, I'll let you sit. I'll let you sit back on that white picket fence, mate.
Thank you.
One leg either side, Robbie. That'll be no good for you. Great job by the team, sailing the boat beautifully here, and I'll be hoping the breeze stays in for the rest of this race to get the job done.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Against the all-powerful Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so a lot to play for here.
But if this gap remains, this is actually quite a humbling loss to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Remembering too, they got beaten by American Magic, and they got pretty well beaten too. So maybe there's a, I don't know, a little bit of a shake going on with the Italian camp, and he's going, okay, well, you know, remember we were going, they're the team to beat, they're the team to beat, they're the team to beat. We've seen improvement along the board from the likes of INEOS Britannia, Lingy Red Bull Racing, American Magic, and the team we're talking about has sort of softened up somewhat.
Just getting more even, but struggling to get there at the moment. Yeah, it could be a joke. Potentially go left. Off patch here.
INEOS Britannia are steaming into the bottom gate for the second to last time. They will complete leg number 4 and head up for leg number 5, the last upward leg.
All the way.
Still high pressure manoeuvres on here to keep executing well, and very difficult for the trailing boat to break clear in these conditions. A lot of dirty air coming off the back of the INEOS Britannia rig there, making it very difficult for Luna-Rossa Prada Pirelli to get some clear air in their air intakes. And very turbulent breeze for them. Not many options for Luna-Rossa Prada Pirelli, hoping for a mistake by the British here to get back in the game.
It's an intimidating looking bow shot, isn't it? Muscular. It's a big bow.
Bit pressure here.
Luna-Rossa Prada Pirelli trailing by 49 seconds on INEOS Britannia.
I think we got straight for now.
Yeah.
Still coming.
I got 30 seconds.
Let's go on board the chase bot for Luna-Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's a good afternoon to Philippe Pressy. Philippe, are you happy you had to have the sail off?
Good mode.
Well, it was quite disappointing to have this failure before the start of the previous race. But yeah, we took the challenge, and unfortunately we didn't have a great start. And from there on, we're struggling to get good lanes. So yeah, well, it is like it is. We're obviously not super happy about the outcome of the day.
Philippe, what will you take from this round robin? Because at one point we were saying you are the team to beat, you are the team to beat, but it seems you've softened off a little bit. What will you learn from this round robin?
Every races are hard to pull. So, you know, if you were quite unlucky with the breakdown on the race before, that's one design system. So we kind of support the issue. And then second race, if you miss the start with a bad start, you can't come back. It's just a easy. It's not a fast yacht race. It's really a sailor pre-start plus good shift race. The way I see it.
Okay, thank you for your time, Philippe, as always.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Philippe explaining just the importance there of the start, and if you're just a little bit behind at the start, like in a lot of motor racing or in sailing as well, you have a bad start, definitely puts you off on the back foot, and obviously a shame there with a breakdown in the previous race. Unsure of what the issue was there, but not many options now for the Italian team to get back into this race.
2, 1, go board.
I'm sure we'll review the start at some point, but it's so powerful. We've seen it time and time again. To be fast and to windward.
So we're just having a look at those LED lights there for Ben Cornish.
It's all good for taking that right turn at the top.
Love to know what they're doing. He's definitely not playing a computer game. He's helping very much sail the boat. And some fantastic onboard shots there of the aero developments that the team have done. The aero side of things being a huge part of these AC75s, making a big difference as they do in Formula One. It's all the sum of the parts added up that make the difference in the end.
He's having a look around, Ben Cornish. He'll be in trouble for that.
About 12 on exit. Stand by. On the move.
Yeah, I'll bear away, boys.
2, 1, made. I will. 2, 1, stand board. Nice hand, lads. Hold it here.
INEOS Britannia about to complete the 5th leg of 6 in this sail-off for top spot in the round-robin section of the Vuitton Cup. It's a huge bonus as they round the mark and head down on leg number 6 and head for home, and an advantage going into the semi-finals.
My wheel. Yeah, okay, let's have it. Your wheel. Fine. Go, Trav. Fine. Yep. Brilliant, lads. In it, lads. Nice work. Just get that. Good work.
Big push there. Healy, McMillan, Pinnett lads.
Slightly left. I
only
reckon
means one thing if you're a cyclor.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli was 49 seconds at the bottom mark.
3, 2,
so a little bit less than that at the last gate, 37 seconds. So good upwind leg, but is it enough? Can they mow down INEOS Britannia? You'd have to suggest with the form Britannia are showing, maybe it's a no.
Inside the jib.
So the next
good moment here, 190.
manoeuvre, very, very critical for the British. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli obviously needing to pull this one off nicely as well, but the British just need to be conservative, sail the boat well here. They will be in the top spot.
Let's go on to the chase boat 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, let's ask this question as we see INEOS Britannia looking in control. Remember, it's the America's Cup and anything can happen. If you were INEOS Britannia, who would you be choosing as semi-final opponent?
That's not my decision, Stephen. I'm sure they'll have all those scenarios mapped out. Well, I guess you'd choose a Lingy, but you know, who knows? Look, we'll see how that plays out. But what's going through my mind right now is, you know, the role that Dylan Fletcher's playing here. You know, a 49er gold medalist from, you know, and I just think those 49er sailors, given their understanding of apparent wind and how that interacts with the boat, I just think they are the benchmark sailors in terms of, you look at the helming technique and how detailed they are, how accurate they are. I think he deserves a big rap.
Yeah, thanks for not answering the question. Would you like another go?
No, not particularly. Toss it to Glenn. He'll have an opinion.
Certainly, these boats are high-performance machines, and I think every member of the sailing teams of all these teams have done plenty of high-performance yachting in their careers, and a lot of them making a transition, as is the helm of INEOS Britannia, Ben Ainsley, certainly not sailing high-performance fin, but transitioning beautifully into high-performance sailing, so a lot of experience right across the board.
What a way to finish the round-robin series. A sail-off, and it will be advantage INEOS Britannia. They will beat up Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and get to choose who they sail in the semi-final. They'll get to choose entry and win their race 1 or 2. Big day out for Britannia.
You! Hold the board there. 81.
They were quietly going about their business all through this, just inching their way forward, and when it matters the most, they have put the hammer down and said, we're the official challenger of record, we want to be in the match come October 12 against Emirates Team New Zealand. But you know, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have got plenty in the tank. This one will hurt the Italians.
One and turning right, boys. Bad luck, boys.
No worries.
All good.
With both teams looking on time for their entries.
Changing it now. Good timing. No lower, good. And you clear.
Red Bull Racing get the green light. They are good to go into the start box, waiting now for INEOS Britannia at the 2-minute mark. Tiny bit behind, but Timetus is pretty much spot on. They get the green light as well. So here we go, second race of the day, the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals.
Circle.
Slow increase in breeze, so should see some slight increase in performance and speeds.
Down slightly here to it.
Stop now, going all the way down, no rush.
Quite tight, 115 pin.
132. One was going down. And made plus 8.
So stay high.
Red Bull Racing opting to circle, certainly increasing the gap there to INEOS Britannia. So Red Bull Racing now having the option to either jump and lead back or to follow and push.
They look early. I think they are too early.
They're staying low. They're below committee line.
Happy to.
Plenty of time. Happy to extend behind them.
12 for the pin. They're already low in the box, guys.
All over, we're below committee.
I think you're happy to let them go.
Board up in the high road. 2, 1, going board, go mate. 23s, killing 12, 22s.
Happy to go here.
Make height when we can. 22s, 21s here at the moment.
3 on the exit.
It's that final approach for INEOS Britannia. They're just losing a little bit of speed there.
Happy to do our start pump. 1,
A lot of time to kill there for the British. You see the time to kill graphic on the mastheads of both boats, so almost showing the Swiss there a fraction late. So really big push now for the Swiss team to accelerate the boat. They will come in over speed compared to the British.
Inside the last 10 seconds, this is the second race of the day in the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. Top qualifier on your left, INEOS Britannia facing up against Ling Red Bull Racing, and we are good to go off the coast of Barcelona.
They're going to hit us on the way back.
Big gain to Ling Red Bull Racing there. Both boats actually late for the start, so possible lull in breeze. Both boats late there. Expect Ling Red Bull Racing to hit the British in the first attack of the race.
Beautiful start by the Swiss, and now with that wide, that gapping off the opposition, it's so strong, isn't it?
Any light area?
There you go. To leeward, pushing to leeward. Happy to hit
It would be a replay of the opening race, just move for move. Let's go on board Chase 0 with Peter Lester. What did you make of it, Pete?
Well, with both boats being late, it sort of evened the course up, and that gave the advantage to Ling Red Bull Racing. I was a little bit surprised that the INEOS didn't push harder for the line because the line was open for them. Now we've got another classic race, and who has the speed? Who's faster? Both boats heading over towards the city side or over to the right, and that the wind over the course looks a little bit more even than it did for the first match.
Hey, this is going right. Anytime you feel like a good time.
Sing any time from now when you feel a better.
Stand by here. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. Hey, mind. 2, 1, going. Whip. Okay, focus on
INEOS Britannia doing a really nice job to actually keep their air clean all the way across on that previous tack. So doing the best job they can do to keep it tight and actually keep now a little bit of pressure on Ling Red Bull Racing to stay clear to windward there. So very tight race.
Feels like they might struggle to get to boundary. Got pressure coming down to us in 10 here. Could be lefty.
INEOS Britannia actually closing that gap. They did so well positioning.
They've kept their air intake clean the whole way across here, so absolutely doing the best possible job they can after that late start.
Put down. 2, 1, move. Okay, slow here. 2, 1, go board. Here we go. Okay, press. 4 for now. 2, 1.
Nice pressure
coming on.
Pressure now.
So what Red Bull Racing need to do now, they actually need to hurt them on the next tack. So they haven't really put them in the dirty air as yet. They will need to line them up on this next one to take an advantage.
With this, lock it in. When do you want to get out of here, man? 20-second moment pressure-wise? Yeah, okay.
Happy to open the chip. Yeah, we have 20 seconds on port for the ley line.
Probably got to go. Let's think about going here. Yeah, stand by. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 1, 2, 1, going forward. A little softer here.
Rebel Racing pushing all the way to ley line here. They'll have to be careful of the boundary.
Then right back.
Pressure top right maybe for the run, but also top left looks good.
Very nice.
Talk to you about here.
So Alinghi Rebel Racing attacking there on what they think is potentially the ley line there for the top of the course. So hoping they can get a little lift there, a little right-hand breeze, accelerate the boat up to speed and save themselves one manoeuvre versus INEOS.
15 seconds on the box. Be close with them at the top.
Let's take a rest now. Yeah, most of it. Nice though, good speed.
Big righty.
2, 1, slow down.
For the second consecutive race, another fascinating first upwind leg, but at this point in time, it's advantage Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but not by much. They will lead the Challenger of Record at the top gate. Leg one's done, 5 to go. It's a long way. And then goes INEOS Britannia. Nothing in the second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals.
Hold it.
Oh yes, you love that early excitement. Just remember, 5 legs to go. Remember American Magic in race 1.
Off the course at the moment, we're getting in front of it. Going to get light in a minute. Okay, working up.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.45 nautical miles.
Okay, getting closer, stand by.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they're possibly jibing back a little earlier than I would have thought they would have backed through the gas and dirty air there. So big gains there to INEOS Britannia, all getting quite high there and heeled. So that rudder only just in the water there for the British. So they're the right-of-way boat now. Alinghi Red Bull Racing having to give way. And a high-pressure jibe here for Alinghi.
No problem, lads. Nice work. Nice, lads. Lock it again. Should be along this way now, Sean. Little increase in 3.
INEOS Britannia just blowing through to lead there. So a lead change
Eyes on them
in this race.
Only one side.
That's an EQ there. Yeah, faster, similar angle at the minute.
We've seen INEOS Britannia really quite quick in these conditions on the downwind lags.
Come back down, big lefty.
Where is the breeze? Just
A nice gauge there last
really nice puff out that left-hand side looking downwind. INEOS Britannia and beautiful jibe. You saw how quickly the boat hooked up out of it, which meant there was a good shift as well as pressure. So definitely picked the right way to go there.
I will. 2, 1, going board.
Nice, lads. Lock it in again.
Let's go on board Chase Zero. Peter Lester. Didn't take long for INEOS Britannia to find its nose in front.
Well, we just know from all the other racing that INEOS are really fast on the downwind leg. Also, the left-hand side of the downwinds has been favoured. Seems like a little bit more pressure, especially on the downwind on the left.
Perfect example of how quick they are. INEOS Britannia downwind. Stomping the foot on the accelerator.
Lined up a couple of beautiful shifts and puffs down there, Shirley, and really done some damage against Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. And I think mostly shift and puff related. They're obviously going well performance-wise as well, but really lining up some nice ones there.
Fine. Hit it. 1, going board. Okay, a little increase coming in 10. Slower hit. Locking her in here, let the speed come.
Pressure looks okay out of this right turn at the moment. How does it look the other way? I think it's light. I think we take the right turn.
Could be right in 15.
And assessments, we can always cover.
Yep. Happy here for now, lads. This is good. It's going soft to patch in 5. Going light at the mark. Just
major speed on the first downward leg for INEOS Britannia.
Here for now. 5 away.
They really have made a statement to Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
2, 1.
One little wobble and we will get you. And we will get you good. They've really opened up a big gap. In comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Led at the top gate, not at the bottom. Completing leg number 2. The second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals.
Keep pushing.
Nice rounding by both teams there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing having to sort of do the quite soaky, slow two-board turn, so speed advantage there to the British, taking the right turn, looking downwind, and British now just looking to put the clamps on this race and not give Alinghi Red Bull Racing too much breathing room from here.
Pressure coming in 2. 19 out.
Watching the immersion there, Blends just
all good.
Like good pressure on the bow, yeah. Still left as well.
He tags. Having to switch the other side of him. I think, how's it look at the top left though?
Looks okay, just looks really good on the bow here, doesn't it?
Yeah. And nice.
Further away on the left.
Nice shift too, eh? So,
yeah.
No breather.
Not far from boundary.
Going level in this path.
Okay.
Down, Rebo, you're good.
Forward down. 3, 2, 1, 8.
Not sure what to do here.
Onto Alinghi Red Bull Racing's chase boat with coach Pietro Civello. Great start, but out of that top gate. How do you call that one, Pietro?
Yeah, for sure was a great start. The guys did an amazing job in super fast on the line, and then keep covering the INEOS to the top gate. Of course, the split there didn't help, and they seem to be fast downwind, and now we are a bit behind. But the guys, I mean, it's super job. They're doing a great job on keeping it close, and I'm sure that we are very close to win the races.
Just how much confidence you get from knowing you can win starts like that?
That's for sure.
Yeah, it is important, you know. It's everything we can do. Our coaches team, Dean Barker, Jason Waterhouse, Phil Robertson, they're doing a great job on working on the pre-start, and you guys can see the outcome of it. For sure, starting in front is key to win races. Now we have to work on the second stage.
Yeah, hear what you're saying. Thanks for your time, Pietro.
Thank you.
INEOS Britannia just doing a really nice job of lining up some good breeze and some good shifts on this upwind, and not really giving Alinghi Red Bull Racing any wriggle room at all. They've got some great vision up the course, the British, and the comms between Dylan Fletcher and Ben Ainsley really looking far up the course and out wide to what they're sailing into, so really sailing the boat well.
Go nice, lads.
Thinking about we might want to take this right turn at the top then and get back into that shift.
This is a Matt Gottfried, Olympic gold medalist rowing.
Sounds like a plan.
It's quite a big heart rate.
Like this right
Phenomenal athletes, all these cyclists.
All good here. Not sure. Okay, go right turn.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the axis to 170.
Backing in about 5.
Halfway through the second semi-final of the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals here in Barcelona. It's INEOS Britannia who have stretched their lead on Alinghi Red Bull Racing as they head downwind on leg number 4. Britannia's quick.
Major. Locking them in.
Here's the hookup, still more coming. Okay, big pin on here, lads. Nice.
Voice of Lee McMillan there, flight control, just taking on some wind spotting and moding duties for the team. Doing a nice job.
pressure back in 5.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing trying to put into action the words of Pedro Isabella. We know we can start. It's the second part we've got to get right. Right now, they've got to catch INEOS Britannia. And that, at this particular point in time, is a tall order.
1 and clear. All the way,
Nice rounding there from Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Got to keep doing simple things well. Keep pressure on their opponents.
Lighter in front, but still on the right team. Make fast. A bit to push them. Yep. Fast.
It has rotated slightly to the right-hand side as predicted.
Pressing past, potentially pressing past would be interesting. That's going to be able to gas down there. Okay, good bit of pressure here. I soak up here. Yeah, they're just going to drive that boundary. A couple more pups here. Open course for us. How's it look that side? Just okay. It's pretty patchy again. I think if you right here, we take it. Yeah.
Quite a slow turn there from Alinghi Red Bull Racing. I'm not sure. Almost an issue there. Not a good sign for the Swiss.
Big trip. One. Midnight here.
Just looked like a super slow turn, Shirley, on board for that jibe, so I'm not sure what went on there. Just a really long, slow, coasty turn, sailing into light air. You've got to be able to get onto the power quicker than that in those conditions. So massive loss there. You see the distance, 36 knots versus 25 as they're sailing across the course to accelerate. And a huge lead here to the British.
Happy to extend 20 more if you check. No pressure.
We just come back from there, so
no pressure.
That's a big ask from the cyclers. That's Nico Stahlberg giving it beans.
Nice pressure along the left.
Those touchdowns so costly in these boats. You've got to go back to basically starting from scratch with your power settings, so pretty much from 10th gear back to first gear. So we'll just have a look at the stride here now. What a slow turn. You see the jib just floating across there and exiting really low through wind angle for quite light air. So I think they just came out just too deep in that jibe. Came out expecting a little more breeze perhaps.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 175.
INEOS Britannia have linked in lead on the back of that poor drive by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. It would be easy to say they're cruising, but they certainly will not be cruising. They want to sail it clean and fast they are.
We've seen some skids and some wobbles from the British as well over the last couple of weeks, so only just above that 20 knot sort of danger zone boat speed wise to keep the boat on the foils.
Let's push to that.
Definitely some puffs and lulls out there, yes.
Yeah, it's definitely light at this bottom half of the track. We're seeing sort of 7, 8 knots.
So where Alinghi Red Bull Racing came off the foils, the British will be heading up into that lighter air section. So snakes and ladders.
Well, the question is then, do we have another wrinkle in this race?
Let's do a nice thing.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing approach the bottom mark.
Nice. Still, yes. The next one is around them. Quite coming in fast, we just start trimming.
There's a substantial gap, but with light wind, who knows what's going to unfold with 2 legs to go.
Nice pressure coming down on the right.
Stand by tack. Yep. 2. 1 falls down. And turning it. Light on exit.
2. 1.
Definitely attacking pressure for Alinghi Red Bull Racing there, which is what you're trying to line up if you can. when you're open course is to try and tack where you're sailing into pressure and a good shift. So
You've
seen, haven't we, over the last 2 weeks, that no lead ever seems quite big enough. You never feel safe. So if you're in the Swiss boat now, all you can do is just join up the bits of pressure, try and keep it as close as you can.
Mid-beat now.
On board the INEOS Britannia chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Rob, the way you've started, confidence is everything, and a would be a nice confidence booster in this first semi-final for you guys.
Yeah, no, it was you know, it was a tight first beat. You know, the Swiss had the better of us, that's for sure. You know, they're a good opponent, and we just got into a bit of pressure at the top right of the course with that right turn, and you know, that leveled us up, and then they've done a real nice job from there on, and the Swiss are just trying to keep it tight.
Robbie, yeah, you guys were quite late at that start. Was there any issues on board there at all?
We're struggling a little bit on the time to kills today, to be honest. But hopefully we'll be able to sort it out during the break.
Well, with a good coaching team, mate, you should be all right. Good on you, mate.
We've got Zabi. Zabi's on the job. He'll be able to sort it out with the time to kills.
Nice, some solid men. Good work.
Yeah. Nice guys.
Xavi Fernandez is talking about one of the coaching staff.
Zabi's certainly no stranger to high-performance yachting. 49er legend, and been with INEOS Britannia for quite some time. Doing a little bit of recon work with Lee McMillan over the last campaign or two, and certainly got a great eye for high-performance sailing.
Okay, my well. Yep, metro. Little softer.
INEOS Britannia lining up the top gate for the last time in their opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. As you heard from Coach Rob Wilson, start wasn't perfect, but early days, because there's a whole brand new regatta now. We start again. They start from zero. First to 5 race wins will head into the Louis Vuitton Cup final. Will it be INEOS Britannia?
2, 1, 4 down here. Wait, 2, 1, 8. Turning. 2, 2, 1, 2, 5. Airborne. Big wave here. Look at it. Out.
Full concentration on board in these manoeuvres.
Taking main.
There's some light air patches out there we're seeing on the wind map. So, I've seen it before.
Little hit. Here.
Coming off the foils doesn't help you one way or the other.
There we go, nice.
So Alinghi Red Bull Racing with work to do just quickly before they round the mark, Pete.
Just down to the finisher.
INEOS Britannia impressive again.
Look this way.
Yeah, they've just kicked on from where they were, you know, through the round robins, and they've just gone from strength to strength, and now they've got confidence, and they look really strong and fast.
Yeah, fast is the key. It's the old story. Fastest boat wins the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. There are a number of fast boats out there. I'm sure Alinghi Red Bull Racing would like to be a bit faster today. But that's, as Glenn said, that early jibe on the first downward leg cost them dearly. They are just the chaser now. Look where INEOS Britannia are in relation to where they are.
Plus 5.
2, 1. And getting the pressure.
That's a lead and a half.
Nearly a kilometre and a half. That is a lot.
How could you not build confidence on these continuing good performances from the back end, of the round robin series into the semi-finals? And these are the ones that really do count now.
3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, 1, 2. Hit it, 1. Go on board.
All the teams will have made performance gains, but for INEOS Britannia, they've certainly added something downwind. They've extended on all the downwind leg.
Less than 30, stop it.
Those touchdowns really costly there, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing just shows you one little wobble, a little touchdown, and it's game over.
Yes, but what we did see was American Magic come home. It was only a 7-second win. What we are seeing with the official challenger of record is all-out pace. And that should have everybody, including the defender, nervous. INEOS Britannia have won their first race in the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals, and they have done it in style. And again, they have made a monster statement. We are quick.
Nice, brother. Good work, Dills.
Oh, good, lads.
Nice job, Shreki.
That was all over the place, wasn't it?
Yeah. Stuck on that start. Light left. Just couldn't get the tank.
Yeah.
Look at that. They're just quietly thinking about what they have to do next, because they've got one more to go. 2 races each of the pairs on the OPW Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. And you heard Ben Ansley say there, you know, just didn't get that start right, and that was has already been echoed, you might say, by Coach Rob Wilson. But gee whiz, I mean, when they get going, that's a scary boat.
Certainly sailing really nice, and I think the biggest gains I can see personally for the British team of what they've done over the last couple of weeks is just in the way they're sailing the boat. You know, they've obviously made some performance gains with equipment and settings, but to me it's just how well they're sailing their boat. And Alinghi Red Bull Racing are doing generally a really nice job of sailing their boat too. Just a couple of small unforced errors there during that race has turned into quite a large deficit in these conditions, so just need to keep pushing hard and they'll be able to be right there.
Still a lot to like about what Alinghi Red Bull Racing can do. But I go back to what you said. We've said it already. Same thing with American Magic. One more mistake, bang, someone's going to pounce and it's going to cost you dearly. And you cannot afford, really, with the first of 5, to make early mistakes, because they'll be costly right then and you'll be going home. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, well beaten by INEOS Britannia in their opening Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final. They won the start. That was about it. And they come home 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind. Ouch. All I'm going to say is, oh, this start could be a shaky one. Wait and see. Alinghi Red Bull Racing had a ripper of a start last time out, but the wind was better.
And Alinghi Red Bull Racing look like they've come off the foils here.
No,
but
no.
They need to tack.
They're off the foil. All good here, guys.
They need to tack here and make sure they're within the boundary. Otherwise they will get a boundary penalty, which they do not need. So they've got a big job now to try and re-accelerate. The boat does not want to accelerate forward here in these light conditions when you spin it that hard in displacement mode. So Alinghi
INEOS Britannia well late into the gate.
Yeah, too late, past 2:10.
So Alinghi Red Bull Racing asking for a 15-minute delay, but I feel they may have pulled their card too late.
Unfortunately, the delay card needs to be requested before the warning signal.
So you heard there from Mel Roberts. Penalty.
This is the umpires. Boundary penalty Switzerland. Boundary penalty Switzerland.
So the Swiss team absolutely needing to accelerate here. Very, very light where they are. So they will need to accelerate, get the boat foiling, enter, and then try and make the start. Pressure now on the British to keep on the foils. So you see Alinghi there, out of bounds with a penalty. The British now time on distance, so The Swiss very much on the back foot. They need to dig the boat out of the water here. Looks like they're accelerating. Just about on the foil, so they need a little puff here.
They're up with 60 seconds to go and aiming towards the start line. Looking at Red Bull Racing. Could you ask for anything more, but they have the penalty.
Penalty, failed entry Switzerland.
INEOS Britannia off the foils.
Oh, this is all on. So the Swiss still have to enter and clear their penalty. So the penalty will be a get behind penalty. So they still have to be behind the British at the start. So they've got to time their run now to make sure they're behind, watch the penalty, and then stay in the race.
INEOS Britannia up to pace.
So Allegri Rebel Racing will need to tack and dip, watch their penalty.
Big push, nowhere.
We are finally racing in the last Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final of the day.
British rolling immediately into attack there. Just keeping their boat on the foils. Deep cambers in their sails, so max power there on INEOS Britannia, doing a nice job.
Get pressure here.
Rebel Racing needing to wash off that penalty. Not sure how far they've got to go with that penalty, but they should be fairly close.
Copy. They continue, they cack. I think we cack on them. Yeah.
Bottom.
3, 2, 1,
Penalties cleared. Penalties cleared.
2, 1, hold down, no rush, no rush.
Push out the back.
So as we've seen in the past, very, very difficult to keep the boats on the foils here.
Hey, where's the pressure, Bled?
A lot of pressure on both teams to stay foiling.
21 to battery.
Allegri Rebel Racing, a huge amount of work ahead of them here in this race so early on, coming off the foils in that pre-start, just getting them on the back foot.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 200.
Alright, big push, guys. Holding gear, 90 knots. Slowly coming back up.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter List, what do you make of that?
Well, it's all about who can keep foiling, and look at the two boats, and Allegri Rebel Racing look to have, you know, the harder time keeping the boat up all the time. INEOS looks just a little bit more comfortable. They can throw the boat round. The boat looks just a little bit more forgiving.
Makes sense. There is the same in front. Let's get to the speed.
Every manoeuvre high risk. You've really got to save it for maximum wind pressure. You've been so smooth in execution.
Nice hit in 2. Getting close here. Okay. Yep. Stand by here. Yep. All good. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Heading. 5, 2, 1, going forward. Nice little increase in 2.
Nice manoeuvre there on INEOS Britannia. Beautiful pitch control, ride height control in that manoeuvre. So to keep the boat beats boat speed above 26 knots, ideally entering those manoeuvres if they can.
Yeah, eventually one in. There'll be recovery tempo. Going left. It'd be nice to lay, but I guess we've got to make a decision early.
On board INEOS Britannia, the green wheel
right,
indicating that Ben Ainsley is
get some pace on a go
on
right
the helm
turn.
at the moment. Dylan Fletcher, course management.
Good speed here, no slower, boys.
Tactics.
15.
So it may have looked like a bit of a cluster, the start of this final race of the day, but it's turned out okay, at least for INEOS Britannia at this particular point of the race. They've completed one leg of 6 in conditions that are challenging both teams. And they will take the left-hand mark, as you see, right for them.
I will, just a sec.
And get around it. They head on the first downward leg of the fourth race of these Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. The road to the challenge for the old mug gets just a little bit closer, but you've got to win the Louis Vuitton Cup first and foremost.
INEOS Britannia did so well in that manoeuvre. It looked quite dodgy in the middle. They were down to 20 knots, but just managed to power up and accelerate. Keep flying. Nice work.
Okay. Stand by.
Big pressure on Lingy. Red Bull Racing to stay on the foils here because they need to keep in touch. It's puffy, shifty, light air day as it is at the moment, so they do execute, but a big deficit to make up to the British, who have been able to keep their boat on the foils since the pre-start.
Lingy, Red Bull Racing now in catch-up mode. I don't think they have that button on their boat, but that's what it's all about. Got to catch up now, and we know how quick INEOS has been. They know how quick INEOS is after that 2-minute and 5-second loss in their opening race of the day.
Nice little puff of breeze there at the top. You can see on the water there and how quickly the boat accelerated. So really important for the crew on board to identify those puffs, make sure that you're manoeuvring and staying in those and joining all those dots together. Keep the boat on its foils and going fast.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester, what's the wind doing in sort of that second half of the course?
Top of the course looks a little bit, a little bit steadier, a little bit more predictable. That's the bottom of the course that looks really, really funky, and that's the bit that INEOS will need to navigate first. But the INEOS boat just looks a little bit easier to sail, and it keeps foiling at quite a low speed. And so I just look out the window. I think Red Bull Racing did a jibe and they did a big sideways skid. They saved it. They keep the boat on the foils.
Just looking nice along this side at the moment. A little past it? Yeah, a little past it. Yep.
Really big foil ventilation there, as Peter said, and popped back up again. They just were lucky that they had enough boat speed. Red Bull Racing, as we're watching INEOS Britannia, have to execute well. See the depth of the mainsail there, absolutely as deep as you can get it for max power. Sailing the boat nicely.
Is biased at the moment here, so I'm not sure. Let's go for our gas. Yeah, I think let's go right turn here.
INEOS Britannia looks comfortable. Side floors are doing a lot of work in conditions that are going up and down like a yo-yo, but they will complete the second leg and head upwind on the third of 6 in this 4th Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final.
2, 1. Four down here. 2, 1. Lead. Turning. Keep well. 2. Back in forward. Bit light initially and then pressure back. Yeah, push out a bit.
Nice solid manoeuvre there by the British team.
Let's go forward.
It's going to keep executing these light air manoeuvres well. They've certainly made some improvements in their light air tacking ability over the past couple of weeks.
Thank you, mate. Pressing for the field here. All right.
You'll be hoping to lay this bottom gate in one and not have to do another manoeuvre if they can avoid it. Very, very marginal conditions at the bottom of the course.
Everything for this landmark. Next one is a roundup. And stand by roundup in 5.
Lingy, Red Bull Racing coming in to complete the second leg. It was 1 minute 18 seconds at the top gate. And just a tad over that at the bottom. 1 minute 22 seconds. Long way to go. It's a rough old day for Lingy Red Bull Racing in Boat 1.
Little live mode for the breeze, if we can. 21.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 210.
Pressure now.
Entering the zone now.
5, 2, 1.
Still got a few shifts coming down the course here, and race committee just realigning the course for the shifty breeze to make sure it's dead into the wind, which is a nice true even course for both teams.
One of us.
You see the big right-hand shift there of the British, that big wind, so picking some really nice lanes on this upwind. INEOS Britannia and the coaching team will be happy that the guys are sailing with their eyeballs open.
Get on a little righty.
It looks like with the right breeze, an increase in pressure. It's just sort of wafted in. They've now got between 8 and 10 knots across the course.
Happy to reading a breeze in 5.
The foil trimmers on INEOS Britannia actually at the back of the boat, which is a different philosophy to what the other teams have got with their cycles at the back. So both foil trimmers there. Lee McMillan, Lennon
square at the top here, it's not a huge amount in it. Yeah, just
over the side of the boat, plus all their screens and actually controlling
potentially lighter at the top.
Flight of the boat.
Hey, stand by.
Really important job to do well.
Looking at the foil a lot.
3, 2, 1, mate. 2, 1.
Lee McMillan now taking over flight control.
For the windward.
Lennon on over the side, so you get a really good view from where they're sitting. That's probably why they've put their trimmers in those positions. Fantastic view of before going through the water surface, plus all their instrumentation.
We are at the halfway mark in the last Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final of the day. Day number 1. Remember, the first boat to 5 race wins will head into the Louis Vuitton Cup final. INEOS Britannia are on course to 2, but it's only halfway.
Okay, anytime. Stand by. 2, 1, put down. 2, 1.
Lovely shot of the breeze there. We don't need the wind field to see it there. A lot more pressure at the top end of the track.
They're pushing now, let's go. Okay. Head. Cat. Long way this way. Tempo. That's right, lads. Huge ride here, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, 1 and in at the moment. And I'm out here. That's weak.
Let's go for this tank then.
Lingy Red Bull Racing powering their way to the top gate to complete the halfway mark and their second Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final. But they've got a lot of catching up to do. 1 minute and 20, it was 1:21 at the bottom.
Nice one, 120.
Nice tack bear away there for Lingy Red Bull Racing. Fantastic shot of their foils. So downwind there, 37 knots in only about 7 or 8 knots of breeze, which is definitely getting downwind. British still having to execute every manoeuvre really well there. And in these lighter conditions, the foils not going as fast through the water as they are when the boats are going quicker in big breeze, so having to work a little harder, a little bit more flat down, so a little bit like an aeroplane wing with a slow-flying aircraft where you put the flaps down. Lee McMillan looking over the side there, watching the ride height, looking at his camera, looking at the spray rails. You see the orange mark there as a ride height guide for him, plus the tips. Very important job for all the teams.
INEOS Britannia steaming into the bottom gate to complete their 4th leg. They won't be mucking around. 2 legs to go. They want that solid advantage in the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. They come in at pace, coming in hot.
Stand by here, Leroy. And 4, 2, 1, made. I will. 10, right, go on.
That choreography between both the foil trimmers super important. Both independently controlling their foils, plus potentially the pitch trim of the boat. Really, really important there to get right.
Nice pressure in 2. Long tempo here.
On board the chase boat for INEOS Britannia coach Rob Wilson. Should we forget about the start and talk about the race?
Good pressure this way.
Yeah, that sounds good. Like it was a real tricky start. We were super close coming off the foils, but managed to just keep up. Ellingy obviously came off, which gave him the penalty that gave us a nice buffer.
One thing that's noticeable as coming through these last group of races at the end of the round robins until today as well is your ability to get yourself out of trouble quickly and how well the boat is flying in light air.
Yeah, no, we're really pleased with the performance, and I think that comes a lot down to all the hard work the shore team are doing and the guys in the performance team. So it's a massive credit to them to push it forward like they have.
All right, thanks, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
Ellingy Red Bull Racing now completed 4 legs, but they've lost a lot of time on that downwind leg. 2 to go for the Swiss Challenger.
Ryan Metro and Nicola Rula, flight control for Ellingy Red Bull Racing. Their oppos, Lee McMillan, Glenn Mott, they're sort of doing the same job on Ellingy Red Bull Racing, flying the boat. They're actually in the flight positions well forward on the boat. And Nicola there concentrating hard on flying the boat accurately. The more accurately as a foil trimmer you fly the boat, the better the performance. So absolutely super critical job, as is steering and trimming the sails. It's a real juggle, 3D sailing.
Pressure back in 5.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, lengthening the leg to 1.4 nautical miles.
Make back to the right, out of the only legs.
That's always a good sign, making the course longer.
Might just be a little higher mode here. Copy, taking mate. Visual straight in. Got to have a bit in the bag in case we go right. Yeah, recover that tempo.
Port helmsman Dylan Fletcher. I mean, the synchronicity between this team, the transition over the last couple of weeks has really been off the scale, and particularly for Dylan Fletcher, Cup rookie, really taking it on.
Every race is just absolutely golden at the moment for Dylan, as it is for the whole team.
INEOS Britannia complete the last upwind leg and they turn for home. They turn for home with a potential 2-0 lead on Ellingy Red Bull Racing, sitting, waiting. On the back.
So the wick getting put into those pedals. Hats off to all the cyclists today in these tricky, puffy conditions. Lots of gear changes. Way harder to sail a boat in these conditions than it is when it's 15 or 16 knots. The lighter it is, the trickier it is in most cases.
On INEOS, 2 of the cyclers are always have a sailing background, and I'm sure they have other functions. Quite often you see them heads up actually looking at things. That is Luke Parkinson. Offshore sailor, cup sailor, irregular with Ben Ainsley.
Good for tempo, Parker. Along this way at the moment. Hands on the finish here, right? Yeah. Build squeeze. Okay, touch more pressure in 5. Open course now.
Same that before.
Very nice pressure here. It's kind of changing
Lingy
now.
Red Bull Racing coming up to complete the fifth leg of 6.
On our left.
And the debrief will be long, it'll hurt, but that's what you've got to expect when you're racing in the America's Cup. Little moments cost big. They get around it. Both boards down, finally get one up. And they're away again, heading for home.
T110.
Fast. Nice pressure in front.
25 to battery.
Definitely looks like that. Slightly more pressure increasing.
20.
That top end of the course out that side. So I think he's choosing to do the same manoeuvre as they did in the last leg, the tack bear away, executing both manoeuvres really well.
Okay, keep going. Yeah. Keep a little bit of that. Rebuild here now.
There's a real dialogue between both sides on INEOS Britannia, and I'm not sure we're quite hearing that to the same extent on a Lingy. You know, decisions seem to evolve on INEOS Britannia. They're discussed in advance.
Got to be intuitive, don't they? Don't know what the other's sort of thinking. And they just have pure trust in each other that what they've decided is the way to go. INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, are steaming home on the first day of the Louis Vuitton Cup Finals. And when they cross the line, they will go 2-0 against Lingy Red Bull Racing. What a start to the day of the semi-finals.
What's your arm? Here we go. Yeah, keep line up. Off the course.
Not much more we can say about INEOS Britannia. We've said it for the last 4 or 5 races. They've got a handle on their boat, and boy, they obviously are happy in the coach boat as well, because job well done, they'll be saying. Time for a cup of tea and a lie down and a debrief.
There's no one else.
Xavi getting a little pat on the head there, as he should. Full team doing a fantastic job. They'll be very happy with the day.
Quite light after the bottom, but
on lefty.
So as we see Lingy Red Bull Racing coming down for the final time today, what do you think they're going to make of their day, Glenn, and where they need to pick up?
Yeah, I think that last pre-start was a real tricky one for the team, and sailing into light conditions and not being able to stay on the foils, I think, was really the Achilles heel for getting off the start line in that second race today. So not much you can do when you're on the back foot. They did get going again, but we're just out of it, and they'll definitely have some things to work on as a team, but we've seen them sail really, really well in the past, and they'll come out tomorrow all guns blazing, no question there.
Lingy Red Bull Racing, they will come across the finish line and they'll finish the day without a win. But remember, it's the first to 5 race wins if you want to be in the Louis Vuitton Cup final. So never say never in the world of America's Cup racing. But it's been a dominant day on the water for INEOS Britannia. So it will be INEOS Britannia coming in on board at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and Lingy Red Bull Racing at 2 minutes on the starboard side. The one thing we've seen from Lingy Red Bull Racing, their starts are strong. They've got to convert them though.
Okay, stand by.
Both teams lining up here, coming into shot on time for their entries.
18 rotation, please. Okay.
Green light for the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia.
Okay. Stand by. Forward down. Forward moving.
Green light for Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Now we're down. 2, 1, and diving here. Bridge north.
The Swiss wanting to stay tight as they possibly can. Loose there. Swiss team, British deciding to roll into a loop to then put pressure back on the Swiss team. Decision time now for Lingy Red Bull Racing to match.
Your wheel, my wheel.
Big touchdown there, Lingy. They haven't executed that manoeuvre well. They're on the ropes here.
Pick them up. Go the other way.
Talk to me about them.
There's your on board, to board, to press.
So they'll be looking at plan B and plan C now. Their pre-start.
Big yacht, big trip.
In tatters.
Yeah, INEOS Britannia on the way back to get them.
There's your attacking, so big drivers.
Minute to go.
Memory serves me correct, they did this yesterday in the start box as well, with a minute to go.
British here lining them up. Alinghi having to avoid protest here. Big risk of a collision. Oh, that is super close there.
Don't jibe here, please.
Must be a penalty.
We're good now, mate.
Just slow up. These guys could risk rolling the boat over here, Alinghi, if they're not careful.
Keep pushing, boys.
Whoa.
They've saved it, but they are absolute sitting ducks at the moment. Big rebuild here for Alinghi.
Kent on your side.
Enough breeze to take off on the foils again, but only 15 seconds to start here. The British time on distance from here. They've done what they've needed to do.
11, 10, 9, 8, appeal. Hit it, boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Drama in the start box for the third outing between these two teams, but it's INEOS Britannia up and flying. Alinghi Red Bull Racing trying to get themselves back up on the foils.
Don't burn matches, they're off the foil.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing just trying to get a little too fancy in the pre-start, and it's absolutely blown their foot clean off. Massively on the back foot now. Huge grind there to get the main back on and stay on the foils, and they're back off the foils again to get through the start line, so they will have a huge deficit to make up here.
I'm sure we'll look at that port starboard again, but it was cleared by the umpires. There was no penalty. They must have felt that INEOS Britannia was perhaps hunting them.
It'll be very interesting later on to have a replay of that with the electronic boundaries, see what happened there exactly. But British now just having to bring the shoulders back, enjoy the ride from here.
They are still off the foil. Hey, main is good.
Seeing this another angle here. British, I think, actually in the end there, unexpected of what they saw. They were expecting one thing, and in the end they were just avoiding a collision. So very, very interesting situation there. But they put Alinghi under pressure, and they got what they wanted. They got them off the foils and in a compromised position. And an unforced error there from the Swiss. So very, very lucky to not capsize the yacht.
Keep pushing. And jibing. Don't jibe here, please.
View from above here. Yeah, I think the British there rolling through, actually jibing, and then becoming the windward yacht, but I think actually avoiding a collision. So the result's the same, no collision, and now they're over a kilometre in front of the Swiss team.
Let's go to chase zero, Pete.
I've got to say, I was holding my breath. I thought, oh my goodness, this is going to be a big one. And it was that last turn by Alinghi, and from there they were in trouble. And for me, what was running through my mind, that was the master against an apprentice. And a superb job by Ben Ainsley and his team in terms of boat handling, course awareness, pre-start awareness. Pretty to watch, but it could have been ever so ugly. So, you know, good avoidance by Ben Ainsley also right at the last minute.
Well, Arnaud Sarfagas and his team, they knew they had to do something special in that pre-start, and were really trying, you know, to execute a great start.
I agree with through my mind. Ruthless by INEOS.
Absolutely, Stephen. I agree with Pete. You know, it was a real fantastic display of extreme boat handling under pressure there by the British. Good to have a little look down the track at some onboard. Oh, here we go. Off the British there, so jibing. Oh, real defensive manoeuvre there. You see how easy that front sail is, and they were full down here going, we've got a bit on. And that is as close as you ever want to see two AC-75s come together at pace.
Crodas, driving.
I'd say that cracking noise would have been some damage inside the mainsail skins. You heard the crack like a gunshot going off. That'll be breaking carbon inside the rig of INEOS Britannia.
But what that's led to is this. At the top gate, massive advantage to INEOS Britannia on the first upwind leg. What a dramatic day we're having already. There's still 2 races to go.
Just to put all those in Great Britain at ease, it's not a catastrophic failure of that noise cracking. It'll just be some carbon ridges inside holding the twin skin mainsails apart near the front of the mast, so not a big job to fix. Annoying for boat builders, but a bit like breaking an icy pole stick. They'll stick it back together again pretty quick.
Down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning.
I suppose what we saw there in that manoeuvre too was pressure. Huge pressure being applied by INEOS and Alinghi Red Bull Racing cracking under it.
Yep. Still hearing that noise as they're jibing the boat, so potentially there's some sail bridges not happy in there, but they'll be looking to get them sorted out as quick as they can. They're all in good shape.
Top gate for the first time. They've got their boat back and flying at a good speed, but look at the distance between the two. Alinghi Red Bull Racing complete leg number 1 and race 3 of their semi-final showdown with INEOS Britannia. I'm sure the heart rates of Alinghi have come down somewhat. Probably took half a leg to do it.
Certainly some skid marks on the race course, and there'll definitely be some skid marks in the undies, I think, after that intersection from both boats. That was super close, and a really good job there by the British not to put a hole in the side of that beautiful Swiss boat. Boys now pushing hard.
8+6.
No time to really catch a breath. They're having to do a lot of trim work there in that pre-start. 2 complete rebuilds, which uses pretty much all your gas in the tank before you even get off the start line.
Back on mode 2 for the downwind.
A lot of pressure on this young Swiss team. Backroom filled with Alinghi management. You know, sailors and managers used to being successful in the America's Cup arena. I can imagine it's been a tough 2 weeks.
Looks like they are very good at doing out, yes.
Kent is going out.
And not touching.
Max Bachelin steering at the moment on port.
A little righty for us. Big up.
Going back to the start, the other thing that's coming to my mind now is the regatta continues. INEOS Britannia's statement of intent. They are not going to be messed with. So it's another little signal to everybody watching that they are in here and they're going to play tough. If you need to play tough and rough, they will. INEOS Britannia around the gate to complete leg number 2. Sweet as roses. It's a lovely manoeuvre there. And flight controllers there. Led them on, Lee McMillan. In actual fact, that not only that mark rounding, but that pre-start situation.
Okay, 25 this way.
Rolls on board.
The average ship.
Let's go on. INEOS Britannia's changed back with coach Rob Wilson. We've been using the word ruthless in that start boxes. Is that a statement of intent about how you intend to continue this regatta, Rob?
It was. I think the boys just saw the opportunity, you know, just to get the advantage on Alinghi, and they certainly took it. I wouldn't say it's ruthless. It's all part of the game, isn't it? Like, everyone's playing for big stakes.
Rob, Glenn here. I'm sure not only you guys would have been quite surprised with how that all ended up, but there would have been a few nervous moments for your shore crew there, seeing that unfold. But boys did a great job to keep it all in one piece and keep the boat upright.
Yeah, for sure. There was, you know, we were all nervous on the chase boats, that's for sure. But you know, I'm sure it was pretty calculated.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate the time, mate. And Lingy Red Bull Racing finish the second leg and head upwind for leg number 3. And they've got a lot of chasing to do.
Extend a bit. Still 25. Very good mode still. Huh? Take this gain.
Past intersection, so open course here, then 25 to boundary. Maybe a little press time on the bow, but any time was good.
Shot there of the British boat.
Very nice. Okay, stand by. Yep.
On to chase 0, Peter. The British in a dominant position.
It's pretty stock standard stuff now, and what's interesting, I'm just looking at relative timings and speed, and it does appear as though the British on that downwind leg made about 10 boat lengths, so they're not taking their foot off the throttle, and then upwind the boat looks just superb. Look, these conditions now are absolutely perfect, and I think we're getting a good handle on relative, boat-on-boat performance. Who's got the fastest weaponry out here? And INEOS certainly are in the first division, no doubt about that.
Nice one, lads. To get to lane, no problem. 35 today. A little bit left bias to the top gate, so I don't mind taking that.
Onto Lingy Red Bull Racing's chase boat, Coach Petro Sabella. Hard back in the chest after that start box incident.
Yeah, for sure. It was difficult, a difficult race when you have started like that. But the only thing I can say is that we are much better than that, and it's we have one more race today to show it, to take it out. So we will reset after this and make sure we are stronger in the next one. It's good to keep going and to keep pushing to check the performance in this one. But yeah,
makes life tough, huh, Petro?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody here is pushing. Also, I mean, for sure, the guys on board, also the shore team is doing a great job, great effort at the base on the water. So we just keep fighting to the end, and we will be stronger next race.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, lengthening the course to 1.9 nautical miles, and shifting the axis to 203.
INEOS Britannia heading at the top gate to complete the halfway mark of this race. The third race between them and Lingy Red Bull Racing. Done with ease as they head down on leg 4.
20. Light here.
Ben Ainsley saying light here as they cap out at 87 kilometres an hour.
Quite good lefty though, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, my trap. Yours. No, now we can. Yep. Stand by. One down. Stop. 2, 1, mate. 2, 1.
Something still making a rather unnerving noise within the mainsail of INEOS Britannia.
Pressure here.
Swiss team now just focusing on their boat handling and executing this top part of the course well. They will be get the boat around, regroup, and fire up again for the next race. There's still plenty of racing to go. They need to start getting some runs on the board.
Left here at the top. Nice pressure here. Nice coming like right. Not so much steady pressure there, it's not crazy.
Pressure in 2, 1 pressure here.
Still a bit.
Easing 1.
Lingy Red Bull Racing now have completed the first 3 legs of 6. It's a long way to home, 3 to go.
110. 130.
Nice pressure in front.
140.
Average breeze here.
Squash on their ride height there on the foil, so thrust of the sails, basically wanting to pitch the boat really bow down as they accelerate around the mark. So the rudder elevator getting over 2.5 tonnes of downforce on it as the boats bear away in these conditions. So having to counteract that with extra flaps on those front foils, keep the ride height level. All controlled by the human on board. Different to what the AC40s are that are controlled by an autopilot for the youth and the Women's America's Cup. These AC75s all
right, bias. What do you reckon?
flown
Just go straight in and look for an
human.
earlier attack. Yeah, I think so. It is left shift at the moment, but yeah. I'll have a little look and
You don't wish to take anything away from what the Swiss are doing, but right now this race is turning into valuable practice for INEOS Britannia. I know they've still got 2 legs to do as they hit this bottom gate to complete leg number 4, but you almost feel it right at this point of the race. Pressure's off. They just got to go through and execute cleanly to get to that finish. That start set up everything. No one saw that coming. Not even they saw that coming.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 2 nautical miles.
Breeze just continuing to build, which is really, really nice to see here. Absolutely perfect sailing conditions here off the coast of Barcelona. Pretty much in any boat that you're sailing, certainly on an AC75. Fantastic shot there of 7-ton carbon fibre rocket getting flicked around in attack. Huge G-forces there on the crew.
And a big slide there, bleds.
Whilst the guys are putting in max wattage.
Got them here. Yep. You've got to keep there. Yep. Taking main, big fish lads.
Lee McMillan now in the offside foil trim position, so he's course managing and setting up base settings there, keeping an idea on trim, pitch and course management numbers. So all the crew having multiple jobs on board these boats. You're not just doing one job. You've got 3 or 4 hats on, depending on what tack you're on.
Nice lefty. 45 still boundary. Down. Coming on the bow, yeah.
Red Bull Racing finally getting to the bottom gate to complete leg number 4. This must be disheartening to say the least. They needed to do something in this race. They had to win this race to get them back in the game. They're not out of the game, but they're not far off. But I can keep throwing this one out. It's the America's Cup and anything can happen.
35 to boundary. We'll take at the boundary.
Back 21. Very nice pressure in front.
Swiss team pushing hard there. You saw the difference in the 2 mark roundings from the same position of the 2 different teams.
And turning.
2, 1, up.
Nice tack there.
About forgot a little bit to go, but
Pressure 2.
The distance not shortening though, Shirley. The distance seems to be just leading out to our quite a healthy margin for the British team.
Nice lad. Good work. Much more to come in 5.
Let's go to chase 0, Pete. 1.5 legs to go for INEOS and a full 2 legs for the Swiss. So what do we take from this at this point in time?
30 seconds still late.
I think there's two aspects to this one. It's, you know, obviously pre-start, and that was a huge moment in terms of the story here in Barcelona. And it was really INEOS that had full control, and they avoided, and their boat handling to avoid was massive. But then I've just been watching the deltas at each mark. They've pushed on, and that last leg, on that downwind leg, they took another 6 boat lengths. So they're not taking their foot off the accelerator, and from that, they're just learning how to sail this boat faster and faster. And, you know, for a Lingy, they're going to, that's an uphill battle when you're 3-0 down in a 5-win series. So they need to do something special in the next race. And so from this, they just need to learn and try and come back and hit the last race hard of the day.
Yeah, Pete makes a good point. You know, conditions are different every single day here in this venue. So if you get a day, you have to maximise the learning from it.
Happy here for now, keeping the cadence.
Every minute on the water in this development phase as well as the racing phase is really, really priceless time.
INEOS Britannia at the top gate for a final time in their third race against Lingy Red Bull Racing. They'll be heading home, and they should pretty much bank another win. Man, if you're a supporter of INEOS Britannia, you would be pretty happy about that.
Nice, that's locking him in. 25 still boundary.
Wasn't their cleanest mark rounding there on the British boat, but they managed to keep the rudder in the water and boat on the foil, so still well within the boundaries of what you call acceptable mark rounding. That little skinny rudder, the lower section. INEOS Britannia not providing a whole lot of grip when it's close to the surface.
That's it. Good pressure.
The only thing I'd have to say that I'd change on board the INEOS Britannia boat at the moment is the camera post at the back. I'm getting a bit seasick watching that camera with it wobbling around, so to the shore crew listening, you do your Aussie mate a favour and stiffen that little bugger up a bit for us.
Anything for you, Glenn. Anything for you.
Pressure 5.
Still right in the top.
Next one is bear weight. But increasing.
Really different aerodynamic package on the Swiss team. Both these two teams possibly the most aerodynamically aggressive out of all the teams, so we'll see the different design philosophies.
Lighter again in front.
Push on us now. I guess you can.
Okay, you're clear. 3, 2, 1.
Lingy Red Bull Racing, complete 5 legs. It's on the homeward leg, and it'll feel like a very long leg, considering the distance they are behind INEOS Britannia.
Average breeze.
No surprises that both teams are pushing the aerodynamic side of things super hard with their connection with F1 teams.
Good, lock it in. All the way. 35 this way.
This will be a full delivery trip here for the British team to the finish. It'll be crickets for the next 20 seconds as they get the job done.
INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, are about to put another win on their belt. That will make it 3-0 after bullying a Lingy Red Bull Racing at the start. They've done a job on them, and it is a big job and a big step towards the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Okay, and jiving here now.
I'm gonna ask this question of both of you. If you're the defender sitting watching the rapid improvement and just you happen to meet this team in the match, would you be concerned? You have to answer the question.
Did we never have a collision course?
Surely. Hand this over to you, Phil.
Maybe you could time to work out here.
They seem pretty happy on board. I mean, I would imagine the defender would expect the level of progress that we've seen from INEOS Britannia, and also a level of aggression. You know, Ben Ainsley is a class act. He's a world match racing champion and, you know, the greatest Olympic sailor that ever was. So would you expect any less? I'm not sure.
And it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing who will come in on port, and INEOS Britannia who will come in at starboard. Port can enter at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, starboard at 2 minutes.
Click more pressure for this race. We're over 17 knots all over the course. Going to be full on.
Yep, those big group of boys pushing those pedals hard because we are getting to some really nice upper range conditions here for these AC75s.
Fourth entry for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They get the green light. They are good to go in the final race of the day. Trailing 0-3 against INEOS Britannia, who come in at the 2 minute mark. They come in just a little bit late, but they've got the green light to come in. They're a wee bit up the course.
Slightly different approach in INEOS Britannia now, so this will be a planned manoeuvre. They had it lined up from a long way out, so all under control on the British boat.
Holding the board. Okay. They're getting very slow here, working up. Yeah. Coming up, Jim.
All these manoeuvres practiced time and time again on the simulator. Nothing left to chance.
Just hold off them. Yeah, killing a lot to kill. Come down here. Yeah. Okay. They might go for a circle here. Just stay high. Just stay high.
Both boats using their windward foil to stabilise the yacht, so it makes it a lot easier for the cyclors not having to sail the boat at full riding moment or full power.
1 minute. On that. 12.
We'll be having nightmares of that last start, so we'll want to avoid that.
7. Taking a lot simpler route for the Swiss team, but quite early there, and the British will be slowly accelerating to keep the pressure on the Swiss team. Very early on board Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
12. Still up higher, one more.
Killing 2.
Coming down here, pressing 1 bottom.
Yeah, killing 3. Coming down a touch.
Britannia staying high, letting the Swiss go down the line.
We're running the late trigger pull and engaging off to win with pace, so
2. 1-5.
big round up here for the Swiss.
Open. Racing.
We've got a race, the final race of the day in the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. Britannia 3-0, Alinghi Red Bull Racing 0-3.
Yeah, we'll hit them. Slightly higher mode if possible here. Yeah, we can tag.
Now we can attack.
Swiss team only 8 metres back at the start, well executed. But INEOS Britannia in a great position for the tack that's just about to come.
One was down.
The British will be just matching and wanting to just tap right in front of the Swiss team here.
More mode for now. More mode for now. Pressure in 2. 1 pressure in. Lower, faster, slower.
Beautifully executed tack there from INEOS Britannia.
Happy to take back. Yeah, we can take back.
Yeah, pressure speed now. They're going to
no rush.
Not a huge amount of runway back to that side, so they'll be wanting to get to full acceleration before they tack again.
Yeah, I think just trying to get a good moment.
INEOS really squeezed them in a high mode. They've no choice but to tack back to that left-hand side with so little runway.
He's tacking back, happy on a fast one. Okay, about to blow them around fast.
So decision time now whether the Swiss duck here and carry on.
Pause down.
British, if you like. Tell him he's dreaming.
Keep pushing on.
We're right on your face.
That's on the move. Obviously.
Keep pushing.
Good first leg by both these boats. Pete Lester, do you see it the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got slight speed advantage to to INEOS. That was an amazing piece of helming by Ainsley off the line to gauge away and push forward, so that when they came back on port, he was really, really strong, and now they're capitalising on that. It's good to see that that Artemis is just staying in there, hanging tough. The boats are, this is the most I've seen the boats in terms of pressure. Small jibs, they're flying.
Another attack in front here by the British, just locking it down. I think Red Bull Racing having to make some decisions here of how they sail this beat to keep it tight at the top.
Come for a fight there, haven't they?
A lot of crowd down here, Lee. Landing you up.
18 knots of breeze, and we're right at the top end.
40 knots of boat speed there. The British over 100 kilometres per hour, or over 60 mile an hour of wind over the deck, over the helmets of the crew on board. So a lot of wind noise. You see the going over the top of the cockpit there.
So many tacks on this first leg, and just with each one, it's another 15-20 metres.
We'll be able to tag on us at the top.
Bottom speed there of 30 knots on the British, so tacking the boat well. These guys look like they're having a lovely time in their happy place.
Enjoying all the tacking, that's for sure.
Cyclists, they sort of work hard, Portico there.
INEOS Britannia will hit the top gate, leading Lingy Red Bull Racing in this fourth encounter between the two. Big boat goes around on the right-hand mark as we see it, left-hand for the crew on INEOS Britannia.
120.
And the Swiss will take the opposing mark. Not too much in this one, but we know how quick INEOS is downwind. Leg 2 in front of the Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Nice jibe on board the British. Little touchdown there, a little wash off of speed on the Swiss team, but not much. It was just acceptable there, but British now pin the ears back and get the boat locked in. They'll be away.
Chase 0. Peter Lester, what are you seeing?
Average shift here.
Well, I'll be interested to just watch INEOS here. We know they're fast downwind, whether they can extend by the bottom mark gate. For Lingy, they've just got to hang in here and have a clean race. Because the breeze is up, a bit of boat handling could come in. Errors, mechanical can become a factor.
Just got the average heart rates from Lingy during all those tacks, and it's 195 off the side coast.
You'd have to have a bucket close by, wouldn't you? At that sort of heart rate. Hopefully you didn't have too much of it past the lunch, that's for sure.
We'll extend a bit, go to the open course point and go back to take the most of this right team. And say the starboard to the left.
It's not like the first time they've done it though. For these big boys, they train for years to put themselves in the hurt locker, which they love doing.
That's what people have to remember, Glenn, too. Years they have been training for these moments. These moments can be quickly taken away, though.
It's a pretty exciting development in the America's Cup. We have the cream of the world's endurance athletes part of this competition.
A little increase, 20 away here.
Swiss sailing their boat well, some nice clean manoeuvres. Though it says 360 metres.
Marginal, isn't it?
British only need a little wobble. Swiss will be
I mean, they're probably going to go left. We can just go right turn.
They're going to go right turn as well. Then it's slightly lower than the ley lines.
Just a bit of margin.
Just a bit more, yeah.
Racing.
Okay, happy to go, yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, fall down. Close, okay, emerge. Let's do.
1 and bottom.
Quite a big heel out of that manoeuvre for Olympic Red Bull Racing, so you've got to be careful to keep that rudder in the water.
INEOS Britannia in top gear, hitting the bottom mark to complete leg number 2 of 6.
Okay, 2.
Both boards down, keeping it safe in these conditions, and away they go again, making it look effortless. Don't say that to a cyclone.
Heading past intersection, so I think we're just holding here.
Olympic Red Bull Racing not too far behind.
Now they follow. Yeah, 20 seconds this way.
The delta at 21 seconds, so they're in this race, but fight they must, and fight hard.
Try to hit further than them. They tag just before the boundary, so we can push a bit more.
Sensational conditions here in Barcelona. It really doesn't get any better than this. Sailing these boats, it's beautiful yachting, and pretty much any other boat you'd be chopping wood going upwind at the moment. This boat's absolutely blowing the waves to pieces, locked in and smooth.
It's just stacked up on our hip. Copy.
Let's go on board the change by INEOS Britannia coach Rob Wilson. Team worked really hard on that first leg to set up this lead, Rob. You must be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, no, they took control of the race, that's for sure. It was real good to see. The start, actually, though, from both teams was pretty impressive. You know, the Swiss as well, they got a great start, and we managed just to get that lead-bow tack from the boundary. So, yeah, pleased with that.
Tough call on the mainsails for today, Rob, with the sort of increasing breeze conditions. What did you guys decide on philosophy-wise there?
Yeah, I think it was for all the teams, actually. Like, I think like out of the 4 teams on the water, all of them changed sails. So yeah, we basically hedged for more wind eventually, and I think it was the right choice.
How high is confidence in the team right now?
Yeah, the team's on a high for sure, but you've got to keep moving forward. You know, like hopefully we get past the Swiss in the semi, and then there's 2 tough matches with Luna Rossa or the Americans, and then hopefully the Kiwis finally. So you just got to keep pushing.
Thanks for your time, pal.
Thank you.
Pete, what do you got?
Now, just past that line.
So about halfway up the second windward beat, and it's INEOS just punching on, long starboard. I've got them just being a click quicker, especially on the upwind, and we know they're so pacey downwind. Condition-wise, it's just beautiful. It's even across the course. I think today we get a really good gauge on who the fast boats are in the semi-final of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
It's certainly nice to see these AC-75 sailing in some upper range conditions. We've seen a lot of light air and sort of light to medium air over the last week or so, and fantastic to see these boats being pushed hard.
2, 1, mate.
I think you've been waiting on that window. Sorry, Glenn, I think everybody's been waiting for that to see what these boats are capable of and the closeness of the racing. Go back to that last race we saw, 2-second finish, and it was an American Magic ground that one out. They ground it out. They knew they were in a fight as Olympic Red Bull Racing up, but they're up against a team whose development profile has gone vertical since the back end of the round robins. INEOS Britannia, the official challenger record, look quite simply strong.
Yeah, that jib absolutely boned on the foot there. Really sailing clean.
INEOS Britannia, they're at the halfway stage. 50% of the race done, another 50 to go, and they could go 4-0.
Really high there. Big traveller up now, big repower of the sails. They'll be threading the odometer to keep that bustle out of the water. Would have only been 100 or so millimetres, maybe 4 to 5 inches of rudder in the water there, so right on the edge.
They have really put a lead on Alinghi Red Bull Racing, who will finish leg number 3, and they are trailing. Not what they want to do. They didn't come here to trail. But they are around the top gate and heading down on leg 4.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 2.05 nautical miles.
The boats are getting faster and faster. We saw INEOS Britannia peak at just over 50 when they went round that top mark. It's quite astonishing how quick these machines are. And you think, well, just 16 years ago, the world speed record was 15 knots. They've come a long way. It is so impressive.
The boats are really going well, and it's not so much the top speed of these boats, because they're not set up for absolute pure top speed, but it's how quickly they accelerate from around 20 knots to 45 knots. That's where the impressiveness is out of the manoeuvres. Bottom speeds over 30 knots, tacking, you know, as a bottom speed upwind. So boats able to do over 40, 42, 43 knots upwind in bigger breeze. We're certainly not at the top end of the conditions. Around 16 knots top end breeze, sort of over 21, 22 knots is sort of getting towards the top end. Basically all teams now just trying to keep the boats actually under about 45 knots of boat speed. So they're trying to sail low down the track. You can sail a little faster, but you very much run into the cavitation, which is the flow of water going over the top surface of the foil. It's actually turning that flow into a gas. It's actually making the foil very draggy, so the team's needing to thread the eye of the needle for max performance downwind, keeping under the max cavitation speed and turning it down towards those bottom marks for max performance.
Yeah, that's tempo. Yeah, just left turn, eh? Yeah. It's like a bias that way. Yeah, in the recovery. Only in the right still. Oh. 46
Britannia's rudder, very different to a lot of the other teams. Very skinny in the bottom and chunky up high to support that skinny part down low. So very interesting design philosophy. Dylan Fletcher on
10 seconds. Outside.
the handlebars at the moment.
INEOS Britannia coming to complete leg number 4. You heard Benazir say just left turn. Away they go on that right-hand mark as you set. 2 to go for INEOS Britannia to take a commanding lead in this Louis Vuitton Cup semi-final.
Really interesting there, and the British is holding that windward board down a little longer, getting the sails trimmed on for the cyclors before then raising it and actually going then to max riding moment or max power. So nice wise move there from the trimmers to look after the boys at the back.
Red Bull Racing, all they can see is the transom of INEOS Britannia. It has been a tough day. It must be so hard in these conditions when you're just a little bit nervous and you're a bit down to keep things rocking.
Hey, one more lap.
Let's go. Jaco and Arthur Survey powering the pumps there on that starboard side.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shifting the course axis to 212.
Let's go on board the Alinghi Red Bull Racing Chase boat with Coach Petro Civillo. Give us your thoughts right now, Petro.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the guys are doing what we wanted. We reset after race 1, at a solid start, yeah, still we see that we have some gap to close with INEOS, which is showing a great performance in these conditions. So full credit to them.
You've got a tough opponent, Petro. Where do you go from here?
Yes, it is tough. Anyway. Let's see how this race ends up. Still 1 lap to go, and tomorrow is another day. We have another opportunity. Forecast seems to be different, so we may have some different outcomes.
All right, love a surprise. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks. Ciao, ciao.
How about this upwind performance by INEOS Britannia on leg 5? They have hit the hammer and pushed it hard.
They certainly are, and voice of Pedrosa Valle there, mainsail trimmer for Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli in AC36 3 years ago in Auckland, and one of the sport's nicest guys, and 49er skiff, dinghy legend in Italy, and very knowledgeable on what makes a boat go fast. So
Probably just keep it simple, 1 and in. Copy.
all teams having great experience throughout coach boats.
Quite a lot of foil out the water.
In these conditions, you can absolutely foil a boat really, really high. So really relying on that inboard foil tip to do a lot of the work. So because you're going fast, you can reduce the area because you have the grip needed to stop the boat sliding sideways. So the faster you go, the more grip you have. And so you're wanting to reduce the wetted surface area of that foil for maximum performance. If you've got too much foil immersion, you're too draggy. So the team's threading the either needle the foil high enough, just have enough grip for best performance.
2, 1, gun board. Right. It's what would help you keep it low. Yeah. Hey, good pressure here. High mode to make it, but... Yeah, getting filled, lads. Nice.
INEOS Britannia sailing into a nice big puff there on the course.
Yeah, copy.
They'll see that on the water.
Yeah, keep it in good shape. Yeah.
We can see it from the air.
Almost feels like a giant sat here, man. Copy.
Fans are pretty lucky around the world to see that magnificent Windside IQ live wind from Cap Gemini. Gives real understanding. It's just a reminder, the boats don't see that. So you're the lucky ones. Wherever you're watching around the world, you can see those pressure on your screen. INEOS Britannia approaching the top gate for the last time, and then they'll head home on leg number 6.
Slowly down. Yeah. Mike, pushing in there. Yeah. 2, 1, 100. Hit it, boys. 20.
50 knot bear away there.
40.
93 kilometres an hour. So
going 4 down here.
The 60 mile an hour for our friends in America.
Okay, standing nice and smooth. Oh, well. 2, 1. And board.
Red Bull Racing. It was a better start, but it looks like it. Let's be blunt. Looks like they're going to be beaten by a quicker boat that has not put a foot wrong in these semi-finals. Round they go on the homeward leg. A leggy Red Bull Racing.
Big push there. Struggling to get the Traveller up. On board Olympic Red Bull Racing, huge push for the cycles there, real delicate dance, keeping the roll control and the ride height and the pitch all lined up around there as the thrust increases massively in those twin skin rigs as they bear away going through the power zone.
Nice one. Keep pushing.
I think Red Bull Racing have sailed a pretty good race. It's been very clean. They had a great start.
They have. They're sailing well, Shirley, but just not quite slippery enough to catch INEOS Britannia, who just simply haven't made a mistake in this race.
25 to boundary.
And that's what you would call, Glenn, sailing efficiently.
Definitely sailing efficiently. Beautifully locked in there.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, just go a little past it. Yeah, nice.
And that's how we get you some of the beautiful cameras from up high.
Okay.
Our helis, the lads do such a good job. Just stay clear of Jimmy Spittle, because he doesn't like helis anywhere near you. So here we go.
Well, this is a little loose there on the British.
Nice pressure here.
Not their best job, but a keeper. So easy to get the boat slightly out of whack as you go through the jibe. So real juggle there from both flight controllers, the handing over of the helm and also the trim of the sails. So a real practice makes perfect sort of an episode.
That's right, boys.
Right in. 20 seconds.
The finish line is in sight for the official challenger of record. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, excuse me, INEOS Britannia are about to go 4-0 in the Louis Vuitton Cup semi-finals. Once again, they have proved too good to stop. Britannia is on fire. One win to go, and they're in the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Push now. Holding forward. Holding? Holding forward, yeah. Okay. Happy with that for a sec? Okay. Nice work, guys. Nice work, guys. That's really solid. Well done, guys.
Yeah, hats off to INEOS Britannia today. That is a very, very polished effort across the board. So they'll be very happy to put the boat away in the shed tonight in one piece.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing have had a heck of a day. They came in 0-2. They need to do something special. They had an almost incident at the start of their third race, but they haven't been able to match the pace and, more importantly, the power of INEOS Britannia. They come across the line and they are one loss away from going home. So, here we go. Cannot wait for this one.
High pressure manoeuvres here to stay on the foils.
Should be good here.
INEOS very early there. This is going to be an interesting entry for INEOS Britannia. They may be early here.
In the box now. Backing down. You've got a big line here on that right side of the race.
This is the umpire's GBR early entry penalty.
Big penalty there. So Alinghi just have to get off the line clearly here and not get a penalty themselves, and the British will have to lose 75 metres.
We heard a surprise, didn't we, in Dylan Fletcher's voice. I mean, that did not add up with what they were seeing on their computer.
So they are going to be pushing hard here now, Stephen, to try and get a penalty on the Swiss team. Alinghi Red Bull Racing now just needing to get a clean start, and they will take an advantage.
So a nervous 90 seconds now for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Stay out of trouble, try and not allow the British to put a penalty on them. What another start to this critical race for the Swiss.
30 for the boat.
Super soft wind, it's 8-9 knots tops. Just got to stay out of the gas. Stay fast.
40 for the boat.
It's gonna go for attack. Just look at the pressure for the next tack.
Good pressure on the wind.
We're seeing a bit of pin end bias, so probably quite happy to get to the other end of the track.
Okay, quite early. Ready for the board for the com.
Another interesting chapter in the America's Cup story, what we have seen today. Two teams with their back against the wall, and they're throwing it back in the face of the heavyweights.
So the British taking a dip port start here. They'll need to wash their penalty, and they're going to go for a split tack start, try and get back into this game.
3-5.
Give way boat, the British.
Almost good to go in this seventh race between Alinghi Red Bull Racing and INEOS Britannia. We are good to go. INEOS have to brush off that penalty.
It's quite light, just to the top of us here.
What are they doing? They're straight. They're reaching as well. Okay, they're sailing below VMG. Okay, you're clear. Clear.
Racing boys, let's go.
How are we not feeling this way? Let's lock it in, boys. No problem.
INEOS Britannia shaken off with the penalty. We are racing and sailing into more pressure. See the green area on the right-hand side of the track.
3, 2, 1, mate. Panic. 1, 2, 1.
Definitely more pressure where the British are at the moment on the course.
Normal VMG for us.
And building speed there to 25 knots, so they're safe on the foils.
And there is the lead change.
press here. Maybe lefties to come here, Ben. They're getting very strong now.
Swiss will
Pretty wide here at the moment.
be accelerating up onto course here, so decision now for the Swiss whether to cross or duck, and obviously a duck from there.
Okay, come down 5.
Could be a little down.
Okay, good angle. Okay, coming down 9.
Get ready to squeeze it back up.
Okay, holding here, yours. Coming up, close,
With the voice of Arno Sarpagas guiding Max Bachelon for the dip.
Looks pretty even. What's the shift here?
Hey, keep pushing a long one.
On to chase 0. Pete, how about that start, or the penalty for INEOS?
Yeah, penalty, but how well did they execute it by just setting themselves up, INEOS, to start on port and come over to the right. And again, it does look a little bit better pressure on the right, and they hooked into that to you know, had the penalty, got rid of 75 metres, but with that right-hand advantage, first cross are ahead. Well executed by Ben Ainsley and the team.
Pressure's coming. Really solid breeze. Yes, we will put no attack for it. Okay.
Building.
Holding marginal at the moment.
Nice tack there for Lingy Rebel Racing. British, they have to tack now or keep clear.
Okay, happy to sail your course here. Working away.
And
good breeze now on us here.
just to cross comfortably there, so good comms on board the British boat. Keeping clear by crossing is always a good way to do it if you can.
And a little light patch, there's good breeze between us and the windward marker. All the way to the boundary here. Left shift to the boundary.
Good boat speed on both boats, and good wind speed at this top end of the track, more than we've seen for a long time.
Sailing into probably a 10-knot puff there versus a 7-knot lull, so a 3-knot increase in true wind speed and give you a huge amount more forward speed and angle towards the mark. So you can see the British team there hooking into that pressure, that darker patch on the water. It's nice little lefty with that left-hand shift, giving them a little advantage there. But nothing in this race at the moment.
Nicely judged.
Now we pass them there. Okay, passing there.
Nice pressure in 2. 1 pressure now.
Lead change coming into the top gate for the first time in this 7th race between these two.
Pressure in 2.
28.
Stay fast.
Pressure in.
Hey, my well.
Out about the moment. Stay 5, come down 2.
Neither boat laying the gate.
Dayline coming up here.
Okay. Turning lower.
Turning up in your wheel. Yeah, turning up.
Really nice job there by the British. Coming down at their opponent, which you're allowed to do, forcing your opponent to keep clear, building speed.
Good pressure on access.
And the British now in a very, very strong position.
Try and lay the right gate here. Yeah.
Coming into the top right.
Turn.
Top gate for the first time. And this must-win match for Lingy Rebel Racing. And we need to win match for INEOS Britannia to become the first team into the Louis Vuitton Cup final. One leg done by the British.
Okay, your wheel.
British will take a big gain here, forcing Lingy low, and then
think about the pressure. Don't drive into that gas.
Going main on here.
Good pressure here at the moment. Nice.
It's the same. Come on.
Nice pressure coming back.
1, clear.
Keep pushing, guys.
Okay, it's back.
really good boat speed. And INEOS Britannia, they're over 40 knots of boat speed. Sailing into a nice little bit of pressure there. They'll take a further gain, sailing into that breeze.
More breeze at the top of the race course here.
Pulling out to very quickly a 420 odd metre lead. So how quickly going from a cross just to a 420 metre lead. Lingy Rebel Racing now under pressure to keep it tight.
A bit of pressure coming here. I think more and more right will come with this cloud. Yeah. Now
I keep pushing, so now can happen.
Nice pressure here. Big right.
Nice one. On the long tack.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles.
Yep.
Lower than that, yeah, it's good here. Maybe a right seat.
One, mate. Turning. Line here.
Oh, they've lost the rudder, the British. It's a bad jibe, down to 20 knots. They need to repop the boat here. Got to get the board out.
That went really early there. We have loads of ease. Big mainland.
Just enough breeze there to get back up on the foil, so lucky that they weren't marginal on true wind speed there.
Good save by INEOS Britannia. Lost a chunk of distance.
Yeah, you should be able to get low line
So
here.
they know how to make it exciting for the commentary team and those watching, the British.
Feels like we've got a bit of give it some fat, doesn't it? Yeah. They obviously passed it here. Yeah. Fine.
Lots of discussion about coming in fat on the lay line. Giving them just a bit of extra just in case.
Okay, 2, 1. On board. Not going to lay at the moment.
Not their best jibe again, the British. I think they've still got enough wind speed though. They'll be able to dig themselves out of that hole.
They're opening the door for the Swiss though, aren't they? Giving them every opportunity to kick back at them.
By trap. Good trap. Nice here, good pressure. Watch out for that bottom left corner. Yeah, it's quite a big call to drive out. Yeah, go right turn here, I think. Looks okay. Right turn early tap from the Yeah, go on. Your trap here.
Nervous of that bottom left-hand corner.
Go right turn. Left turn, sorry.
INEOS Britannia have opened the door twice for the Swiss on this downward leg, but have recovered comfortably and will lead the Swiss through to complete 2 legs of 6.
All the way. 2, 1. Course, just going to go a bit further here. Good pressure here, no rush. Okay, my
One
trap.
more manoeuvre here for Alinghi Rebel Racing. They will jibe and take the left turn.
Turning. Oh well.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing not able to capitalise on those 2 moments for INEOS Britannia on that downwind leg, and they will complete leg 2 of 6. They've got to find something, otherwise it's over.
The left here, just on top of us. Nice pressure in front.
Okay, happy to stay fast. On board. Okay, let's cut into the boundary.
Okay. Not total, but you got the breeze quite light, just you
a really nice board for me compared to him. Okay, let's don't get locked at the boundary.
Okay. Once we have the speed. Taking in 3, 2, 1, fall down. Turning.
Okay, 2. 1. And bottom.
Let's go on board the chase boat for INEOS Britannia, and Giles Scott joins us right now. Giles, interesting couple of jibes in that second leg, a couple of sharp intakes of breath.
Yeah, it's getting a little nervy on chase 4 here, I must admit, but the guys are doing a good job. We've got Alinghi nicely covered at the moment, and yeah, hopefully it can stay that way.
Yeah, a little bit more pressure, Giles, and a few changes of sails. I mean, how happy are you with how the boys are going?
Yeah, no, they're doing good. They're doing good. You know, as you just seen, it's edgy out here, and the bump and the light conditions just, yeah, you've seen it. Losing the rudder is so easy. Yeah, we made the call to change to our bigger mainsail between races. So yeah, we've had a bit of a sail change there, but yeah, we're in a good spot. Fingers crossed we can keep ahead here.
Giles, early days, but if you can get the job done here, what does that mean to the whole group?
It is early days indeed, and I'm not going to make comment on that yet. Let's wait to the finish, eh?
All right, that sounds like a coach. Well played.
All right, thanks, guys.
Light spot here, pressure will come back. Stay with it.
Giles knowing exactly what can happen with one slip of the rudder, or one wobble, one touchdown. So we've seen how well the Swiss and dig their way back in. So big pressure on both teams to keep the boat sailing well. They're pushing accurately.
Nice. Nice, guys. Keep it going here.
350 ahead, boys.
Let's head to chase 0. Peter Lester, British are looking good in these conditions now.
Yeah, that mainsail change has made a huge difference. Just watching the boat out here, it just looks so much more lively than it did in the first race of the day. And look, they've done a great job of just protecting this right-hand side, looking at the course at the top mark. All the pressure, all the good action is in the right, and I think Ben Ainsley and his team have really picked that up early. You can see there the wind in the right, and it's just so much better. Right now, INEOS are looking really, really strong.
Like a little more breeze now, Shirley, on the course too, so over 30 knots of boat speed upwind. You're definitely not doing those speeds when you're in super marginal conditions, so still a few puffs and lulls, but the British team sailing into pressure, lining themselves up here for a nice left turn.
It could be tricky lay here. Yeah. I think we can lay, it's just whether we want to go the other mark. What's the bias? There is bias, but there's nothing in it, I'd say. Bias. Go left mark, early jibe. It's good pressure down the right-hand side. Exactly. Not that early jibe.
INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record in the 7th race between these two teams, is about to complete the halfway stage of this final race. They have 3 more legs to go. If they are in this position at the end of the 6th leg, they will be the first team into the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Easy here, Blitz. Nice. Have to go, yeah, a little long this way. Okay, my trap. Good trap. Happy? Yeah, we can't climb, yeah, you just, okay, they've taken. Yeah, that's sorry. I wasn't sure about them. Yeah, all good. 25 this way.
Any puff at the mark?
Good breeze here as well. Nice. Good game so far here. Hey. Need seconds. Stand by. 2, 1, 4 down.
Lee Red Bull Racing, what can they do?
2, 1, stand by.
British there pulling that jibe off.
No
problem at all. And a Swiss around the mark.
Ready, even more coming on too.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1 nautical mile.
Nice right here.
They get into it 5.
Lingy Red Bull Racing just about sailing to a little more pressure here, so you can see the angle difference of the two boats there. Lower angle and better speed as Lingy Red Bull Racing sailing to more pressure.
Wait a moment.
Now, pick up your wave.
The G here, a little bit better for the Swiss there, making gains. With a jibe now off the boundary.
Okay, all right. Okay. Stand by here.
Quite a slow exit speed there for the Swiss team. Big pressure on the British here to pull this off.
Holding. Okay, going forward.
Nice pressure coming back in. 20.
Hey, we'll come back. Yes, good.
Okay, just coming down and feel the pressure.
You see the next move.
Staying on the foils there, the British, so nervous moments.
Very fast side here.
Led him on, Lee McMillan having to work hard in those jibes to be choreographed with their flat movements on the foils. Very difficult conditions in these waves to keep the boat stable.
Get to ley line here. Yeah, I think we can. Out of it now.
Lee McMillan there. See the concentration.
That's a breeze the other way.
The eyeballs pressed up against the inside of the goggles.
Okay, but
concentrating hard.
Here, so just reach and get that pressure. May jibe in pressure, but put it okay to jibe if you want.
I think let's go to lane. A little bit of something coming down here.
You know, a few weeks ago, INEOS Britannia were using Alinghi to practice manoeuvres on. Not anymore. Their progress has been so impressive.
For clearance here.
Certainly got Ben Ainsley's full concentration now. They are not going away, and they have closed the gap. They've taken 100 metres on this run.
Quickly down to chase zero. Peter, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, are they closing the gap?
Yeah, I think they have closed the gap. I think it's because there's a bit of breeze coming in. The sky is looking really angry in the south, and this one's not over. There's still going to be a couple of curveballs. I just feel as though this one still has a bit of life left in it yet. And Alinghi are not giving up. They're pushing hard.
Just want to get there fast. Very good breeze here. Happy to extend. Entering the zone.
British here, I'm not sure whether they'll lay down to take the left turn. It'll be touch and go. It looks like they're just getting there at the moment.
I think it looks good, doesn't it? I agree.
They seem confident, yeah, but
a nice job.
Light pressure at the bottom here. We're seeing 6-7 knots.
Up in 5.
INEOS Britannia will complete leg number 4. 2 to go. 2 to complete and stay in front of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And you're 1 step away.
Beautifully executed lay line there. Executed, I should say. English-speaking language working a bit better than I am now. They've made it down as the main thing. Didn't have much left in the bank though.
Red Bull Racing have made some gains on this downward leg. The way INEOS Britannia are sailing Britannia today,
left here. Nice pressure, the bonnet.
Might be in vain, but 2 legs to go, and they have shown real fight. Real fight.
British executing their tack and staying on the foils, so it'll be a
They've got nothing on this
relief to British fans.
Really difficult.
A couple of light patches to negotiate though, so the next tack for the British and Alinghi Red Bull Racing in slightly lighter breeze than what is further up the course, so
for numbers. That's okay.
They have to make sure they keep the pace on.
Keep it light, yeah. Very light.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the final leg to 0.9 nautical miles.
Tapping them here, we match the speed. Coming for some speed. Copy. So, speed is coming as well here. Okay, stand by. And board. Board now. Increase it 5. 2, 1, lead. Standing. I will.
On to chase zero. Peter, what do you think about the chances of Alinghi Red Bull Racing? We've got about a leg and a half to go.
I think they're running out of real estate, to be honest, unless one of the INEOS touches down. From where they are now to the top, reasonably good breeze, and as they get further towards the top mark, it's actually even a little bit more. So I'd expect, given going into fresher breeze, the leading boat, INEOS, will probably make a little gain in the top third of the course.
Risky a bit, quite slippery. Going right.
Don't get one in on the right.
It's an important tack to pull off that last tack. That was really probably the most important tack of the race, I think, to this point in time, and the British just keeping the boat on the foils there. Sailing into a slightly more pressure now, so they'll be looking forward to seeing more breeze on the bow.
Got to keep their heads up on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. It is not over yet.
Just get this pressure here. Yep. That's that. Okay, stand by.
Nice big header.
Big header, that. 3, 2, 1, mate. Heading. Goodbye. Let's go. Hold on a second. Yep. Going board.
Oh, this is not their best tack.
Next speed's coming. No, stay with it.
Just over the bottom speed. They're lucky they actually tacked in pressure than the British.
Coming down at the top.
It's a big wash off the speed.
Right, you reckon
Low ride height.
flat or a bit windward? What do you think? Flat is good. Okay.
We need to go all the way.
I think this is good to take right turn and hopefully match them. Yeah, agreed. Good gains to us here at the moment, Ben. Little increase in 5, short gust. Okay, a little bit of leeward now, Leroy. Copy.
Port Helm, Dylan Fletcher calling gains.
It will be 20 the other way before the bearing. Slightly softer in 5, we got good speed.
Harvest mode on the new tank, please.
Yeah. Gotta get down the run. Nice work. Okay, stand by. And board.
2, 1, made.
Turning. Fine wheel. Yep. 2, 1.
Let's go, board.
INEOS Britannia. One more leg to go.
Away from down.
Wheel here.
One more leg to go to be the first into the Louis Vuitton Cup final here in Barcelona.
Slowly away. Okay, the wheel. Fine.
Tempo. Come on, keep it steady.
How much pressure in this final downwind leg just to get it right and sail clean.
It's going to be a steady push all the way.
There's the pressure here, lads.
41 knot exit speed there, so they are in good pressure. The British,
go the other way.
they'll be happy with that.
Looking good in this corner again.
Yep.
Swiss still one more tack to do to get through the gate.
Okay.
Here we go, here's the best of it. Anyway.
Stand by. All the way, yeah.
Good stuck.
Going down.
3, 2, 1, mate. They got it.
Stand by.
Let's go.
Push!
2,
Push!
1. On board.
Hearing the voice of Freddie Carr, one of the cyclers.
Locking him in.
Been a big day. Oh! Lingy Red Bull Racing off the foils.
Peter?
Yeah, the pressure was told. Now, as they were coming into that top mark gate, a big right-hand shift, and they were chasing the shift. So when before they went into the tack, that was very costly, and the big touchdown. I think that's the game breaker for now. INEOS just need to keep going. It looks like they're going to take out and be the first team through to the final Louis Vuitton Cup.
Looking at the replay here. Oh, big shift, low pressure. Difficult maneuver.
There must be a sinking feeling right now for the supporters of Lingy Red Bull Racing. Not what they wanted to see at the top mark for the final time. But if you are a fan of INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, your fingers will remain crossed for not too much longer. They have kept the Swiss at bay. They raced out to a 4-0 lead and looked like they would romp home, give the big donut, but no. The Swiss kept coming and kept coming and took it to 4-2. But today on a Wednesday in Barcelona, the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia, have landed the knockout punch, and they are the first team through to the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Leave the bar. Board down. 2, 1. Right, back wide. Let's go. Head done. Good second, please. 18 boards.
Holding it.
And still have their business face on.
Congratulations to INEOS Britannia, the whole team making it through to the Louis Vuitton final, and it is a huge team behind the scenes there, family, supporters.
And relief for the fans that are in the van village who've been waiting for this one moment. They're a step closer to the match. But who will they face?
Well done, mate. Fuck yeah.
They kept their cool after this morning's race and really delivered.
But take your hats off to Lingy Red Bull Racing. They could have been down and out, this young team, but they said no, and all through this regatta, it's been eyes forward and saying, tomorrow's another day, tomorrow's another day. But today, as they cross the line, the dream is over.
A really solid effort from the Swiss team, Lingy Red Bull Racing. Made it through to the semi-finals. Certainly showed what they can do and took a big race win this morning, but unfortunately not enough to stay into the competition. But hats off to the team, a huge effort, and certainly fantastic to have them here pushing hard on the waters of Barcelona. I'm sure we will see a lot more from Lingy Red Bull Racing in the future.
Only took us about 5 minutes, but we are good to go in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli leads 1-0 at the moment. It'll be port entry from INEOS Britannia, starboard entry from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Hold on to your hats and everything because it's going to be another rip-up.
So we're right at the top end of conditions for an AC75. This is going to be really exciting racing coming up.
Be good here. All good.
2 minutes and 10 seconds they can come into the start box, INEOS Britannia. They have perfect time on distance. The green light is there and they are in a tiny bit late, but that's okay. 2 minutes it'll be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. How far behind are they? They're quite a bit behind that 2 minute mark.
Backing up in 2.
Happy to come down a bit.
18 to 21 knots in the start box. It's plenty.
2, 1, happy to drive here.
There you go, turning. Perhaps up.
Yeah, both teams definitely backing off in these rougher conditions, so entering 2 boards down, really trying to look after the assets here. A lot of racing to come down the track. When we get close to start time though, you will see the throttles get pinned, they will be off.
But that right-hand bias on the start line, we might see them fighting to be to the right.
The British opting for the tack bear away jibe, so killing time by circling. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar program for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli start as per previous. Nice big coast downwind in these conditions, time on distance. Putting the pressure back on the British to make a call whether to jump or push.
He's going inside. Getting 22. My right turn here. Holding low we can.
15 committee.
Reverse lead.
Lay line committee here.
A little further.
Those yellow marks in front there are actually the bottom marks, so start line well up to windward of both boats.
7. They turn up. Trimming up hard, boys.
Racing here, racing.
Go hard here. Big push. Not killing much. Peeling.
Full speed, boys.
High balanced.
Not much time to kill here, they need to get going.
All the way. Then is 80.
Possibly both boats late here. Sea state possibly making it hard for the wind instruments to gauge whether they're on time or not.
Boys, I need oil. They are also late. No problem.
We are same.
We have a green light and we are go in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Good mount, guys.
Slightly lower.
GBR was fractionally closer at 56 metres, so a lot further back than we're used to seeing them.
Good VMG to us.
Alrighty, and a little load on the back. Similar speeds, slightly lower. Can't get enough traveller up. Copy. Can't get any heel.
Big push there for the cyclors on that exit.
Probably going to hit it. No, I can't get the heel in blooding. Fuck.
Okay, he's going to take on the boundary.
Yeah, stand by. Okay, board down here. Big wave. 2, 1, mate. Turning. Right round. No problem. One more here. Normal numbers.
So both boats executing their tacks. Little touchdown there to Luna Rossa. Both boats sailing clear air.
Canter's going out here.
Very even race.
Always +1.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester.
Nice guys, normal numbers here. Then we just get speed first.
Yeah, real even start, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli able to live thin on the hip of INEOS all the way to the boundary. Now this will be as long as it gets in terms of testing, all the way probably across to the right-hand boundary. So this will be a good judge, this one, of who's got the pace. They look pretty even at the moment, and INEOS have just stretched out to 9 metre advantage, so supporting INEOS would be happy to look at those numbers.
Very similar performance of him. They go board down, we will go board down. My board down.
A slight advantage, as Peter mentioned, to the British team there. Both boats 40 knots. With boat speed 39, 40 knots, so charging into this swell.
We will match them on the tack. Copy. 35 to boundary. Currently we are crossing. Still pretty strong to windward, so I'm thinking we're going to go early kick up. I think any time.
3, 2, 1.
Port down. Moving. 1 8.
Too late there for the British to hit for me.
Going forward.
They've managed to just get it off in time.
Fast mode.
Beautifully executed manoeuvre there by the British. Rossa Prada having to get out of that wing wash, dirty air off the back of the British team. So great job by Glenmont and Ben Ainsley there.
I think we go straight. Agreed. Right, a little more breeze, 15 away. Nice lads, lock it in, great work. 10 seconds on the box here, bud.
So the extra manoeuvre having to be done by the Italian team, so it will be an advantage to the British, who are sailing beautifully.
1 lead. Starting. I will. Going straight here. The pressure on the bow, no problem with him. Right turn, guys.
INEOS Britannia with a clean first leg, and they will take the advantage in the second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. They hit the top gate first.
Coming down in 3.
Coming in at pace, though, will be INEOS Rossa Prada Pirelli. How big will the advantage be? Oh, little touchdown by INEOS Britannia. There goes INEOS Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Coming down. Catch.
Most boats, Shirley, there showing a fairly even downwind thus far, so nothing in this race at this point in time. Slight advantage to the British team to execute these manoeuvres very well. Nice slight leeward heel out of that jibe, which is what you want with a wide cant in these windier conditions. So cant, which is the foil arms, a little wider in these windier conditions with a lower centre of effort. So the power in the sails slightly lower, which means you need a wider cant and a little bit more leeward heel.
We can also get one in it. I think at the moment we go for that and assess at the bottom. Late racing through. Nice, Michael.
Absolutely ripping down there in the INEOS Britannia.
Lighter here maybe for a bit. Anything? Yeah, nice. Yeah. Only 20 seconds sailing on the next jibe. Copy.
A lot smoother in INEOS Britannia than race 1.
Lay line, sorry. Little softer patch here.
Really rolly swell. So the flight control is doing an epic job keeping the boats locked in.
Nice. Hand out.
On to chase 0. Peter, how much can change in one race?
Well, yeah, that's right. The boat in the lead has, has that advantage of seeing where the wind is, picking the waves, picking their moment when they can just pull off these manoeuvres, which are so critical. The trailing boat is harder, and we're hearing a big left-hand shift coming off GBR at the moment, so that means that they will be happy with that. That's what they're pushing ahead rather than jibing too early.
Anytime.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 212.
Happy 2 board here.
So 2 legs of 8 about to be completed, and it's a role reversal from race 1. This time it's INEOS Britannia leading at the moment. 2 legs complete. Second upwind leg underway.
Nice clean rounding there by INEOS Britannia.
And then it comes INEOS Rossa Prada Pirelli with 7 seconds at the top, 17 at the bottom.
Big one, boys.
Big trim to get that big twin skin mainsail sheeted on. Around about 10 or 11 tonnes of main sheet load to get on there, to get that sail nice and flat.
Yeah, good lefty here. Take your time.
See the ghost boat here, it's actually liking that right-hand side.
So the British team sailing into a lefty at that bottom end of the course. They came round the bottom mark in that left-hand shift, so that'll be a small advantage to them now as they sail back into the next shift, which will wobble back to the right again. So in phase,
what do you think?
Italians having to dig deep to get back into this.
We can get two and in.
Voice of Dylan Fletcher.
Having an assess. Yeah, let's hit them. Yep. Cool. Yeah, call it. Stand by here. Yep. And forward down. Force down. 2, 1, mate. Landing. Very well.
So the British team tacking to put the Italian team in their dirty air. And Italians jamming the boat up into a high mode, so just keeping clear of that dirty air. In these upper range conditions, those flat sail plans not disturbing the airflow as much as in the lighter air conditions, so very, very clean sail plan, not affecting your opponent quite as much as in the lighter conditions. So the Italian team working hard to just stay high enough to keep out of any of that dirty air.
Luna Rossa appear to have that high mode. We've seen them use that quite a lot off the start line.
Fantastic front-on shot of both boats there. Just the difference in the aerodynamic profiles of the hulls and also their sails. So great design battle as well as a on-water battle.
15. Head too slow here. Boundaries moved. Don't get too slow here. Don't get too slow. Quite slow, Glenn. Copy.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 208.
Great if we can lay this mark here. That's copy.
So wind shift we were talking about. Race committee just shifting the course just 4 degrees. But that was an impressive long port there by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Always a good sign for the challenging boat. The boat coming from behind if you can live thin on the hip. So that was a little bit of an arm wrestle coming up to the top mark for the second time.
Luna Rossa actually gained 30 metres, living in not the best position. It was pretty impressive.
I was wondering when they're going to attack us, waiting this wouldn't go away. But that's a big gain for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Look at the speeds they're entering that top gate at. You can see the third leg. INEOS Britannia though still leading in race 2. But right behind them now, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. 50 knot bear away there by the British. Push now for the cyclaws to retrim the sails. Come on!
Stand by.
Pressure on both of these manoeuvres for both teams.
Quite well. Nice and smooth. And board. Excellent, here we go. Picking me.
Both boats very, very even in their boat speed.
Everything. Hi, boys. Thanks, lad. Any square at the bottom?
On board, Luna Rossa. Francesco Bruni on driving duties at the moment.
Both one a little to the right. He's similar performance. He's in a little lower mode, but looks similar VMG. I'd say no faster. Okay.
Jimmy Spittle painting the picture.
Both these boats really lit up down here through these waves. You just see how fast they're travelling through the troughs and the lulls, just blowing the wave tops clean apart.
Big wave.
You wouldn't want to be sitting on that leeward foil at the moment.
The British have a click better VMG, slightly lower.
Copy. Let's still go straight, right? Yeah. We get one and in too. Yeah, I'm happy, yeah. Okay, they're going now. We are 6 seconds on the box. Copy. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, remain. Going. 1, 2, 1, going forward.
Let's go.
Solid gain by INEOS. Certainly we've seen in previous, through the semi-finals, that INEOS on the downwind legs really has legs, and they've used that to their advantage over Luna Rossa as they come down to the bottom mark gate for the end of leg 4. So this is a real topsy-turvy race, really close.
Going, guys.
Be surprised. Sorry, Stephen. Again, wouldn't be surprised if we see Luna Rossa take the other gate here.
Yeah, Luna Rossa Prada are not giving up either. They're hanging in there. But INEOS Britannia are still leading, and we are halfway through race 2. And just as Glenn says, Luna Rossa Prada really take the opposite mark. They head up on leg 5.
Big push on lane 2. Up with more than what you can. They're not far yet.
British there, surely looking like they're in really nice pressure up to windward there compared to where the Italians are. Not many options for Luna Rossa Prada Prali to dig their way back into this. The British have put their elbows out, doing a nice job.
There you have tack. Average shift here.
Onto the INEOS Britannia chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Same conditions, Rob. Different story. What's going on?
You know, I think it was a closer start on that one for sure. And we managed to just hit them on that first tack. And then, yeah, we're just putting our elbows out to make it difficult for them to get round.
Oh, Robbie, just wondering if you've made any sort of gear changes with the boat in between 2 races. You're obviously going really well. Just wondering if you've made any changes on board.
Yeah, there's a few little tweaks. I think it's just stepped up their performance slightly. So it's nice to see they've adapted so quickly.
Oh, well done. Carry on.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy.
Let's go. Freezes in the right here, Ben. Good shit.
Feels a little bit like the last race, doesn't it? One boat defending on the other, and the other not, the trailing boat not being able to do too much. The gap is smaller than the last race, but Britannia are defending well.
They certainly are, and always nice as a wider team and as a coaching team to analyse the data, make the gear changes, and then see that happening with the sailing team executing the changes made and sailing well. So very nice for the coaches there.
They've done on board these boats.
They've gone behind us.
They've got wind power and human power.
So the humans powering everything above the deck. You see some of the numbers there. Basically the yellow and green, so anything over about 240 watts, sort of a big push, pretty much in a straight line. They'll be ticking along, and you'll watch the power go up in the manoeuvre here.
It's hard to recognise them with all the sweat, but I think that's Ryan Todd Hunter and Luke Parkinson pushing hard.
Big push there, the blue line, the accumulator, the white line, the wattage. Probably run a couple of washing machines, a toaster and a fridge off what they're putting out at the moment.
We are about to complete leg number 5 in the second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And this time it's a different leader. It's INEOS Britannia, the official challenger record. They've got the wood on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment. No one has made a mistake. They're just sailing hard. And there goes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Catch. I will just go board with the drive.
Lee McMillan cracking the whip from the back of the boat there. There's 2 cycles in front of him and the 2 on the other side. Saying send it. They need everything in these conditions to trim those big sails back on after having to ease everything quite a bit in these uprange conditions.
INEOS Britannia, great pace down the left-hand side of the screen, in more pressure.
They are getting absolutely carted down that side of the course, having the option to take that gate and sail the shifts at their leisure.
Comes back left a little bit.
They've got the bit between the teeth at the moment.
There are people going to be sitting at home going, how can a boat go from behind in the first race by, say, 46 seconds to be leading in the second? I mean, Rob Wilson, the coach, they'd played with some stuff. What do you think they've played with to make the boat go this quick?
A little bit more windward when you have it.
Yeah, look, there's a few things you can adjust, particularly hydraulic settings and your settings for the sail trimming. That's the biggest one in these conditions that are hard to adjust. So you can actually feed oil from one loaded function to another function. So the mapping of where that oil's all going is very, very important in these uprange conditions. So I'm sure there would have been some trim adjustments there and hydraulic adjustments made. And the sailing team having to then execute well on board to get the best out of the yacht.
25 seconds, I think.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 208 and lengthening to 1.9 nautical miles.
Thanks, boys. 10 seconds on the box then.
It's looked so much smoother on INEOS Britannia during this race, but also they got a good start.
They certainly did. Seeing that foil arm downwind there on both boats. Big suspension arm through these swells, really, really working hard. Well, right on the edge of ventilation there for the British, getting really high at times. Those big foils hanging on nicely in these rough conditions.
Might sound like a broken record, but it's still INEOS Britannia leading as they complete leg number 6. They're 2 legs away from levelling up this cup.
Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Go, Jim.
Yeah, they'll be happy inside the INEOS base, and why wouldn't you be? In comes Luna Rossa. What's the delta? Bottom left of your screen. They're 15 seconds behind.
They're not disappearing. The Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. That was a really solid rounding there. The British, though, sailing into better pressure by the looks of things.
Tiny build, 1 knot, 39. Nice. Take your moment.
On board the coach boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, Philippe Presti joins us again. Complete reversal of race number 1. Can you find anything in the silver bullet?
You should start ahead is a way easier race, and I think INEOS did a good job just to make the start just good enough so they could hold the lane. But yeah, well, see, it's not boat speed race. It's really how you handle the tactical situations. And yeah, that's all for INEOS. They did a very good job.
We can go 20.
Philippe, INEOS Britannia looks a lot smoother, a lot more in control in this race. Are you surprised by that?
I think this game you learn from, they're good enough to learn from their mistakes, and probably had a lot of feedbacks, and But I think we're close, you know. It still can happen a lot of things in the next 5 minutes.
Maybe find a flat spot, we go.
All right, thanks, Philippe.
Stand by, guys. 3.
Brilliant shot there of how rough this sea state is. Boat's doing 40 knots upwind through this swell. Difficult position to tack there. Luna Rossa in that difficult wave state. They've pulled it off beautifully.
We're good for 1 and in right.
INEOS Britannia defending well, and also defending that right-hand side of the track at the very top of the course, which has been so dominant all day.
When you're leading, you get to pick and choose when you tack, and you get to sort of dictate the race.
They go, Ben, or you let them take the extra tacks. Let's put up 1 and in right. Fill her up, lads. Lock it in, lads. Good work. Increasing now.
See how much Ben Ainsley's getting thrown around in the cockpit there. Doesn't look like much for watching the TV, but I can guarantee you he'll be white knuckle fever hanging on to the big Britannia.
There's quite a lot of G also, isn't there, in the manoeuvres?
It certainly is. You see that Cyclor's getting flicked around behind him.
Might be able to go a little fat, standing on them. They look like they're following, Ben. A little softer here, but pressure back. Maybe give it a little fat in case it goes right to the top. Copy. Happy controller. Big bear away. It's going to be important. Thanks. Let's go. 2, 1, 4 down. 2, 1, page. Panic. I will. 2, 1, game board.
Luke Parkinson calling this is going to be a big bear away, so they'll be charging the accumulator, making sure they've got full oil reserves available for the trimmers. Most important bear away of the day.
Happy to just go right turn here, there's not much gate bias.
INEOS Britannia approaching the top gate for the very last time on day 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. Haven't put a foot wrong. They look good in race number 2.
Okay, turning down in 3, 2, 1, all the way. Looking down.
And around the mark they go and head home. And then it comes Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. They just can't catch up.
And 3, 2, 1, you're clear.
I'm catching.
That's right.
Both boats 50 knots, 51 and a bit for the British.
Yep, they're happy, and why wouldn't they be? Quiet down there. Maybe it's full of Luna Rossa supporters. Oh no, there is a smattering of British supporters.
So the Italian team looking for a mistake from the British. They keep executing this race like they have been. Surely they'll be in good shape.
16s. Yep. Stay on, boys. Stay, follow. Easy. Gonna get going.
Peter Lester, impressive second race from INEOS.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice start and really good defence on that first upwind leg, and then they've capitalised on that. The other thing I think that stood out to me, INEOS in this race has just had a click faster downwind, making about 4 boat lengths each time they've gone on the downwind leg, and that's just given them that buffer that they've been able to extend. I think very even on the upwind leg between the 2 boats.
This is almost echoing Jimmy Spittle in the press conference yesterday, where he said this will be incredibly even, full stop. That's all he said.
So the Italian team of Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli just throwing another jibe in. The British team probably only needing 1 more jibe to get to the finish, so just enticing possible mistake there from the British, but the British pull this next jibe off, they will be in good shape.
20 this way, 20 to a jibe. Push. 1 minute.
Not much rudder in the water sometimes.
Certainly not, but when it's travelling through the water at 43 knots, it's got plenty of flow over it to have some grip, so British sailing really well. Not much the Italians can do at the moment.
Backing down now.
It has been a class performance from the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia, beaten by 46 seconds in race number 1, have responded in kind. And at the end of day 1 in the Louis Vuitton Cup, we are locked up. Britannia get the win. It's 1-all.
Thanks, boys. And turning up. Got boys, with 2 boards down here. Good effort, lads. Well done.
Yep, way to go. That's all happiness on the coach boat. I can imagine it's like that in the supporters area as well as Luna Rossa finish. They'll all go away, and tomorrow they'll have a break and think, right, how do we get each other again?
Right, good effort, boys.
Sets us up beautifully.
We go a little bit up on the course.
So we are potentially going racing without Luna Rossa. Drama on the 3rd day of racing and only the 3rd race. My goodness. The America's Cup throwing another spanner into the works. Luna Rossa Prada Praise already had 1 major breakage, but they were pretty comfortable going in. Now, look at this. They are in a frenzy to get going with the score at 1-all in the Louis Vuitton Cup final. We'll get clearance to see if we've reached the limit and we're clear to go racing. Hold your breath, Luna Rossa fans.
Okay, stand by. Boards going down.
This is the race committee. We have now met the win limit, and this race is live.
Oh my goodness. Now do we see the delay card called. Huge moment for INEOS Britannia.
Disaster for the Italian team there. They will have to concede this point.
Hey, happy to come down whenever you're ready. Yeah, we'll just keep reaching like this. Okay, you're gonna working away in 3.
British have to sail around the course, I think, to get the point, or unless the Italians retire from this race.
Taking main lads. Holding.
So INEOS Britannia are to come in at 2 minutes and 10 seconds on port. They know what's going, so coming in late is going to be of no issue at this point.
High road here, so just stay low for now.
This is the umpires. Italy has been disqualified. The race is stopped and awarded to GBR.
Well, just like that, INEOS Britannia has been handed a huge advantage in race number 3.
Coming down a switch here, quite hot. Just got a mark.
Race done, point handed.
10 seconds.
Right now, it's Britannia 2, Luna Rossa 1. Massive day. For all, dare I say it, massive day for all the wrong reasons for Luna, but a huge day at the start of this day for INEOS Britannia.
There you go, Jim.
Well, Italy get a black flag because they have outside assistance during the race. And so for INEOS Britannia, they don't even have to cross the start line.
We're going to run with 35 minutes, right, between these races. Yeah, so let's just get Chase 2 on board and regroup, eh? Yeah.
INEOS Britannia have been told they don't even have to start, that they have the win.
And my apologies there. I thought they actually had to sail a course with that outside assistance. Umpire Richard Slater can pull out the outside assistance card, so off the hook, and a that'll be the easiest point that INEOS Britannia will get, I think, for this Louis Vuitton final series. So not the way you want to win a point, and they will not be celebrating the earning of that point 1 iota, the British team. You don't want to see that with your opponents, and they were wanting to have a good battle to earn that point, and hopefully our Italian friends can get this sail down and back up again with a new one as quickly as possible and get into racing.
Let's go to Chief Umpire Richard Slater. Richard, can you just run us through the call you made to disqualify Luna Rossa and award the important 1 race point to INEOS Britannia, please?
Sure, Stephen. In this situation, Luna Rossa had outside assistance, being a non-sailing crew on board. So while they're racing with that, that's an offence that is gets disqualified for. If they didn't have those people on board, we'd be expecting to see GBR do at least start the race.
All right, well, that's all we need to hear. Thanks for your time, Richard.
No worries.
And that's all anyone wanted to hear. And to use Shirley's words, after yesterday's street fight, the one word that comes to mind, composure is now required.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be a little bit of a reset today. But both teams know if they're going to win this final, they've got to take it on.
Yeah, perfect conditions today, a couple of knots lighter than yesterday, so we will still see some fantastic performance, and we're going to see a real battle in this restart coming up shortly.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, coming in from port. They're allowed to enter the start box at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and then on starboard it will be INEOS Britannia at the 2-minute mark.
Good on timing.
Green light, Luna Rossa.
Crossing, no problem at this stage.
Both boats approaching it from really high up the course, easier to judge.
Pull back down here. Copy.
Green light, INEOS Britannia, and a little bit late into the box.
And diving here.
Slightly flatter water conditions today, so a little bit easier to sail the boats and keep pushing hard.
Very slow. Okay, turning up in 2.
Quite the entry into the start box at 46 knots.
Giving the speed.
Roger. Here's 2 board. On the speed you want. Bit of fast 4 speed here. Say again. Just holding off and skidding. Okay. Just slow up your line. Here's still 2 board. Hold on. 2-1. Having to wait down. Away, boys. He's on sails here. Quite early here. What do you want to do here, man? 40 kill. Go past them here. Okay, working down in 2. Working down.
Luna Rossa hugging the wall, trying to get their time and distance spot on.
Edge of boundary. Killing 20.
The Italian team just trying to put the decision-making process onto the British team there of to either jump or push.
Right turn here. Only killing 1 for the pin. Cross. Turning up. Apart. Big cavitation here.
Big loss. The rudder there for the Italians. They could potentially be late here for this start. Big mistake by the Italian team.
Still quite early. For me, just I want to be over here. Racing all the time, guys. 16 seconds, big down. Full speed, boys, all the way. Can't get there.
So advantage to the British team.
Race 5 in the Louis Vuitton Cup final is on. Early advantage, INEOS Britannia.
INEOS Britannia 35 metres back, doing 35 knots, but it didn't matter. They have the advantage.
That is a massive advantage in these early stages of this race for INEOS Britannia.
Pretty average direction. Your tacking, Swiss. Taking a main. Hold it. Big numbers here.
For investment.
Flash right. 2, 1. Freezes average ship.
We'll expect to see INEOS Britannia tacking right in front of the Italian team now, just to put them in that dirty air and control the race if they can.
Going board. Normal mode. Hey, stand by. 2, 1. Hey, tap that.
Not much runway for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to that boundary, so there's going to be some quick tacking manoeuvres here. Interesting to see if the British go back immediately.
Coming for the G-spot here. Right turn here. Only killing 1 for the pin. Cross. Turning up. Apart.
So just a big loss of the rudder and the foil there. So a big ventilation. You see just too high there on that leeward foil and a big ventilation. So pulling an air path down.
I think we continue here.
Little gain to us.
All the way.
British team there.
Swapping sides.
Deciding to go past. They'll be using that runway to then take advantage as they get to the other side of the course.
Right here, we're over speed. Nice mode.
Coming up to halfway up the first windward beat. The top right looks a little bit favoured. We have got this effect of the wind wrapping round high land over on the port side. So the call before the race from both teams was soft right call, which means starboard approach from the right-hand side probably gives you the best angle and best breeze.
Decision-making time now for the British of whether they tack or carry on.
Full gas here. That's one.
They're opting for the one less manoeuvre. They'll do one tap to get to the top. The Italians also one more manoeuvre to the top.
Here, so just have a look.
Come by, guys. Going in 3.
Seems a different tempo on INEOS Britannia today, much more composure, calmer, less aggression.
5 seconds. Stand by.
I'm sure there would have been a hefty debrief last night.
Turning. Farewell. 2, 1, down board. No problem. No problem. That's move.
INEOS Britannia setting up for a right turn. Blue Rossa most likely a left turn.
INEOS Britannia complete the first leg of 8, and in a game where you have to minimise mistakes, Blue Rossa Prada Pirelli will be kicking themselves at the moment, but they are flying into that top gate for the first time with 7 legs to go. This is, even at this point, anybody's race.
Both teams around 51 knots. Exit speed, so pushing hard.
Little left of anything.
Nothing in this race at the moment.
Little puff on. You're going to take it to shift, Gecko.
Take your time.
Okay, boys. 2, 1.
Long coasty jibe there by
nice punt there for us.
Team. British now jibing, looking like they're going to line themselves up with a reasonable angle.
Good turn, ready phase, with good pressure coming.
Good place.
What happened with the rudder, do you think? Not sure.
Down a bit.
Maybe a bag or something. Yeah. Pressure increasing 2. How are we looking here, Ben? Yeah, we're ahead, but it's close. Hey, currently going to be set up for that right turn at the bottom, be an additional manoeuvre for us if we want to cover them up. And we're ahead by 6 lengths. Yeah. That's so bias, pretty square, isn't it? I mean, we've seen that bottom, that right turn be good. Let's let them go and then jibe and set up for the one and then right. Yeah, copy.
Great commentary by Ben Ainsley, Bill Fletcher, painting the picture and the options.
Yeah, any time here. Ready, stand by. And board down. 2, 1, nade. Okay, turning. I will.
Both teams absolutely flying on this downwind, this flatter water. Very, very flat sails set up for the downwind, so really, really clean and efficient sail package on both boats for maximum speed.
Right here at the moment, I think. Slightly biased to the other gate, but it's a typical manoeuvre for them, I guess. Yeah. Okay, stand by. Okay, yeah, holding. Okay, yeah, put down.
Italians in general just sailing a little more twisted on their main sail, sailing a slightly faster mode.
Going board.
They're right up the exhaust pipe of the British there, so nothing in this race. Be careful of that foil wash though.
By your trap, right trap. Going down here. 2, 1, made. Okay, 2, 1, turn it up. Okay, split. Yep. Okay,
so we are around the gate, split tack by both. It's actually pretty close, isn't it?
Hey, get it going, boys.
Yeah, extremely tight race there. The Italian team doing a really nice job there to close the bearing on their opponents and almost round simultaneously. With around that left turn at the bottom, so not going to be much in it. They're going to split. They'll both bounce off the boundaries most likely. British just coming back a click earlier through a nice line of pressure by the looks of things.
Up with mode when you can. Nice.
Still nothing in this race.
All the way here.
Apply, boys. Going 3, 2.
Up with low.
Board down.
Board down.
Trap is down. Okay, no lower. Good angle.
So decision time now for the British team of whether to attack in front.
Build higher. Speed is up.
Happy with 41. We're right there. Keep pushing, boys.
Clear ahead there, INEOS Britannia. Deciding to carry on, possibly seeing something on the bow.
Good mode.
Britannia just protecting that right-hand side of the course. They elected not to tack to windward of Luna Rossa. There has been just a small advantage, pressure and angle at the top of the course. The other thing I did hear on the downwind leg, Dylan Fletcher talked about maybe something on the rudder, and he talked about a plastic bag. Looking at the performance, I'm assuming that's cleared itself.
Back here, Ben, so got a bit of an option to hit him here or take that right turn at the top again. So how big a lead have we got? We can hit him like 100 metres. Need to go in 5 seconds. Push out. Let's continue.
INEOS Britannia choosing not to engage, just sail their own race.
Okay, let's attack on him now.
A really interesting decision there.
Turning. Around. 2, 1, get on board.
We might take not good puff on the bow.
And lefty right now. Looks like a puff on the bow. Transition coming here.
I think we go short of lane.
Okay.
Going in right.
Taking main.
Pretty soon.
Take it life hard for the split at the top. Big tags. Let's tack with it. 2, 1, board down. Yep. 3,
big
2,
slide,
1,
boys.
main. Turning. 5, 2, 1, going board.
Hey, we just take a little high mode here.
So the British team
just
putting the Italians there right in their exhaust fumes, so that dirty air off
coming on this angle.
Their rig, affecting the performance now of the Italian team.
Thinking both one and in right.
Stay line 2 on the box. Okay, board down. 2, 1, main. Turning. Right, 2, 5, get board.
The Italian team most likely will follow the right turn of INEOS Britannia.
So INEOS Britannia still with that slight edge, gained in the start box error by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but they are holding it and look assured the way they are holding this lead as we complete 3 legs and head downwind for leg number 4 of 8.
The Italian team just having to sit in the dirty air of the British team of INEOS Britannia. So
a little righty at the moment.
Won't be gaining just at the moment, but they've managed to keep it close enough. They've got the pressure well and truly on the British to execute well.
So well matched in terms of performance. I mean, you could not pick one.
Going board. Pressure here. Keep going, lads. Close. Make it on, boys.
Even though the wind's 2 or 3 knots less today than it was yesterday, the water being flatter, we're actually seeing slightly better performance in a straight line to both. So Sea State making it hard when it's wavy to get those top end speeds.
On here.
A passing G-spot here. I think about it. I think we go here, and worst case we do 2 and in right.
Copy.
Luna Rossa doing well to keep this tight, but they need something to happen. And INEOS Britannia sailing flawlessly in this race.
Bottom end speed in their jibes.
Go board.
Very, very fast there. 42 knots at boat speed.
Taking main. Holding. Pretty square going. Taking main.
Looking at the two boats going downwind, Luna Rossa's jib is just slightly bigger in area. And I know before the start they called the J4. Now, the advantage with the slightly more sail area should be a downwind advantage. It looks like the boats are very evenly matched. I was impressed on that second windward beat, how INEOS just controlled the course, did a beautiful job of making Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, just not giving them an opportunity to get into the passing lane.
I need a low mode here, sorry man. Yeah, it's coming on. Low mode here. Thanks, low mode please. Howdy up. Round us up here. Mode, early drop. Yeah. Up in 5.
INEOS Britannia are giving Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli no room to move in race 5 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Series. And we're at the halfway mark. 4 legs completed of 8.
Boss, 2, 1, going board.
There goes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's going to be one mistake that could define this race. We've seen it already. Is that the only one that we will see?
Let's speed here. You've only got 15 on the box, so anytime. Stand by. And board. 2, 1, main. Panic. I will. 2, 1, go board.
INEOS Britannia in more breeze there. You can see it with the wind field. Green meaning more breeze, blue less.
31 knot bottom speed there. Very good tack.
On board INEOS Britannia's chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Rob, after yesterday's rather emotional race in race 4, what was the word to the team going into today's race?
We just wanted to get on with our processes and have a clean race. That was the main thing. You know, there was a lot of rules incidents going on yesterday, and not that you can't trust the decisions, but it often comes down to a 50-50, and you never quite know the outcome. So we're just trying to keep it clean.
Yeah, Rob, it just seemed like a different mindset on board INEOS Britannia today.
Yeah, they're all fully focused. I wouldn't say it's that much different to normal, but yeah, they're all business today, that's for sure.
All right, thanks for your time, Rob.
Thank you.
Pressure on the bow. On the box.
Both boats able to tow a barefoot water skier upwind at the moment at 80 kilometres an hour.
I don't fancy it though, do you?
You want to have your knees strapped up, that's for sure, going upwind into those waves, but unbelievable performance, tacking through around about 80 degrees or less.
The real thought as we start to run out of legs is, what can the Italians do?
Yeah, the only option is to keep it close, keep it tight.
Quite like what we did last time then. No one him now, or just split. Up to you.
Wondering this time whether we go all the way, see where he tacks. Hey, I think he tacks, we tack, Echo. Yeah, okay. Anytime. Thank you.
Coming up, disinvesting. 2, 1, 4 down.
Just see how little the boats turn through the eye of the wind. Absolutely nothing in the performance between these two boats. Absolutely tied together with a piece of string.
Speed is up on angle. Great opportunity for us, guys.
Yeah, Luna Rossa, they're attacking early, asking the question of INEOS Britannia.
That's really good. Nice. Good mode.
Cyclers. Working hard, a lot of tacks on this leg.
I'm out before the tack.
Stand by.
Start doing it.
Rico Voltolini there.
So it's been a strong upward leg for Rosso Prada. It still remains tight as INEOS Britannia continue to lead in this fifth race. Remember, the scoreboard at the moment, it's 2-all.
They will be slightly down speed for this bear away, the British, so...
No trap. Keep going, boys. All the way in.
Having to sail through the foil wash here.
Taking main, big push.
Italian, so needing to be careful not to get caught in that vortex
taking main
through the water there.
Try and lock her in, boys.
Upset the boat's trim.
Yeah, obviously it's not just the air that's disturbed, it is the water also.
I think they need time.
Board down.
Tackle bear away for INEOS Britannia. Big move though at the top of the course.
3, 2, 1, main. Heading. 1, 2, 1, going board.
Slightly floaty jibe there by the Italian team, so it wasn't their best jibe. A bit high and a bit slidey, so great jibe on the British team. They've taken a gain out of that set of manoeuvres.
Fans on the waterfront. Thinking about what could be leg 6 of 8.
Hey, at the G spot and go, I think.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Stand by. 2, 1, coming down.
Okay, then, jibe. Okay, come on. Up. Down. 2, 1, made. Heading. Parallel. 2, 1, going board. Then hook up here.
Big push here on the pedals.
Taking main.
To try and get that power on. 2,100 watts peak there. Huge push.
Okay, 1 in right at the moment. Taking main. Slightly biased to the left gate, but not much.
Little gain on this leg for INEOS Britannia.
Just touch past it this time.
A little bit of breathing space.
Certainly sailing the boat accurately.
1, down.
INEOS team.
3, 2,
Italians breathing right down their neck at the moment, so cannot afford any mistakes. British team doing a fantastic job just taking all the options for the overtaking move away from Lunarossa Prada, forcing them to follow, which is what they're wanting to do.
Happy here. Happy right turn. Yeah, happy right turn. Okay, stand by.
It would appear that the word of the day in the INEOS Britannia camp is control. And control they do. Race 5 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Oh, and they've had a big slide. The British team, they need to get it under control. They've just got the grip back there, but that's a huge loss of performance. The Italians will probably sail right up behind them and then immediately tack. They need to get locked in as well.
Stand by. 2, 1, little bit.
More down. 2, and main.
This race is back on with that big slide at the bottom. British team opening themselves up with that little mistake.
Big push here, guys.
Yep, best performance.
Push. Okay, locking 3.
You can hear the tempo on board INEOS Britannia. They're back in defending mode.
2, 1, main. And working up.
Just as the boat's turning here, you see the side load and just that flow blowing those really skinny upstands on the foil. Full sideways slide when you watch both foils blow the flow up, and big slide there. Massive wash off performance. So unfortunate for the British team, and the race is now back to only 35 metres of distance.
So much load and power on those big turns.
Trying to do a hairpin turn with skinny little foils right on the edge of grip, both boats. And this could be really interesting, this next exchange. Perfectly timed tack there by the British team, only just keeping control of this race.
And 2, 1.
On board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli with coach Philippe Priestley. It would appear patience right now could pay off. It's very tight at the moment.
Yeah, it's super tight. I think the boys did well to keep the game alive, and hopefully we get an opportunity. And yeah, super tight.
Just a very quick word about the start. Very tricky there. What happened?
Yeah, well, I thought we had good timing, good positioning, but unfortunately during the turn we had a big slide and we lost the foil, and we drop off the foil. Yeah, that's a very hard condition to do match race, especially when we want to do a tight turn and tricky maneuvers. So unfortunately we couldn't put it off, but you know, super happy to see the boats racing like we do.
Thanks, Philippe.
Welcome.
Luna Rossa are throwing everything at it.
They certainly are, but the British, absolutely perfect execution of just putting them right in the dirty air every tack that they do. So Italians are trying to wriggle their way free, but every time they come back in this situation on starboard tack, Ben Ainsley just putting them right in the roost.
Slow beat of meters with every manoeuvre.
Probably best damage control is following him on it.
Little bit of harvest probably when we can. Copy that. Trying to harvest it.
Oh, higher here. Little press. Nice, good there.
12 seconds on the box.
Just air forward of that dirty air, the Italian team. So they've just put it into a slightly faster mode there. They are air clear there, but they obviously are behind as well. So not many options left on the table in this race.
With one leg to go, INEOS Britannia have survived a wee scare at the bottom mark and are still in control of race 5. The Italians try to throw everything at them, but the British are not budging.
On and clear.
Italian team will be looking for a mistake by INEOS Britannia to have any chance of getting back into this race. British team absolutely putting the clamps on, not giving any options for Luna Rossa to get back into this.
Almost think and go.
Come on.
Up.
One.
Put down. 2, 1. Mate, heading. 1. 2, 1. Going board.
Nice job by the British there. A little bit slidey again on Luna Rossa. Prada Pirelli, but
okay, guys. Keep it going.
they just need to keep it locked in, the British.
Okay, boys. Okay, do we match if he goes? Pressure is okay here. It's average shift. Not sure how big a lead I've not really seen, but if we've got a good lead, I think we probably just match as long as the pressure looks all right down the outside. Yeah, agreed. I've got eyes on.
Superb defence by INEOS Britannia in this race. Obviously that error pre-start by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they haven't been able to peg it back. Speed-wise, very even. I think INEOS with on these downwind legs, as she's shown all the way through the Louis Vuitton Cup, is just around 2 or 3 boat lengths faster on the downwind legs, and that's given that little buffer that has meant they're going to take out this race. The brilliant match race and very low risk by INEOS.
No matter what, I think we have to do the same.
I agree with Peter there. It has been absolutely fantastic defence. It's been a real lesson in keeping the elbows out and keeping your opponent behind you. Just need one more manoeuvre. The British team execute that well, and they will get that vital point they need.
2, 1, mate. Heading. 2, 1. Going forward. There we go. Coming.
Absolutely on the rev limiter. The Cyclors powering that big carbon fibre missile downwind.
INEOS Britannia take another bite out of the points on the road to 7. And they will defeat Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 5. And they will go ahead 3-2 in the charge to the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Holding loosely. Yep. Well done, guys.
Understandably, fans happy as Luna Rossa crosses the line, and they will be ruining that one error in the start box.
Very much on the back foot from the get-go, the Italian team, just with that big slide in the restart. They'll be hoping to regroup for this second race today, and their goal for today will be coming out on even points. So the British team, their goal will be coming out 2 points clear. So next race is going to be a rip-up.
This is the INEOS base, and why wouldn't you be happy when your friends and loved ones are doing what they're supposed to do, win races. It is on. Race number 7 in the Louis Vuitton Cup final here at Barcelona. 2 minutes and 50 and counting. Great Britain will come in at 2:10 on port, and it will be Italy on starboard. Looking forward to this one.
Yes, so much. If you sail a 75-foot state-of-the-art foiling machine, it does not get better than this, and the fans know it.
Yeah, it's fresh today, but it's not too frightening, and we're going to see some absolutely epic racing here. Going to be a fantastic battle. Whoever gets off this start well will be in for a fantastic day.
How high is their heart rate?
INEOS Britannia, you saw the little indicator potentially coming in slightly late, but we're only talking slightly late. They are green, they are good to start the battle with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They can come in at 2. They're going to be coming in quite late on this one, but they did that yesterday on both occasions. So the start, super critical.
Big pressure in this pre-start, so the Italian team driving in behind the British team, and don't be surprised if we see the British team loop around like they have done previously.
INEOS Britannia seems to prefer to be chaser.
No, we don't tack.
Trying to get behind Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Hey, just on committee lane.
So a different approach by the British here, attack and then attack back, so they will speed build and bear away, and they will be looking to put big pressure on the Italian team at the bottom of the box in this pre-start.
Greeny's gone. 25, committee 40. Space on lane. He's low of our line. Yep. Happy to go.
So decision time now for the British of whether to lead back or to trail and push.
Get him to lane, I turn up.
You're on lane line already.
Stand by. 2, 1, up hard.
And you're not shut.
Really nice gauge by the Italian team there. Nice big gauge is what you're after.
Good timing by Luna Rossa inside the start line box.
That's good. 8 to kill. He's ahead on the ladder. Arch it. No, we're good. 4. Nice lads. You may need 3 threes. 3. Let's dropping back on us. Okay, yeah. Starting to go here. 2. Holding now. Okay, boys. All the way. Killing 1. You cannot be boys.
Potentially a very even start coming up here.
All kill. Same speed. Working up. Performance here. Same speed, same height.
Race 7, Louis Vuitton Cup final. Is today the day the deadlock is broken?
A little bit higher mode here, Tony. Good, high mode is good. Parallel.
Such a close start. Luna Rossa just 9 meters back, marginally better than the British.
Good angle there.
It's a big drag race to this left boundary. Early control in this race. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just fractionally advantageous at the moment.
Increasing distance, we can press a bit more.
A little bit there, guys.
Yeah, building.
Help me build on me with some ride height or something.
We need to build more.
We saw yesterday how well INEOS Britannia managed to get a high mode, squeeze them off.
Okay, getting good pressure.
Definitely trying to work that now.
Okay, not the lane again.
He's coming inside. Wait. 2, 1 and 4. Going 3, 1, mate. 2.
lead bow attack here by the Italian team. They'll jam this straight into a high mode. They need to try and bump the British team off. Now the British are windward boat, having to keep clear.
Same shape of this.
Nothing in this race.
The high build's okay to me.
Yep, coming up a little bit more. I'll do it in a moment.
Yeah, you're a click faster, same high. You can take a little high if you want.
Keko Bruni on the steering wheel at the moment.
34 looks nice.
Having a little look.
Providing taxis needs to have a little look, but
No faster than this. This is good.
slight controlling position now, the Italians.
No, he's got it. I'm getting too slow. Keep updating.
Hey, normal build. Building, he's gone.
2, 1, go board. Airport's a jib.
So the British team there minimising damage, having to tack away. Advantage Luna Rossa.
Nice, guys. Here we go. Okay, let's reset here. 20 seconds this way.
On board with Ben Ainsley, he was forced to tack away there, so we've seen the stock standard start now several times from Luna Rossa and INEOS, with Luna Rossa preferring to start up on the windward side, take it out to the left-hand action, tack to leeward, and then gauge up to force INEOS to tack away. So that's 2 extra tacks to GBR, with INEOS now trailing by around 70 metres. And remember, 95% of these races are won by the boat that's ahead at the first mark.
1 second, give me 1 second.
Hey guys,
okay, boys, we
try and get some speed for the tack.
Stand by. Go in 3, 2, 1, more down. Rest. Watching out here, there is some engine copy. Potential to get in left turn here.
Pirelli. British have got a little left shift, so bow on bow. Giveaway boat is the British team, but they do have a slight lead, so should be an easy cross from there for them.
You have to think about the Dino right potentially here. 1, mate, turning, right. 2, 1,
Side to slam right in front of the Italians there. Advantage now, back to the British. Luna Rossa in a high mode, so
2, 1, more down.
we'll see a split here at the top.
Wow, how quick was that? Top gate, first leg of 8 done, and it's neck and neck after 1.
Hit it, boys. Split. 20.
Great comeback by the British. Oh, massive splashdown by the Italian team.
No, we're broken everything.
And a huge breakage on board Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
We heard that they had issues on that upwind leg.
Massive structural failure on board the Italian boat.
All we've got to do is stay on the course. Yeah, we'll go ahead on the course. Yeah, head to wind. Yeah, stay with the wind.
Guys, ragazzi, abbiamo un fairing in acqua là.
Tranquillo, tranquillo. Okay, we have to stay on the course.
Major problems on Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli on a pivotal day in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
We are staying on the race.
Structural issue. It does not look good from what we see, but we'll get confirmation. Major advantage to INEOS Britannia.
Maybe check,
before moving stuff, I will get rid of this fairing. Got a bit of main sheet on, guys.
Can you see, Glenn, where the issue might be?
There's a big fairing, like a non-structural fairing that goes over the top of that jib track. So just trying to get some shots now on board there, but that is definitely not a good sign for the Italian team. The fairing, not a big issue, but it's what's underneath that fairing that's broken and actually punched that up through the deck. So try and get some more shots here.
Maybe we can keep sailing, but we don't have the wand. What else?
The wand's here.
What else is missing on the boat? Outer fairing.
In the meantime, INEOS Britannia are sailing away. And sailing it away to what will be a win. Let's be blunt, let's lay it out right now. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli at the moment are dead in the water. And this is going to be a major shift in the Louis Vuitton Cup. Now, it depends how bad that damage is. And can they get back for race 8?
So Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will just not get outside assistance, and they will be forcing the British team to sail all the way around the track. The British team will just take the foot off the gas and they'll just deliver the boat around the track to get the race win. If the Italian team get outside assistance, the race will get awarded to the British team. So they've decided just to hold, do some inspections themselves, and actually force the British team to just deliver the boat around the track, hoping, obviously, that they don't get any issue themselves, but it'll just be now a delivery race for the British team, and we'll try and get to the bottom of what is going on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
The America's Cup gods have not been kind to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. We saw them had that big traveller issue a number of races ago, and now this on a day that could see the scales tipped well towards INEOS Britannia on the road to 7 race wins.
15. Okay, stand by. 2, 1 on board. 2, 1, lead. Danny, I will. 2, 1, get board.
Just having a look on this upwind coming up to the top mark.
Okay, just go and get the boat locked in, guys.
Yeah, I have to come back. One was not going there.
No problem. Then we go late, guys.
Togli l'automatico. Togli l'automatico. Okay, yeah, 1 second, give me 1 second.
Hey, guys.
So this is just coming in towards the top mark before we saw the issue.
Hit it, boys.
Let's have a look at some of these shots now. And a really big nosedive there. That's a huge, huge load case going down the mine at nearly 50 knots of boat speed there. And the loading on the front sail there, absolutely huge. Possibly the water pressure on the hull has actually popped or flexed the hull and actually popped all the fairings off. So that is a huge load case, and you can hear the cracking there. So I'm not 100% sure exactly whether it's just fairing damage or whether there's been anything more structural underneath that, but that is one huge load case on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
On the upwind leg, they were complaining with issues on the foil. I mean, could that have caused that massive nosedive there?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I mean, to get a big nosedive like that, there's something that's gone, whether it's something in the rudder rake ram, so the pitch of the boat changing that aggressively generally would be caused by either a ventilation on the front foil, which is unlikely, or most likely a rudder venting issue or a rake ram issue. So the rudder elevator controls the pitch of the boat, whereas the front foils generally control the vertical ride height. So what's going on here?
Very small fairing just off our port bow. 50 metres off our port bow. 10 o'clock.
So I believe the race committee were just asking Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli if there's any debris in the water, and I think Jimmy Spiegel there just saying a little bit of fairing floating off the port bow. So British team now, Shirley, just having to execute the delivery lap, or laps, to gain this final point in this series. The shore crew of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will be scrambling to get information, which they can't do at the moment because there can't be communication from the coach boat to the actual yacht while the race is going. So they'll be looking for as much info as they can, as quickly as they can.
It must be such a helpless feeling for the shore crew of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but in the meantime, INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, just continue and are being forced by Luna Rossa to sail the full race. So 3 legs done now. They'll head down on the 4th leg downwind to complete the halfway mark. And everybody just tries to understand what we have just seen again.
So the crew on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will just be basically talking and trying to explain the situation, because they can talk, but they can't get any comms back from the other end. So they can be listened to, but they can't receive any communications back. So they'll be providing some information, but not being able to get any answers at this point in time until the British team cross that finish line.
Heartbreaking for Luna Rossa, and I'm sure already they're thinking whether they could solve the problem for the next race. But I mean, it sounded and looked pretty serious, Glenn.
It was a huge stop, and that load case through the front of the Yacht. They are designed to take those load cases in mind, but that was a huge stop and a lot of force being transferred through the bow section and middle section of that Yacht. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on here.
We can also think to keep the jib up.
This is an onboard shot, in close to 50 knots of boat speed here, so nearly 100 kilometres an hour, and then big slow down to around 15 to 20 knots of boat speed. So
that the fairing up.
Piece of fairing, yeah, that's just a lightweight piece of sort of non-structural fairing, if you like, just an aerodynamic fairing. So it's what's underneath that. If there's been any major breakages underneath that fairing, that's where the real issues will
Let's
lie.
get the screws off all of this one, and we need to just screw them down. The fairing is okay.
And these front ones are ripped down.
How much on the boat can they assess what might be wrong electronically and hydraulically?
Yeah, well, the crew on board are obviously very in tune with a lot of the systems on board, but generally they're not structural engineers, and the structural team will need to come and have a really good look at that. Certainly from an operational perspective, the crew will know what's working and what's not, and the shore team and coaching team, both on their chase boat and back in the office, will they'll be seeing what's working and what's not. Just the lightweight structural fairings there on top, so that's certainly not global structure that's damaged. So fingers crossed for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, it's literally just aero structural damage and not global structural damage on board that yacht.
INEOS Britannia playing it safe. The only risk is damage to themselves. 2 boards down on this run.
Still doing 38.6 knots of boat speed in delivery mode, so they're not tied to the dock by any means, but they are absolutely just foot off the gas and in cruise control now, cruising down the highway, having a hamburger.
A little bit fast lay line here. Anytime now. Okay, here we go. Turning. I will. Holding.
The one word we have talked about throughout this America's Cup Regatta, as we see INEOS Britannia complete the halfway stage of race 7, is reliability. The one thing we have noticed about INEOS Britannia is reliability.
Well, the British team will be certainly hoping that stays the case through the rest of this regatta. We know that these boats are all very highly tuned pieces of equipment, and any one little mistake or structural issue can certainly turn this final series on its head, as we've just seen with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. So all boats built on the edge, but very structurally engineered really well. A lot of effort goes into these boats to make sure they can be pushed really hard, but also survive the distance as well.
3, 2, 1, mate.
We know sportsmanship is an incredibly important part of this game, but there must be in the back of the minds of INEOS Britannia right now, regardless, and they will say they don't like to win a race like that, but let's be honest, there must be a little bit in the back of the mind going, okay, an opportunity has opened up now. And they won't be thinking this, they want to race, that's what this game is all about, but they will be thinking, hang on, we're a step closer to potentially realising that dream.
Look, it's a huge team effort, isn't it, Shirley? And I mean, the guys on board the yacht are just a very small part. They're the tip of the spear, if you like, and there's a huge long shaft of people behind them, you know, making up the wider team. And, you know, there's electronics, there's hydraulics, there's structure, there's the coaching staff, the admin staff, and it goes on and on, suppliers, and so on and so forth.
From Luna Rossa Chase.
So
Luna Rossa Chase, go for race committee.
The Luna Rossa chase there. Apologies, will be looking to get in there fairly quickly, I think, once the Italians are now disqualified from that race. So that point will be awarded to the British team of INEOS Britannia, and the Italian team will be all hands on deck to get to the bottom of this issue before this second race this afternoon, which they need to get organised for.
This is the umpires. Italy is retired, the race is stopped and awarded to Great Britain.
So the official call on race 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. A big stuff by Luna Rossa Prada off the Bearaway at the top of the mark after one leg. And they've done enough that they have had to retire, and INEOS Britannia now go up 4-3. The question that will be on everybody's lips: can Luna Rossa get ready and be fit for race 8?
Big pressure now, surely, on the team from Luna Rossa Prada to get ready, and certainly the British team. That is absolutely not how you want to gain a point. Very, very sad for them. They won't be celebrating that. Really, really disappointing way to get a point, but it is a point nonetheless, and it's a team effort to get there. So your boat design and engineering plays a part of that, as does the sailing side of things as well.
Absolutely, their head will be in their own performance. We can hear them already, Ben and Dylan.
And we look strong. I don't know if they had a bad moment on port. Into their later issue. We kind of seen though with that big high, it's quite hard as well to build from there.
Well, to add to the spice, we have a really big sea, a confused sea. It's bouncing off the land, causing all kinds of trouble. This is going to be spicy.
So just a reminder, if you're joining us now, wherever you're watching this and on what screen and what you're watching on around the world, that boat there, Luna Rossa, will have port entry. They can come in from 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Then INEOS Britannia can come in from starboard at 2 minutes. Time on distance, always critical. Well, the last couple of days, both have been coming in just a little bit late.
Looks good, yeah.
Lot of men to come here.
Taking some speed, boys.
And definitely some seaway down here, boys.
Green light for Luna Rossa. Now we wait for INEOS Britannia.
It's a little late.
Just look at the sea, it's like a washing machine.
With the cross.
And they are quite late in for this start, Luna Rossa. Quite late indeed. So watch and wait and see how this pre-start unfolds.
Yeah, they're late on purpose, the British team. They've done that tactically. They definitely had the brakes on coming in there. So interesting pre-start, just wanting to get in close behind the Italian team. They saw that shaping up from quite a way out, and now they'll need to make some decisions on whether to jump or lead back to try and gain control in this pre-start.
All the cyclers hard at it. So difficult in the pre-start.
Very easy to vent the foils in these conditions. Shirley, really, really tricky, and we've seen some big slides over the last couple of days. INEOS Britannia having to give way as
we're faster.
Luna Rossa on starboard.
Not on lane yet.
Both boats in the bottom right-hand corner of the box.
Nice job by the Italians there, just forcing the British low, getting some gauge, which is what they need.
A little bit of speed is important.
Luna Rossa pushing, trying to get over the top.
Fantastic engagement there. Possibly see a split tack start.
Luna Rossa early, time to kill here.
A little earlier. Okay, we're good. Heading away.
Okay, 2.5 on the mark. Down here now. Closer. Okay, 3, 2, go, mate. Hold the way up. Go. Nice. A smooth to ankle.
Race 9, Louis Vuitton Cup. The battle of the heavyweights continues. Split tack start.
A clean start. Closest to the line, INEOS Britannia, 8 metres back, doing 35 knots.
They had no wriggle room. The British team executing their time on distance absolutely perfectly. And to get the INEOS Britannia locked in, that was a bad tack. Lost a lot of speed in that tack, down to 27 knots. So
we're going to see this, aren't we? So hard to execute those manoeuvres in this sea state, particularly at the bottom half of the track.
The right-of-way boat now, the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The British having to decide what to do here. Most likely a duck.
He will have to go behind us, I think. We cannot defend.
It's charging.
A little bow down.
Careful bow down here.
No, a little bow down.
My wheel here.
Okay, good. Keep the speed.
Okay, and your wheel now.
Ben Ainsley taking the wheel. Got the best view of Luna Rossa.
Hey, lock her in here, guys.
Maybe sacrifice a bit of pitch here.
Nice.
That's better.
Nothing in the performance of these two yachts. Very, very evenly matched upwind.
We need a little bit more speed the next time.
Here.
Intersection. More speed the next time.
60 knots. Closing speed, both boats about 40 knots. So really coming at each other quickly. INEOS Britannia now having to execute well. Which they do. That's a nice tack in those conditions. Very bumpy, easy to spin out. Need to lock it in. And now the giveaway yacht will be the Italians. So a great battle.
Now, normal numbers.
Difficult conditions for the foil trimmers to gauge how much ride height to use. Little gains there to the British.
Likely duck for us,
Big seaway, very, very close to losing the rudder there.
My wheel.
Pick up slightly down. They've got us ducking.
Luna Rossa going for the duck.
Got the bow down as well, the British. Big push now for the Cyclaws to trim those big sails back on.
In here, boys. A very even top gate.
Big seaway running. It's slightly flatter at the top of the course than what it was at the start, but it's still really bumpy, and the frequency is only 3 seconds between the waves. But both boats are bow to bow. The next cross as they come in to this top mark approach. Remember, who's ahead at the top mark often wins these races at this level.
2, 1, or down.
Both teams trying to execute this top part of the course well, and they'll be hoping to have a slight advantage as they enter this first part of the downwind. Right of way boat, the Italians.
You are not touching the zone. You are not touching the zone.
As we head to the top gate, there is nothing between these two in race 9 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
2, 1, mate. Turning. All the way round.
They will split the
Looking down here.
mark rounding. Nothing between them after one leg of 8.
Massive twist there on the mainsail of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Push to get that back on. They are down speed at the moment relative to the British, 42 knots versus 46. Tough bear away for both teams there. Very difficult to execute that manoeuvre well.
Wow, this is big now. This next cross on the downwind, crucial. Picking your time for the jibe is so important with this chop. You cannot afford to lose grip in the jibe as Luna Rossa now go into their jibe, come across on starboard for this downwind cross.
British have just sailed into a beautiful puff down that far side. Absolutely ripping there. The fastest jibe by Luna Rossa, just losing a little bit of ground at that top mark, which has cost them. British there should be clear ahead.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the length to 1.8 nautical miles.
Stalled hand, slow.
There's pressure.
This sea state just making the boats a little slower than they would be in flat water.
The one and in here. Great.
Accuracy and manoeuvre is so important.
It's good lefty at the moment.
The whole new challenge today is to pull it off.
Not great, but
yes, it's a huge day for the foil trimmers today. Really, really difficult to manage your ride height and your foil immersion. You see the air bombs with that extra weight sticking out the front of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They'll be trying to keep that out of the water because that is all drag as it goes through the water, so very, very difficult.
Nice. Yeah, we have to go all the way here. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Boats going. Turn is favored.
Nice drive by the British there. Potentially these rougher conditions suiting their foil arms and their upstands a little better, possibly, than Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Yep, no problem. Bit of pressure here. I think we're one early tack bent out of the Lewis. Yep. Two here. 2 water. Yep. 100%.
It has been a solid first downward leg by INEOS Britannia. They've got a good lead right now on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 9 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. But it's just a challenge to muscle these big 7-ton flying 75s and the sea state that we are experiencing, or they are experiencing today.
Coming up.
It's a big lead.
Luna Rossa.
Big lead, Stephen, absolutely. Early on in this race, that was probably the biggest gain on a downwind leg that we've seen. These two boats against each other. That top mark rounding, a slow jibe.
Looks good breeze in front.
Luna Rossa slightly on the back foot.
Tell you what, the crowds are probably just as anxious as everybody else's, but they're unafraid to fly their flags and show who they are representing today here in Barcelona.
Time getting through the turn. Nice recovery.
See how difficult that is. The voice of Jimmy Spithill just saying how hard the boat is to turn. Very, very skinny, highly loaded rudders.
All right in this. Yep.
Right on the edge of grip with both front foils and the rudder, so threading the eye of the needle, both boats.
This is average, 69, 70. All good.
Have we seen any gains before?
No, really not. The breeze is shifting like 5 degrees left and right.
Francesco Bruni there.
This is on a small lefty, but I would still go straight here.
Great.
Take the leverage.
Wait here.
Running downward.
Yeah, don't lower here.
The light spot here. Failed. Have a go, mate. Race wheel now.
Just watching the foil arms piercing the wave tops here.
In a righty here.
At 800 millimetres to a metre of change in vertical height from trough bottom to wave top peak. So you see a lot of immersion there on the big yellow section on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at times, and that is all a lot of drag and really difficult job there. Umberto Molinari and Andrea Tessi to keep the boat flying.
Hey, pretty similar. Little gain to him, maybe.
See the ride height there being pushed really hard.
A bit bound up at times with the small jib. He's taking there.
I think we're going to go.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, more down.
So the wing wash there, Shirley.
Nice tack, boys.
Yeah,
really
they're
nice.
also tacking away. No choice. They've got to clear their air.
I'd be surprised to see the British tack back again soon and try and make them hurt. Up the top, they might actually take it. One and in, potentially.
Having to go to ley line here.
See there, the INEOS just carrying a little bit more heel angle because of the sea state, just to make the boat a little bit more forgiving. We heard them pre-race talking about, both boats talking about increase the heel angle setting as INEOS now tack, but it's still a big seaway running. And if you just get a rudder ventilation, will be could be a defining factor.
INEOS Britannia is about to complete leg number 3 of race number 9, but already there's a sense they are feeling good about controlling this race. But there's still a long way to go. That's leg 3 completed for them. There's still 5 to go, and in comes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli as INEOS Britannia round that top gate and head down for leg number 4. Remember, one little mistake and everything changes.
50 not bear away in these conditions.
All good, all good.
Big wave there for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The British getting absolutely fired out of the cannon. Afterburners are engaged. They are off to the races.
Guys, just try and smooth it down here.
Well, you get a real appreciation for the sea state from that shot. They've got plenty on.
The super short waves get really difficult to lock the boat in. You won't see as high boat speeds on average in these bumpy water conditions, so the foil's picking up a lot of drag, a lot of extra wetted surface area, and ultimately slowing the boats down. They're still not tied to the dock by any means, doing 44 knots in these sea conditions, but INEOS Britannia doing a nice job just to control this race. Italians not far out of the boat.
At the moment. I'm pretty locked in, Ben, so I'm not happy. No, good here. Pressure looks good here and shift looks okay.
So hard to keep that clearance under the boat
just not slower than
accurate.
this.
Yeah, same as
These
before,
conditions.
probably one and in
Did
from
an
both.
amazing job.
Both these teams very well practiced,
Okay, can't get to ley line this way. I think we just do that.
showing how it should be done.
Yeah. About 6 seconds here. A bit further.
Both boats one more manoeuvre before the final bottom sector. Look at the bottom gate.
No worries.
High pressure manoeuvres.
Big push by the cycler team.
Putting a second wave here. That's negative here. Okay, got it. One, going forward.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.75 nautical miles.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have made a bit of a gain in the bottom half of this downwind leg.
Certainly have. They'll be accelerating up to speed. Another 4 or 5 knots of speed to build. They've definitely reeled the British team in. So Ben saying 1 and in left, so they will do another manoeuvre to take that gate off the Italians to control the race.
Both these teams are sailing on the edge in a rough sea state. And right now it's INEOS Britannia still with a slight lead. They take it nice and easy around there. Both boards down just to make sure. Look at that, it's almost even again. Gave away just a little bit of speed and came Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. We are halfway through race 9.
And wide push, boys.
Oh, look at those waves. Massive punch through. Oh, rudder.
Hey, try and build.
Oh, that's a big speed loss for the Italian team. We saw that big wave.
Tell about the
just aerating the rudder.
Hey, trying to build.
Up and on.
Yeah, we have speed. We have.
And that's a huge deficit to make up now.
3, 2, 1. Follow down. And turning.
Nice cool heads on board the Italian boat. Very, very difficult conditions. British take a big advantage now, Shirley, as they head off that right-hand boundary.
They lost 100 metres in that little spill.
Guys, obviously the boat is a bit
look at the
broachy with
ghost
the
boat
small
here.
Oh.
As INEOS Britannia well ahead.
your call. That's what happened to you as well, right, Jimmy? Anytime. Okay, stand by. Good flat spot.
Time to go on the coach boat for INEOS Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Well, they're sailing on the edge in some crazy conditions, Rob, but they're strong so far.
Yeah, so far it's so difficult out here. It's right on edge. So, you know, the teams are just nursing around.
Rob, there's lots of comms on both boats about, you know, balance of the boat and the trim of the boat. Just give us an understanding of how tricky these waves are.
It just puts the rudder right on edge. So, you know, if you go too trav up or you just haven't got the loading in the sail plan right, your balance just goes totally out of whack and they lose the rudder. And that's what happened with, it looked like that was what happened with the Italians.
Appreciate those thoughts, but I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Rossa, part of probably potential on a slightly smaller jib than the British team, so that will load the back of the boat a little more as we watch INEOS Britannia. That tiny little rudder having to do all the grip at the back of the boat to turn and then straighten the boat up. Centre of effort, the power source, that sail plan needing to be balanced between the front and the back of the foils. It's only around about 180 millimetres or so. You see it moving fore and aft there as well as steering, so that's actually controlling the fore aft pitch of the boat, controlled by the foil trimmers to keep that boat locked in. Having to do a lot of work, those little elevators working hard.
How's the rudder? Just okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be up a better.
INEOS now coming up on starboard, looking a whole bunch more comfortable than they did with that mistake at the bottom mark, that foil ventilation of Luna Rossa. Mark rounding coming up for INEOS, and they'll be really conscious just to get round this top mark and get the flying INEOS pointed in the right direction for the downwind.
Anytime. Okay, 4 down. 2, 1, main. Panic. I will. 2, 1, come on. Quite a bit over this. Copy.
INEOS Britannia in a strong position as we are about to complete leg number 5 of 8 in race 9. But as we have seen, one little mistake and everything can change. Look how rough that sea is today. All the crew's really pushing it.
Stuck windward heel coming into that mark. The British team, but still stuck windward heel. They need to get the boat locked in there, British team, otherwise they will vent the foil.
Rossa, they're around. They've done 5 legs, 3 to do. What can they do? Or are they just waiting for INEOS to make a mistake themselves?
Keep it tight, keep it clean. Something always seems to happen.
British team sailing into a huge puff down that left-hand boundary, looking downwind.
Crowd themselves wondering what might happen. Boy, it feels like we're back here yesterday. INEOS Britannia on course potentially to win race 1. Then what happens in race 2? Marco Guardoni in the crowd.
I think he's in a ride. He looks like riding coming. No, definitely riding.
I'm sure Marco Guardoni is thinking maybe next time around in America's Cup that'll be me on the helm. Who knows? Who knows?
Biggest riding we've seen here. Copy that.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.65 nautical miles.
Good pressure hit.
0.2 nautical miles shortening, or a bit over a couple hundred metres short of there. So these boats just struggling to get through the seaway, not sailing as fast, even though the wind conditions up. The seaway just making it so difficult to get up to speed. Only one mistake away, the British, from handing the lead over, needing to sail the boat really cleanly there as we're watching the foils ripping through the wave tops here. These little spray deflectors stopping the wrap around up the shaft and all that extra drag. Both teams opting for very, very different foil packages, particularly on the lower arms. So who's design and who can sail best.
Just in the water.
Be the key.
There we go. He comes in the cup. Stay on here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 072.
Right on this. I need some power. Yep. Going close. Must have this mark. Can always go to the other mark if it's not on. Don't worry.
They're really having to dance their way through the
Right,
waves.
if you want. It's up to you. Okay, there. Oh, cool.
INEOS Britannia, they are dancing, but their tune might be a good one at the end of the day. They're about to complete the 6th leg of 8. All these teams right on the edge.
Little soak there for the British team to get around that bottom gate, so swashing off a little bit of speed. Italians coming in at full pace, so little gains back to the Italians.
Rossa Prada gets around the gate. They've done 6.2 to go, 18 seconds the delta.
Come on, let's push, boys, let's push.
Give in a bit, guys, on your car. Hey.
It is coming, no lower than this.
Just waiting for Trev.
Accumulator is decent.
Hey, all the way, boys.
Onto Luna Rossa's chase boat with Philippe Presti and Philippe. Chase boat, but Luna Rossa chasing today. How do you get out of this one?
Well, great start, I thought, and it sounds like we're running a little difference in itself, and that seems like the boys are struggling to get the boat going. We were expecting a little bit more breeze. Unfortunately, we didn't get, but they're still in the match. They're fighting hard, but the boat is not easy today.
Yeah, Philippe, just that smaller jib package, just loading that little rudder up a little more. Difficult on these in this seaway.
Yeah, exactly. We're missing 1 or 2 knots to make it work. But anyway, sometimes you make choice, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. But yeah, they're very pleased to see the boys fighting, and we're not that far, and anything can happen still.
Yeah, I love the attitude, Philippe. Appreciate the time.
Take all the leverage we get here.
Right. Put more to under it.
Hey, go to this puff and tack. I think any time.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1, hold on.
INEOS coming up with win for the last time, and now they're just, got that margin of 18 seconds at the bottom mark, so that's over 18 boat lengths in the lead. That means they can just be a little bit more conservative with their maneuvers and pick the wave formation so that they can pull off their jibes and their attacks in the flat spot. And that just lessens the risk of doing a bad tack or getting cavitation.
Nice mode now.
Looks like he's going to lay.
Let's go. Nice mode, Dylan.
10 seconds here. Yeah. Bit of a righty. Yeah, okay. Give it a bit. Yeah. And stand by. Yeah. Put down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. Okay, right. 2, 1, go board.
Some big seaway there to punch through on the exit of those tacks. Nice catch.
Go tight on this, but we'll get. I think we'll
British
be okay.
on lay line for left turn. The Italians having one more tack to do.
Right turn, I think we go early jibe out this bend. Yeah, copy. Trying to harvest a bit here.
Just putting a little bit in the bank, just taking a little bit of height while they can early, the British, but small gains back to the Italian team.
Good angle.
Absolute full pressure bear away, Shirley, for both teams.
INEOS Britannia coming in to complete leg number 7. Watch the bear away, then it's the run home.
100, hit it, boys. Nice. Hold it going. Anytime, Edmund.
And the Rossa front, really, they just have been hanging on, but just can't find it.
Start catching, boys.
5-second gain back to Italian team there. just using that windward foil.
Big push, big push,
third leg, just to stabilise the boat there, to stop it rolling windward heel while the Cyclaws grind that big twin skin mainsail back on. They will have more main sheet load with that smaller jib than the British, so the British slightly less main sheet load to get back on, exiting those bearaways.
Hey, 15. Get through this wave.
Stand by. 2, 1, Vuitton.
Hey.
Great audio of the foils going up and down that cant system. FCS working hard in these bumpy conditions.
Hey, try and lock her in here. Up a touch.
Back wave coming.
Not only the system's working hard, the crew on board as well.
35 this way. Big wave coming here, blends. Copy. Yes.
INEOS Britannia have done a great job here. It has been clinical.
The liner looks like maybe better pressure coming on you.
Execution.
Yeah, could be.
Not a wobble in this really difficult condition.
Back to ley line, give it a bit.
And Rossiter and Freddie Carr pushing hard.
Looking for a flat spot as well.
Port side, McNaughtrell being Cornish.
Okay, stand by.
The two drivers, Ben Ainsley, Dylan Fletcher.
2, 1, mate. Standing. Fine.
Last jibe of the race for the British if they pull this off.
When you talk about responding to pressure and what's required to give yourself another little psychological edge in conditions like this today, INEOS Britannia have absolutely come to the party and said, you know what, this game is not over and we'll take it to you. It's been a replication of the last 3 days. INEOS Britannia win the first race of the day. What happens next, who knows? But now, they are only 2 race wins away from heading to the match. Britannia wins.
Goes down here and then we'll turn up. Okay. We might want to be a bit higher, Ben, if we can. Okay, gonna turn up next, blades? Okay, give it 2 seconds, going close, boys.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be happy if that's the INEOS Britannia compound? And if you're a Luna Rossa fan, well, guess what? Here we go again. Coming in from behind is what's going to be required to level it up on day 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Who would have believed this?
Just slightly underpowered, possibly on that small jib. The breeze just not kicking as much
if we can sail upwind a bit,
as possibly what they thought, and that boat would have been really, really difficult to sail, being slightly out of balance.
Maybe we take the top. Doesn't matter really.
Happy days on the coach boat, and why wouldn't they be? They've mastered the conditions in this first race of the day. So it's on. No mistakes can be made. How the start unfolds will be a biggie today. There you see the score. Great Britain 5, Italy 4.
Both Ben Ainsley and Jimmy Spittle know how to deliver when they need to. This really is the match of the giants in our sport.
3, 2, might to come down here. Backing down. Backing down now. Very good, boys. Down.
Great Britain coming in on board. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They can enter about bang on time if you look at the indicator by the flag.
Be careful not to be early there. The British only about half a boat length off it, so having to hit the brakes, wash off a bit of speed.
Rossa Prada Pirelli will come in a little bit late, just like INEOS did in race 9 earlier today.
Be interesting to see if Luna Rossa choose to engage a bit more to take it to the British.
British just putting the boat straight up onto the breeze there, so rolling into attack and then possibly a loop around, so I'm surprised to see Luna Rossa roll down the boundary from here in their own time on distance for the start. The British will be coming in either jumping or pushing.
Slowly coming down, boys.
Luna Rossa always less keen to engage. They like to just be protected by the wall, by the boundary edge.
Happy to jibe. Jibing here.
Luna Rossa jibing back early. INEOS Britannia
Have to go low lead
on the height.
Give way boat, the British team. Luna Rossa, right of way boat.
Okay, right wheel. Got yours. Have you overlap here?
Luna Rossa going for the hook here.
Grip, guys.
Oh, no grip, they've lost the rudder.
Pin down, okay. Killing 10 for the pin here. Backing up. Your wheel. Come on. You can push them out, guys.
Control now to British team.
We are almost racing, okay? Nice mode. Yep. Pretty good high mode here. Yeah, high mode is good for us.
British there, letting him off the hook.
No, we're going to kill a little. No, kill a little bit. Okay, almost racing here. Wait.
Potentially even start.
Not yet. Stay up here. Stay up.
Last one. We're killing 2. Killing 1. Just getting safe on the pin. Clear on here.
Yeah, you are.
Building now. Easy switch. Killing 3.
Good angle then. No lower.
7.
Slowly edge.
It's time, my boys. Go up.
Racing.
Race 10 is live and a go on the Louis Vuitton Cup. It is a must-win for Luna Rossa.
Nice there, boys. Good speed. Didn't need too much height to get rid of him, but great.
We'll have to go pretty soon. Choose your moment.
To the British.
Any time for me.
They were 2.3 meters back from the line, doing 36 knots. Currently moving forward on Luna Rossa. They can't live there much longer.
That's nice there.
Just threading the eye of the needle to hang there. The Italian team.
They're building now to attack. Give it a 35. Yeah, there you go now. Okay, all the way. Stand by. And board. 2, 1, made. Standing. I will. 2, 1, come board. Then get the target. Yep. Nice guys, happy to push it.
Nice tack on board both boats, but a little advantage to the British team. And they'll be looking to sail a slightly faster mode now across and actually tack inside on the next exchange to try and take control of this race early on.
Luna Rossa really trying to move forward, go fast towards the right-hand boundary.
Maybe J-spot, That'll make for that next puff. I'm not sure you will be able to protect.
Nothing in this, 22 meters.
Stand by. Looking for a flat spot. Yeah, wait for this wave. Huge wave. A little bit of hill.
Luna Rossa choosing to go back in the middle of the track.
2, 1, more down.
Asking questions of INEOS Britannia.
Stand by. Okay, go down. Go down. 3, 2, 1, standing.
This is a big move.
I build here. 2, 1, going forward.
Anytime.
Nice there. Pressures to Lewin at the moment, all clear. He will tap. He's on.
So the Italians having to immediately tack to clear their air intakes. They were getting an absolute windscreen full of dirt there.
Want to go back? Well, what do you want? I'm happy. Whatever you want. Big right here at the moment. Okay, happy to
picking the moment when to attack's crucial with the seaway running. So hence why we're seeing sometimes little delays before they rip into attack, because you pick the wrong moment, you get punched back because of the seaway. The right hand seems to be the favoured side. That's the side that's being protected. Quite a lot of leverage between the two boats now. INEOS didn't actually go back with Luna Rossa. That's given Luna Rossa quite a lot of leverage, quite a lot of lateral gain, and it would only take a little bit of a right-hand wind shift, and Luna Rossa will be right back into this one. Crucial, this top mark rounding, who's ahead.
INEOS Britannia had great pressure on that left-hand side. Good shift, massive gain.
That is a huge gain early on. They'll be hoping to keep in that left shift to get around that right mark.
If you want. Just keep the manoeuvres down.
Calm words from Ben Ainsley. Just keep it simple, less manoeuvres.
At the top gate for the first time in race 10 to complete leg 1 of 8. And again, it's INEOS Britannia, like race 9, leading Luna Rossa through.
Smooth turn. Get in that. Okay.
I catch. Going up, yep.
Quite low in the right height there on the foil arms on the Italian boat. Sailing into good pressure though.
Nice shift here.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but the British doing a slightly smoother. You just see the turn rate there, just a little tighter and getting to that downwind angle a little earlier on the British boat. Little gains there.
20 to boundary this way. That's a spot.
INEOS Britannia extending here. Looks so good, particularly on this downwind leg.
And down.
You like what you see, Glenn?
They're sailing the boat well and just needing to keep it nice and smooth. Looks like in some of the turns, the British team possibly just having a little more grip than the Italian team. They just look like they get from full power to full power, possibly just a fraction quicker than the Italians. So just being able to get back onto full throttle, just that split second earlier, taking a gain.
Reload in 5. And get one in, I think we continue.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 095.
Slight rotation in the breeze, as predicted.
A little bit skiddy, Leroy. I'm a little bit skiddy. Copy. Fine. Daylight on the boat, but a little more.
So Ben Ainsley there talking to Lee McMillan, just getting him to sink the stern just a little more for a bit more rudder immersion.
2, 1, made.
Sacrifice a little bit of performance for more accurate steering. Each turn brings the performance back again.
Thanks to mate. Gonna get the hook out.
So much improvement on this team. Hard to believe how far they've come the last month here in Barcelona.
So they will be laying down for that left turn. Luna Rossa jibing on the lay line.
Try and keep it simple.
Looks like they've pushed that lay line quite hard, so possibly just going a little further than they needed to.
INEOS Britannia, complete leg number 2. 6 to go. Dare they dream? Dare they dream that they get the breakthrough today?
Really important to get the jibs trimmed on early in these conditions, just to get the balance back into the boat again, unload the rudder, make sure that...
Hey, get it going, boys. Lock her in.
The boat's locked in, as Jimmy Spithill says for me.
There's a lot of confidence of fans of INEOS Britannia. They've seen this series go back and forth, back and forth. Are we about to witness the breakthrough today and no more deadlock series? Some way to go, though. 5 legs.
Concentration on Dylan Fletcher, top right. Ben Ainsley.
To see the crew getting absolutely ragdolled inside those cockpits as the boat's doing 40 knots going upwind through this seaway. Really, really bumpy ride.
Give you an update, Siobhan. Happy with the pitch here, Ben? I think we want to hit them just because we want to protect this right.
Hard to get there, obviously. Just see where he tacks. Okay.
So good being able to listen to tacticians on both boats.
Fantastic aerial shot as the British just put the clamps on. Italians, just as they get to the edge of that foil wash, that is where the edge of the dirty air is at that particular point in time.
Good pressure in 5.
Jimmy Spithill steering. Francesco Bruni painting the picture.
How's the balance, Jimmy?
Pretty good now, yeah. And that pressure feels great.
Yeah, Luna Rossa Prada
Pirelli
sailing into more pressure on the left-hand side of the track. We saw INEOS Britannia do well up there in the last upwind.
We've got potentially good gains to the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Some nice flat water at the moment. and sailing into big pressure, so possibly sailing into a lefty, which will mean that they will sail a closer angle to the top gate than they would have done if they were in a right-hand shift or a medium breeze.
How slower than that?
No.
Something more to build.
No.
What do you think on the top?
Not a lot. Honestly, there's very good pressure on that right corner.
Probably edge left here.
British team on a righty as well, so a split breeze. And
he's probably going to swap
sailing
with
good
us here,
angles.
this righty.
And going through the transition of those breezes here.
Hey, drop me. Just check. Yeah.
One, more down.
Big right-hand shift coming just out beyond the top mark. It's a big cruising boat, and it looks to me as though it would be as much as 10 degrees higher in terms of the right-hand shifts. So a big right-hand shift coming, and I'm sure INEOS have already seen that as they look up towards the top mark.
Still plenty of food on the table on offer for which way they take. Lots of shifts and puffs to deal with, so eyes out of the boat.
This, once again, is a race of control. And in control right now of race 10 is INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record. They lead 5-4.
Take hands on the move. High throw. Good angle. Stay flat, let's. 3, 2, 1,
3 legs completed.
2.
Fairly even upwind leg by both teams, but if you've got your nose in front, you can dictate. And Luna Rossa are going to have to find something.
Still nothing in this race, really. Just one little wobble, one little skid by the British team, and Luna Rossa will be right with them. That was a great bear away.
Luna Rossa fans will be sitting there waiting and hoping that they can again level this up. But you know who's in front right now? That's the INEOS Britannia team. Oh yeah, they know it. It's a Luna Rossa fan. It's on the knife edge. It's on a knife edge.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 098.
Would have thought the Louis Vuitton final would be so windy. I mean, we did not expect this. The designers, I think, didn't expect this, and certainly the sailors.
All right, let's give it a go.
It has been full on.
Pretty good ride at the moment.
Years of development and study, the average conditions of what you'd be getting at this time of the year, and we're certainly seeing in this final series the very top end of all that, and certainly sea state at the moment. You just see how rough that is, and these boats absolutely blowing these waves to pieces. Right on the edge, very, very difficult to sail the boats well.
Still a bit to go. Yeah. Pressure's down a little bit.
Huge concentration on the face of Dylan Fletcher there. Gold medalist from Tokyo.
Big letdown.
See the crew there bouncing around both sides of the boat. Is an absolute bucking bronco down there. The TV just does not do how much that boat will be moving justice. Little kiss. They need to control it here, the British.
Holding. Yeah, okay, peel now. Big boys coming up.
Right on the edge there.
Lost the rudder.
Lost the rudder.
The board is rudder. Easy. Okay. Coming back now.
Nervous moment on INEOS Britannia. Did well to catch that.
Yeah, the issue now is they're not going to be settled for this bottom rounding, so...
Holding the board. Settle it down, boys.
Coast.
Hey, round up, mate. Go cruise. 3, 2, 1.
completing leg number 4. We're halfway through. Ben Aziat asking the boys just calm it down, losing the run a little bit, a little moment, but it's opened the door slightly for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to close up the distance.
Big push, boys. Are you trying to build here, boys?
Is this the opportunity now for Luna Rossa?
Well, that was a huge moment. You see how much the Italian team have closed up behind. They'll be getting settled.
2, 1.
Very, very nearly massive moment there for the British team. They have to execute well from here. Just in control, but only just.
Let's go. Lock it in.
Not the best tack.
Yeah, they did well, though, to limit the damage. Still very much in a good defending position here. They're just looking at the meters. They are bleeding away.
Stand by. Hold down. Hold down. Boys, right with you. Keep pushing. Pass build. Yeah. Because we will be coming back. No, just go to target and we go.
Jimmy Spittle calling for the push right back in this.
No speed back here.
Need to push out of these tacks more important.
Getting out of phase.
Tacks going straight.
So, right up the exhaust pipe again of the British team, sailing well. The Italians pushing hard. British now deciding just to go nice and simple, almost a bit too close to defend, so they're just going to need to lock in and minimise manoeuvres from here.
2, 1, mate. Heading. Stand by. 2, 1, going board.
INEOS tack to come back towards Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but we've seen a slight style change here from Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni, now throwing a few tacks at INEOS, just mixing it up a little bit. And initially off that bottom mark, after a bit of a glitch for INEOS, Luna Rossa are coming back at them in these the tacking duel that's going now, and if they keep that going all the way to the top mark, they're going to be very, very close by the time they get to Mark 5.
Well, potentially the British, as Pete said, I've got a feeling that they've let the Italians off the hook a little bit here. The Italians just need to hook into one little shift out that side with this split, and they'll get massive leverage over the British team. So the British rolling the dice, letting the Italian team off the hook.
On board INEOS Britannia's chase boat, the Giles Scott. Have you let the Italians off their hook? Have you opened the door?
I just caught wind of rolling the dice. We're certainly not doing that. No, the guys are doing really well. It's got super close here. Just lost that rudder at the bottom of our last downwind leg, which is tighten the game right up here. And I think it's all about getting the shift right into this top gate here. It's close.
Giles, how unstable is the conditions? What are the opportunities here?
Yeah, it's an interesting day. Excuse me. Big, generally a right trend throughout all the racing here, and we're seeing a wind direction up towards 105 at the minute, which is about as far right as we think it's going to get during this race. And yeah, the guys have been doing a good job of making the most of that, and hopefully this looks like we're setting up for a right turn here. Hopefully that goes quite nice for us, but yeah, we'll see.
Thanks, Giles.
Angle, 3, 2, 1, down.
We are on again at the top gate. 5 legs completed, and it's still INEOS Britannia leading. Guess who's following right behind them? Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
I'll catch you, boys. Good.
50 knots there. Big waves, big touchdown on board the British team. They'll wash off a bit of speed, but they are just in control there. Some really big loose moments on both boats.
Luna Rossa have to keep pushing. They have to make something happening. Only 2 legs left after this.
Italian fans now thinking, hang on a minute. We're on leg 6. It's on. We're not done with yet. Here we go, Italia.
Good one.
A good pressure here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the axis to 102.
Happy with one and then left then? Yep. Some bad waves coming here. Be there, Joe. Bad wave here.
It's just punching through the broken water at the top of those waves, so really key not to ventilate the foil. That broken wave could potentially completely blow the flow up on that leeward foil, so the foil trimmers having to identify those waves and sink the boat a little lower to actually keep the flow over that foil attached.
So important to pick your time for the manoeuvre. Patience. Bledonmont, trimmer, fully focused. What a job they have had today. McMillan on the other side.
Down here. 2, 1, mate. Nice and slow. Running here.
Trimmers out the back of the boat. Eyes firmly on the foils.
Nice accurate jibe in a slightly flatter patch of water there. Seeing how many lumpy bits they've got to go through. A couple of flat spots and a couple of really wavy bits. They need to keep that rudder fully immersed for grip. We've seen a couple of spin outs from both boats, so...
Careful not to do the up out the mark. Keep the speed on if you can.
INEOS Britannia has done a sterling job this afternoon in this race, particularly race number 10. This could be landing a big blow if they can continue here with 2 more legs to go. They've recovered from that moment. They've rounded to complete 6 legs. And now they're up leg number 7. Last upwind leg in race 10.
Turning.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.65 nautical miles.
That's what. Good rounding, boys.
A little bit less wind now, 15 knots.
Come up.
Nice, good balance.
Straight line, we'd be seeing 2 to 3 more knots normally of boat speed in flatter water conditions, so the sea state really knocking the top speed down. The cyclors explaining what settings the boat are in for the exit of the tack for the helmsman and trimmers.
Okay, all good, Andre.
This is good.
On board the Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat once again with Philippe Presti. Feel like I'm asking the same question. How can you get out of this one, Philippe?
Well, this time we have a sail that matches a little bit the conditions, so we're more in a hunt. Seems that the boat is more balanced, and it's very shifty, the breeze, with a slightly trend to the right. And so, yeah, good opportunities in terms of shifts, but I think the big deal is the pick up the wave to maneuver. You know, if you can do attack the flattish spot, you make a big gains.
Philippe, just so important to execute those manoeuvres in flat water, and still absolutely nothing in this race. Just one mistake and your team will be right back in there.
Exactly.
Thanks, Philippe.
Welcome.
Nice lefty. 3, 2, 1 down. Nice. Great tack. Nice, boys.
Really nice tack on board Luna Rossa there, as we heard. The British really needing to keep sailing their boat well. They'll be feeling the heat. There on the back of their neck will be standing up, so they know that they cannot make one wobble in this final sector of the upwind leg.
Sailing with lots of heel on INEOS Britannia.
Good push ahead.
Still cold with a sea stay.
INEOS Britannia just having a slightly deeper bustle or underbody under their boat and having to sail slightly more leeward heel. A little wider cant for them, but the effective cant being roughly the same, running a slightly different aerodynamic package and hydro package than the Italian team, but very, very similar performance as we've seen for this whole Louis Vuitton final series.
For me, the downwind speed of INEOS has been impressive, and that's given her a buffer over Luna Rossa every time an attack comes from the trailing boat.
INEOS Britannia are about to complete leg number 7 of 8, and then they'll be looking downwind to the finish line.
3, 2, 1 now. Backing away.
And a monumental moment if they do it right in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Right on the edge, the British team, 51 knots. Luna Rossa probably down a couple of big swells as well. Super tricky conditions for all the crew on board, right on edge of control. Everyone's holding their breath, as we were as well. Can't breathe yet.
There's almost a hushed silence, isn't there? Come on, Luna Rossa fans. You've still got one leg to go.
Big pressure.
Touchdown a little for the British there. They've washed a little bit of speed off, but they should be able to build the speed again. Lead staying very, very similar.
Happy if you want to take some more main now.
Luna Rossa on the charge though, 47 knots of boat speed, nearly 48. British only 44, so they'll be reeling them in. Both boats, one more manoeuvre each to that finish line. Luna Rossa got the British team in their crosshairs.
Halfway down this track, Luna Rossa running out of runway.
Both boats, one more jibe each.
Give it a little bit at the bottom.
See how wide the jibs are being sheeted. Apparent wind slightly further around these bumpy conditions to make sure that mainsail's working efficiently, balancing the boat.
One made. Nice and smooth. Oh well.
Final manoeuvre, INEOS Britannia.
Hang on, boys. Hang on to it. Right on the edge there.
Everything to the finish here, lads. Yeah, into the finish. Everything. Nail it, lads.
Day 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and after 4 days we're about to see the deadlock broken and a huge body blow thrown by INEOS Britannia. They are 6-4 in the lead and one win away from the Louis Vuitton Cup final and a berth in the match.
Happy. Okay, happy. There's nothing lucky about that, boys. Nice work.
What a race. That was absolutely on edge, a real nail-biter, and congratulations to the British team of INEOS Britannia. Really, really well sailed under pressure. The whole team doing a nice job, and wow, Luna Rossa certainly gave it to them.
We heard Ben say nothing lucky about that win. They earned every metre. Great job, beautiful sailing, immaculate execution.
On a day when control was required in a sea state that pushed both these big AC-75 yachts around, INEOS Britannia have done the job, and now they are one win away from lifting the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Well, a lot more wind pressure than we were expecting, but it is full of holes and trepidation. Heads out the boat for this important race.
There's almost a sense of static electricity around the place. If you're a Luna Rossa fan, you're praying like crazy. And if you're a British fan, and this boat here, this beautiful boat, Britannia, is one win away from the cup match, you're going, please make it happen. The contrasting emotions today are everywhere.
1, 2, 1 now.
Britannia, port entry then coming at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Time of distance, and look at that. They are spot on. 2 minutes, it will be Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli on starboard entry, and then quite simply, it is on.
Pressure hitting us here. Take the immersion. Work it out. Left to come down.
Windier than forecast at the moment, so very difficult sail choices for both teams. Sail packages look very, very similar at this point in time, so should be in for a great battle.
Hey, just below committee.
There's enough wind pressure also to be brave, to engage, to get stuck in.
Seen the British team circle around many times before the pre-start, preferring to push their opponents, then have the choice on whether to jump or push.
Line. Coming down more. Hey, careful boundary. Put down.
Put it down.
Put it down.
Away your wheel. My wheel. Take the lead here. Copy. Move drive. All the way down. Put a low lead here if you can.
INEOS love this position, don't they? Asking questions of Luna Rossa.
Turning right.
5 lengths above committee.
We're going to do another push here.
No rush.
Expect another big push here from the Italian team.
Through the window there.
Copy.
But James Spithill now blind, relying on Thompson to lure.
Giving the high mod is good. 21s, no slower. He's early, so no problem. I will stay here. 20 to the line. We are better on the ladder run. No slower. 15 to kill. All good on the pin, 17 to the line. 12.
Hey guys,
coming down. Easing boys. 10 to kill. Peeling now. Race on boys.
Both boats are late. Luna Rossa going to push.
5, working up. 4.
The British team wanting the left-hand end.
2, 1, 1.5, 1, out 2. And racing 1.
Push on then, boys.
All the way, go ahead. Better start to us. Here we go, boys.
Race 11 Louis Vuitton Cup. Is this today that Britannia creates history?
Hey, is it not high, mate?
Yeah, he is. People will go, probably.
Slight advantage to the British team at the moment. The Italians having to tack away to keep their boat up to speed. British now immediately coming back as well, so trying to lock this race down early. Italians just not getting off the line as cleanly as they were hoping.
INEOS Britannia exploded off that start line. They were doing 40 knots, just 4 meters back.
Just doing a good job to use all that extra speed and converting that into VMG. So very shifty out there on the water at the moment, so expect some snakes and ladders.
Just going to pick out moment. Nice glide, Neil.
Hi guys.
Yeah, target looks pretty good.
We will leap out them on the tack. Keep going, though. Keep the numbers going.
Big performance here.
He's good, Bill.
I still a piece here, eh? What do you think?
Stand by. They're getting close to boundary there. 3, 2, 1. Stand by.
All about timing for the British now to execute this tack well.
Moving. 3, tack into leeward. 1, tack into leeward. 1, going forward. Easing. Attacking. Make it on, boys. Over my wheel. Just on your left.
Tough spot for Luna Rossa here.
You're clear.
Your wheel.
They'll be tacking straight out of there. They didn't get the hook, which means they didn't get overlap, so
nice puff over here for
nothing in this race at the moment.
Nice.
Stand by.
Good start by INEOS there off the line. They had that advantage and they're bow forward. They won the first cross for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Quite a passive start. I thought they'd come out a bit more punchy than that. Conditions-wise, we have now got a pretty settled flow over the course. The right hand approaching the top mark, as we've seen in all the races in this wind condition, is favoured at the top of the course.
Yeah, I'm with Pete. I mean, I thought they'd come out a bit more punchier, Luna Rossa. There's nothing in the boat speed between these two boats. You have to do something.
They're attacking. They are trying to let those attack. Okay, just follow them right here. Leave it in. Leave it in.
The British team talking about just doing one more tack, letting them go. 2 downspeed tacks for the Italian team, having to hit that right boundary to keep their air clear. The British deciding to just do one manoeuvre and save the downspeed. Quite a bit of side swell as well, so difficult to sail on starboard tack.
2, 1, made. Steady. Very well. Flat down board. I can push it. Flat in here.
INEOS Britannia in good control of the first upwind leg in this 11th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. And they will complete the first leg of 8. And in comes Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. They are the hunter, but this hunter needs to strike in this race.
Oh. Don't know what happened there.
Oh, big touchdown.
Oh, step
by face there.
Stable.
That's what it needs. That's what they want. They've got their support in the fan villages today, that day.
2, 1, going board. That's the reload coming here.
Impressive sailing by INEOS Britannia. Really controlled that start, leg back.
Here, it's okay, isn't it? We're in a right.
Controlled them up that first leg beautifully. Now seem to be extending on this first downwind.
One and in right. Once the cover, we could go in about. Keen? Copy that.
Very, very confident pre-start
okay. The other
by
way.
the British team, just owning that left hand end off the start line.
Okay, stand by.
Taking an early control.
2, 1, board down.
Leaving many options.
2, 1, made. Standing. Very well.
The Italian team with Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Take us a mate. Breeze on now.
Not lower than that.
Yep, coming up 1.
Start chatting about the bottom, yeah.
A little bit of different breeze now, unfortunately. He's got a little puff. Okay, it's even now. I'm thinking going to a 4 lay, Kiko.
Yep, 4 lay, copy. Yeah, good call. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 212.
Beautiful, smooth manoeuvre there, and really smooth, controlled communications on board.
Nice pressure for us here.
Under a lot of pressure, but keeping it absolutely on point.
Very full on the jib.
8 legs in this race.
Big lefty here, pressure almost in.
Copy.
See the swell coming in, very cross swell versus the breeze direction, so about 100 degrees different from the swell direction to the direction, so tricky conditions.
You can also lay it. Good gain on this right turn at the moment. Board's going down in 2, 1, down. 2, 1, made. Up here.
Second leg done. INEOS Britannia leading the way. Looking flawless right now. Here comes Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Up.
Having at the target, attack. Stand by.
Do you have control here? We get back inside.
Put down.
Okay, goodbye. Yeah. Board. Take tap. 2, 1.
The Italian team there, trailing around in the dirty air, just a little bit of turbulent air there. See the graphics there, both boats just a slightly better VMG average to INEOS Britannia, just having that clear air. availability to them to be able to really sail their boat wherever they want to. Italians sail through a bit of turbulent air.
Bit of a righty at the moment, but just having to go normal numbers here.
Loose cover by INEOS Britannia, just shepherding them over to that right-hand side.
Both boats potentially sailing into more breeze, more pressure over to that right-hand side, so possibly a left shift as well, which will suit the British a little more than the Italian team just at the moment.
Tack, we continue in this lefting. Copy. I get pressure on the bow.
How's the balance okay for you?
Yeah, good.
A little lefty, unfortunately.
Stand by, guys.
Yep.
Francesco Bruni, Andre Tesli.
1, 4 down.
The bottom of that leg 2 was interesting. There was a bit of a left-hand shift, and that meant that Luna Rossa, who actually jibed before the ley line, laid it into the bottom mark. But that meant that when INEOS came round, they could use all that small left-hand shifts. And when they tacked onto port, it was quite a decent jump for INEOS over Luna Rossa. Luna Rossa need to really get something going here. This race could move away from them. I think their best chance is just to keep pumping on that right-hand side from about middle of the leg to the top third especially.
They're so costly, those extra manoeuvres, aren't they? 2 more tacks, Luna Rossa.
See that extra pressure coming down that right-hand side, but I think it's, as Ben just mentioned, slightly left at the moment. They don't want to let the Italians get too far to the right of them, as Pete was mentioning, so just deciding to do the extra manoeuvre, shut that side of the course down, and take ownership of the race.
I need to chase the up now. Ley line is in 5. 3, 2, 1. Right down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Luna Rossa no choice now but to just sit in that dirty, turbulent air. This will be painful for them for this next 200 metres into the top mark.
Shall we hit down in mode and time lapse? No, just harvesting here.
We're about to complete leg number 3 of the 11th race in the Louis Vuitton Cup final, and it's all about control for INEOS Britannia. At this point, control they are.
100. Hey boys, 20, 130.
So what have Luna Rossa got up their sleeve?
Difficult tack, bear away, washing off a bit of speed in the tack and then having to re-accelerate down the course. So a little bit of tax paid. The only option really to actually generate a split and try and actually get some leverage back on their opponents.
I sense a lot of excitement in the INEOS Britannia camp, can't you? And why wouldn't you? They are in full control mode in this 11th race.
Lots of polite applause in the British camp.
The golf clap.
I'm back left now though. Got pressure coming just in 2.
Luna Rossa just into their first jibe. I thought that was a good tactic for Luna Rossa to take the opposite gate. They actually had to give away a little bit to get a potential gain. The other thing that I'm observing is that Luna Rossa are on a slightly bigger jib. From my reckoning, they're on a J2. INEOS are on a J3. We did see on leg 2 that Luna Rossa made a small gain, which has been against the run of play here through the Louis Vuitton Cup. It's INEOS that have shown the good downwind pace, but Luna Rossa just trying to make a small gain on this downwind leg.
But we can think about
Italian team
driving here and going the right gate.
There.
Getting a little left here.
Yeah, happy to try that, huh?
Hi, stand by.
If they jibe, just having a think now, we're currently in a right gate. Jibing, stand by. Down.
Hey, he's matching.
Made. Turning. Very well. 2, 1. Go board.
Quite a few angle changes in the breeze on this downwind, so plenty of tactical decisions to be made with pressure and angle. We'll see how quickly the boats accelerate when they sail into more breeze, so it's all about sailing smartly.
We've got the VG numbers right in the bottom, so useful, particularly when it's this shifty. Some gains to Luna Rossa.
So both teams sailing back into that pressure.
So we just had a lefty there then. Still think we won that right turn.
The voice of Dylan Fletcher painting the picture.
For a higher mode out of it. The board's going down in.
We'll be surprised if we see the Italians split turns here. They won't want to sit in that wash. They'll be wanting to get back into that pressure, back out the right. Decision-making time.
We are at the halfway point in this 11th race, and it's still advantage INEOS Britannia. Halfway are they to the match, or is Luna Rossa halfway to keeping this series alive?
Flattening jib. Down board.
Best tack there on board INEOS Britannia. The Italian team potentially sailing over to more pressure, more wind speed, which will give them more performance and more speed.
Opportunity here for Luna Rossa.
Good here, guys.
Big gains back to the Italians.
Good left at the moment. Vai ragazzi con l'olio. Just coming right. Okay, right, see there? Yep, gotta go to the middle. Splitting all the way here.
Decision time for Britannia now of what to do.
Maybe jib sheet on.
1, mate.
He's tacking. Hey, stand by.
Got it.
1. Board's down.
Try and lock it in, guys. We're not in any tack. Not smooth here at the moment.
It's one thing closing the gap, Glenn, isn't it? But it's another thing getting past.
Pressure me on in 5 here.
Definitely putting the pressure onto INEOS Britannia, the Nostra Pirelli. They're digging their way back into this race. It's definitely not over.
We're letting them get some control. They get a bit high.
Leadenmont, leeward side, will be taking over. Ben Ainsley.
1. Stand board. Nice. There you go.
And they need to string some shifts together to take control of this race again. The Italians right back in this. If they get a little wind out of that right-hand side, be right, back bow on bow again.
Luna Rossa right of way boat on this cross.
Taking mate.
Here, Jimmy.
Big decision here for INEOS Britannia.
He's still clear ahead, but he cannot take on us. Just crossing by a couple of
to the
lengths
right, but obviously not a lot we can do.
Well, if you take on us, we go across. If you take on us, it's a hook. Taking a little bit of height now.
Can't see.
Oh, no, it's going straight.
Right in this, boys. You've got to keep pushing hard.
Come on, boys. Come on.
Now, twist. Good. All good.
Hey, nice slide here, Robbie.
Absolutely back on. Huge gains. Back to Luna Rossa Pirelli.
215. Yeah, 38.39 is a good number.
Nice puff coming in 2.
He's tagged.
1.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
He's got some issues, maybe. No.
Oh, no.
Just lower here, Jimmy.
So potentially only one tack needed for Luna Rossa Pirelli. I'm not sure that the British team will get to ley line to take left turn. So possibly 2 manoeuvres left for the British and only 1 for the Italian team. We'll see.
2, 1, go on board.
Yeah, crucial cross coming up. We've got Luna Rossa Pirelli just right behind us, and I look out to INEOS. There's not going to be much in this. The boats look pretty close to bow to bow. For Luna Rossa Pirelli, they really want a bit of pressure, a shift to go against the trend out here to get a bit of a left-hander to get right back into it. But this race, it's live. Wind pressure-wise, I think is playing in the hands for Luna Rossa, just because they've got slightly bigger jib on.
A potential.
Potential duck and...
yeah, exactly. So you might be able to go with both.
British potentially tacking right in front of the Italian team here, making it hard from Rossa to get a good slingshot.
If you talk about the fight, look at the fight that Luna Rossa is putting up. They've completed 5 legs, 3 to go. They are hungry.
British team just holding on to control of this race.
At the moment. Pressure looks okay this way. Happy to match them here. Okay. Taking me.
Let's go on the chase boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. We're joined, as always, by coach Philippe Presti. Boy, the lads are chipping away at it.
Wow, stands, and they did an awesome job to come back in the game after the first start and first beat, and very
moving
close.
into new pressure, going through a light patch. Longer pressure in 10.
Do you feel confident at this point with 3 legs to go?
This team will fight until the end, so
Little puff on now.
confident we're going to fight until the end, that's for sure.
All right, appreciate the time. We can feel the tension, Philippe. Thanks, mate.
Just going past G-spot here, but we are on a lefty.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.6 nautical miles.
If you get a lift, we might lift the sensation, just jibe on it.
Copy them.
He's a little lighter than us. That's
Stand by.
Yeah, this could be a good moment, yes.
2, 1, and board scout.
1 made.
This racetrack is really patchy, big differences in wind pressure. It's full of opportunity. INEOS Britannia playing it safe, defending well.
Happy to go and in from here and make them if they want to do the difficult manoeuvre. Copy.
Slight energy advantage to the British at last exchange.
And put down. 3,
Nothing
2,
in it.
1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, going forward. Enjoy when I line.
British team jibing on a right turn lay line. Italian team basically having to follow them as both boats don't want to sail the extra distance.
Good call if they go. Good do. My trap, your trap, 2 board again. Copy.
INEOS Britannia about to complete leg number 6. They are holding off the challenge at this point of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. And there is 2 legs to go.
Expect a split here again, which we see.
2, 1, aboard down. 2, 1, made. Turning.
Rounding by both boats, so Luna Rossa able to sail for the moment in clear air, possibly over some better pressure, so British team having to tack early to get across.
Green patch on the water, makes the wind field more wind on the right-hand side where the Italian team is heading.
Come on, lock her in here.
Going 3, 2, 1.
Puff on, yep. Building.
Okay, stand by. Yep, anytime. Put 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 1, 2, 1, going forward. Breathe is right.
Italian team just having to tack away to get off the ropes.
Up the speed and go back. Stand by. And forward. 2, 1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, go board.
Such impressive manoeuvring, isn't it, from both teams? Cyclers working hard, all these tacks.
Yep, they will be absolutely on the rev limiter. The cyclers, this is their time to shine.
And this is in preparation if we get a result. And it's INEOS Britannia with the result. That is the magnificent Louis Vuitton box, and inside the Louis Vuitton Cup.
2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Just in case.
Just in case.
A little bit lighter here for a bit. That boat.
INEOS Britannia, they've managed this leg beautifully, haven't they? Really limited any risk.
Sailing very, very clinically on board INEOS Britannia. Great comms. Italians having to do everything they can, throwing absolutely every tool in the shed at their opponents at the moment to try and break this clamp down.
A little bit light now. No pressure on the bow. Big lefty here.
Almost got to follow it now.
Back right here. Happy, mate.
Painful sight for Italian fans.
Okay, happy to
Nowhere
continue,
to
I
go,
think.
options.
10 seconds from lane.
No options.
Lunar Rossa, they are actually just far enough to leeward there to be air forward, so you'll see that gap remain the same, but it's this next tack, next leg, where they will be paying a small penalty and sitting behind the British, which is the whole idea of just hurting them all the way on this upwind just to maintain control.
Still high move with Hazen. Taking some height now. He's coming on.
Really, really close racing.
What do you think about this game?
Critical from here.
Having a look.
Heard the voice of Dylan Fletcher go higher, hurt them more.
Good pressure here. Harvesting
Every
here.
metre could count.
Turn at the moment. What do you think? Go tack barrel away. Copy. Happy.
INEOS Britannia defending beautifully against Lunar Rossa. They've completed the 7th leg. There is one more to go. Stay in this position, and the big show beckons.
Really big call there by Ben Ainsley, tack bear away, opening the door up for the Italian team of Lunar Rossa, part of Pirelli.
MG performance.
But we can see why he decided to go that side. A lot more wind on the left-hand side of the screen.
Probably split breeze.
Pressure on the boundary. I think he's going to get there.
On to INEOS Britannia's chase boat. And just briefly, Rob Wilson, what's going through your head right now?
We just got to stay ahead, try and control it. You know, it's a tricky one to do the tack bear away at the top, but, you know, there's pressure on this side, so we're pretty keen to control this side of the course.
Come on, Rob, there's got to be butterflies.
Like, you know, we just got to push until the very end, and not going to relax till then, that's for sure.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
This breeze is starting to wind right here all the time. How's it look the other way? Yeah, it looks okay. Okay, stand by. And take the shift down. 2, 1, made.
Thanks, Joby.
Advantage of just leading, Shirley, is you get to take the gate into the pressure that you really want to get to. The team doing a great job to identify the pressure.
INEOS Britannia have been so impressive. When you think where they were 4 weeks ago, this is a whole new look team.
Okay, little puff on now. Okay, got good pressure, there we go. Little right, is it?
One thing to catch the leading boat, but it's another thing to pass. I think INEOS Britannia have sailed a wonderful defensive race. They're going to take this one out.
September 1964 was the last time a British boat made the America's Cup match. It was called Sovereign, skippered by Peter Scott. They lost 4-0 to the New York Yacht Club's Constellation. Now, almost 60 years to the day, Britannia are on course to make the match. And they will attempt to achieve what no other British challenger has done and win the old mug. After his 173 years of hurt, the wait might soon be over.
Come on, boys.
INEOS Britannia rules the waves of the Mediterranean with a 7-4 victory. They win the Louis Vuitton Cup and will meet Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yeah, boy! Round it up. We've got one more to go, boys. Come on,
and fight, boys. Lunar Rossa, Prada Pirelli. They have been mighty challenges, mighty challenges.
Just see how much it means to the British team. And they'll be representing not only the coach boat there, the whole of Great Britain, and the wider team.
Inside the INEOS Britannia camp, they've been waiting for this for such a long time. Oh, wow.
Make sure you get that photo, Freddie.
They've been so composed on that chase boat. Not now, that is what it means.
Big hats off to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for such a wonderfully fought battle. Some of the best racing we've ever seen in the America's Cup. Hats off to them.
Finally. Hey, Mars, lads. I saw you, sorry. Oh, nice boys. Yeah, boys, little mate. Oh, fuck yeah. I got it. Come on, boys. Come on. Come on. Unreal.
It's a different scene on the other side, though, isn't it? They were there last time in Auckland. It's not to be here in Barcelona. Surely it's been a mighty series, this.
Come on, boys. Come on! Come on, lads.
I think the biggest cheer there was from cycler Freddie Carr, here for his 6th America's Cup. And finally in it.
That's what it means. That's what it means to fans of British sailing. They're going to the match for the first time in 60 years.
Hey, Square.
Today it's a massive day for British sailing, Stephen, but a big day for British sport is now quite possibly within reach.
And this is what they will soon receive on the water. The magnificent Louis Vuitton Cup. They say to win the America's Cup, you got to win this. Well, Britannia have done that. They've won the Louis Vuitton Cup. They can surely soak this up because it is. Look at the. I mean, images tell the story. We don't have to say anything what it means to this sail team and the whole of the wider team.
It's a massive moment for INEOS Britannia, and it's also a massive moment for Emirates Team New Zealand because they now know who their challenger will be for AC37.
Going to be a heck of a match which begins on October the 12th here in Barcelona. They'll soon receive the Louis Vuitton Cup. It'll be handed over by Jean Arnaud, who is the director of watches for Louis Vuitton. What a moment that must be to receive that, knowing that all the hard work that you have put, all the hundreds and hundreds of hours, sacrificing the whole 9 yards, to suddenly have that ticket to go, here's our chance. We've just created history. Can we create more history from October the 12th?
Ben Ainsley still talking about the race there.
Always the sailor, looking forward, looking forward.
Exactly, looking ahead to what's next. Huge moment. This has been 3 campaigns, a decade of work. Hundreds of people, thousands of hours.
Ben Ainsley has carried the hopes of a British sailing for such a long time, and you almost can feel it coming off his shoulders, this weight coming off. Yes, there's another job to do, and it'll be an even tougher challenge, but man, and enjoy it. Enjoy it. There it is. You can see the Louis Vuitton Cup there. Back at base. Oh, it's going to be a long night. And why not?
Happy birthday, Cornish.
Yes, you would have heard Shirley suggest that it was, or say it was Ben Cornish's birthday. Well, happy birthday. That'll be one that will stay in his memory for a long time, Shirley.
Yeah, we won't forget this one.
Happy birthday, mate. Happy fucking birthday. Yes.
Yes, we'll forgive the colourful language just this time, I think. Because you've got to allow emotions to ride somewhere along the way. There is the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Don't stand around the hatch area. Watch all the weight.
Don't break the boat. You need it.
Looking after the asset there.
The hatch area.
They're not designed to have too many cyclaws forward. They normally should be sitting on their seats on the pedals, so structural engineers will be watching closely here.
Got to get the banner right, yes. Winners they are. Let's wait for this moment, shall we? It's worth every single moment. It's hiding.
Just wondering who's going in the water here.
I think it'd be slippery on that bow. There is Jean Arnaud, the director of watches for Louis Vuitton, about to present the Louis Vuitton Cup to INEOS Britannia, winners of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Right, there you go, boys. Have some of that.
Freddie Carr, Neil Hunter, Luke Parkinson, Matt Gautreau.
Happy birthday!
Ben Cornish. Dylan Fletcher, what a ride he's had. The month he won't forget.
Hey, son.
Glennon Mon. Ryan Todd Hunter.
Running out of steam.
Hey, Jim. Jim, come on.
Ben Ainsley asking for Jim Ratcliffe to come on board.
No.
The man whose passion fuels all of this craziness.
Hey, what you saying?
There is Jim Ratcliffe, Mr. INEOS, and why not? Why not?
Right.
Jim Ratcliffe been behind this team. This is his second challenge.
Oh, there it is.
Patiently waiting for this moment.
I got to ask you, Shirley, how are you feeling?
They came back and it's
Come
halfway
on,
through.
please. I want to know, how are you feeling?
Well, I suppose for a British sailor, it's a moment I wasn't sure would ever come to see a British boat in the America's Cup. So it's pretty special. The generation of talent. I mean, Ben Ainsley's been waiting for this moment, although he has won the America's Cup before with an American team. He wanted to try and bring it home, and now he can try and make that happen. It's very special.
Shortest man on the squadron. Ben's going to do it short. I'm going to go to Ben. Okay, in the middle. What a battle.
And now we have something that we all love to see in any sporting arena when the champions get their trophy. Coming up the Moet moment. Two rather large Jeroboams of it, and some might say what a waste, but gee whiz, why not? Enjoy it. Here we go. Oh, there we go. There is your Moet moment. Soak it up. How sweet that must taste for Ben Ainsley.
He's been waiting a long time to do that. The first step, a step closer.
This guy gets held off by Luca.
Yeah, enjoy the taste of that champagne, lads, because now the real battle begins.
And that is exactly what we wanted to hear. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, coming in from port will be Emirates Team New Zealand. At the 2-minute mark, it will be starboard entry for INEOS Britannia. Seas look a little lumpy today.
Yeah, really bumpy water out there today. Very, very light breeze, so very difficult conditions for both teams. A lot of leftover swell from yesterday's breezy conditions.
A massive difference in wind pressure all over the course. Really hard to predict. Staying on the foil is going to be the key, especially in the pre-start.
So in comes Emirates Team New Zealand. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, they cannot enter until 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Time on distance looks pretty spot on, and they get the green light to enter the start box, and then it will be INEOS Britannia in at 2 minutes. Now this is going to be an interesting one today. Slightly late INEOS Britannia, they get the green light. Here we go.
Let's get into it, mate. So we can do. Nice way for you. Board.
He's went down, working up here.
100% okay, mate.
Yeah. Gas him.
Really different pre-start. With these bumpy conditions, both boats taking on different manoeuvres. Can Emirates Team New Zealand stay on the foils here? I think they're off the foils.
Okay, we're off the foil.
Okay, nice.
Your wheel.
My wheel. Keeping the speed on.
It's breeze.
That's a really big touchdown there. Emirates Team New Zealand, they're going to have to roll out of here, I think.
Just clear.
A huge opportunity for the British. It is so tricky in this waves, it's going to be hard to get up.
Really difficult to spin these boats down speed, so Emirates Team New Zealand will be very much stuck in irons there, doing everything they can to get the bow down.
This could just be the weakness, the chink in the armour that the British have been waiting for.
On board. All about the foil here, no problem with them.
Ben Ainsley just saying absolutely about keeping the boat on the foils. Emirates Team New Zealand could be well and truly very late for this start.
Absolutely no problem with them. Go above them is quite nice.
Yeah, would be. The wind is so soft. We're seeing just over 6 knots.
British will make sure they sail right in front of Emirates Team New Zealand and actually make sure that their wing wash makes it difficult for the Kiwis to get going as well.
They look early for the boats, I'm not sure.
Not the view that Nathan Outridge would have been hoping for.
Up on starboard here, so just trying to get up one. Don't need to start moving until they're on. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely doing one more.
British just gaining maximum pace to secure this manoeuvre.
But race 5 is alive, and it will be advantage INEOS Britannia in the match.
My wheel here. Yep.
The British team will just sail past, providing more wing wash. They'll dip start. They are on the foil, and Emirates Team New Zealand absolutely dead in the water at the moment. So the British will dip start, and they will be launched.
Kiwis could be parked there a long time. Big bump, only just over 6 knots of wind pressure.
Still going the other way. It's clearing up all the time.
So are we seeing a turning point, or as Shirley said earlier, a tipping point? We've got a guest commentator in today, and it's the skipper of Athena Pathway, Hannah Mills. Hannah, welcome to the team. Nice day to come in.
Yeah, good day to come in. I mean, the British team just did an awesome job there in that pre-start. You know, obviously the Kiwis fell off the foils, and the British really capitalised on that, just giving them as much gas as they possibly could, going back and forth in front of them, blocking their wind, making it hard for them to get up on the foils. And yeah, just a great pre-start from the British.
We heard when the teams were doing their pre-race manoeuvres and checks that the Kiwis were concerned about the wave state, about manoeuvres in the wave state.
Everything on the waves.
But so surprised to see them caught out like that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure Emirates Team New Zealand on their biggest sail package, so just having a look at this manoeuvre, they would have been jibing directly into their own gas here. And really, really difficult there to keep the boat on the foils. The British winding up and doing their entry with a lot of boat speed and a lot of apparent wind flow. So potentially a little mistake there by Emirates Team New Zealand.
We've seen how tough it is in other races with this light wind in the pre-start box and the gas.
Well, if INEOS Britannia surely can keep the boat on the foils here, they will be absolutely launched in this race. Very difficult if they can keep the boat foiling for Emirates Team New Zealand to dig their way back into this race.
The good news for the British team, there's more wind further up the track.
I'm trailing here, lads. Yep.
And Hannah, you've sailed in these bumpy conditions on the AC40. How tough is it to drive the boat in this amount of seaway?
Oh, it's so tough. It is so tough, and you know, the Kiwi team there couldn't quite get on the foils before the boundary. They've had to do a really slow tack right at that boundary, and it's all about building from here for them.
The New Zealanders are yet to cross the start line.
Yeah, no, I think it does. And there's actually a nice breeze just inside. We might just look into that.
Yeah, good, nice lads. Still locking into the windward heel.
Copy.
My correction, that was a mistake. The Kiwis have started sailing above this committee boat end.
INEOS Britannia fans, something to cheer about now. Is this the day it turns? Is this the day where the fight back begins?
Turn at the moment at the top, shift. Breeze also looks good.
So INEOS just right up next to us here now. We're on the top left, and they just didn't get caught up in that game with Emirates Team New Zealand. They're going to be at least a leg ahead because of that touchdown. The challenge for INEOS is to just make sure they keep foiling all the way around the track and not worry about the New Zealanders so much because they're a long way behind. So it's all, the destiny of this one is in the hands of INEOS with such a massive lead.
What a big touchdown. They've just got to keep the boat foiling, the British team. Emirates Team New Zealand is really trying to build, just getting their boat to take off. If the British do come off their foils at some point in this race, as we've seen, those massive gaps can close up in the blink of an eye. So this race is not going to be over until it's over.
Should be able to take that up a bit.
Nice. This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening to 1.35 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 195.
Yeah, less wind pressure than expected. I mean, we've seen in plenty other races, no lead is big enough. And great shot there of the course. More wind at the top end of the course and treacherous currently at the bottom.
And forward down.
3, 2, 1, mate.
Turning.
Okay, right.
Over.
1, going board.
Okay. That is your right turn.
Copy.
Yeah.
Plenty of pace to stay on the foils here for INEOS Britannia.
All over the show.
Just ask them or tell them on race control, maybe, that channel.
INEOS Britannia coming into the top gate for the first time in this 6-leg race. It is race 5 of the match, and they have a gigantic lead.
This is the umpire's message received.
2, 1, all the way down.
Has this feeling, Glenn, a little bit of day 3 of back in Auckland, when New Zealand had to level the series up, and then it was that moment in time the following day, and maybe this is that moment for INEOS Britannia.
Absolute dream start in this race for INEOS Britannia, doing a beautiful job keeping their boat foiling. In those conditions, very, very difficult. They've done a good job of it. There's still some big, big holes on this racetrack, though, particularly down near the start area. Very, very light down there.
The wind has currently rotated quite a lot to the right-hand side, but because boats are on different legs, race committee can't rotate it just yet. But we can see the British almost pointing at the finish.
Hannah, what would you be looking at downwind here, do you think, for the British team?
Yeah, I mean, I think the British team doing an awesome job just staying on the foils. I can't say enough how challenging it is with the sea state and this light winds just to keep the boats foiling, and we saw that in the pre-start, obviously, with Emirates Team New Zealand. And the British team just going to be trying to keep it simple, make sure they've got really good speed for every manoeuvre, and as we say, just keep it on the foils.
Lead this side. Yep. Pressure looks reasonably even at the moment.
Yeah, reasonably even. Just that kind of best breeze is that.
Great view of two of the cyclers, Harry Lees, Brian Todd Hunter.
It still looks like the tactical
come out of the British rowing factory.
Right turn.
Massive day for the cyclists today, having to adjust huge camber in the sails throughout, so they will be pushing hard, particularly in the manoeuvres. A straight line is a bit of a cruise, but in the manoeuvres, going from max power to then back to depowered, absolute mega push.
Yeah, we saw them pushing out 200 and something watts in a manoeuvre that goes up to 4, 5, 6, 7.
For me to achieve at the moment on this tap then. Yeah, no worries. Just looks a little bit lighter here. Just
3.
Emirates Team New Zealand
2,
at the top gate
1,
for the first time.
All the way down that.
Way behind in race 5, coming off the falls at the start. It is moments like this where you are tested.
Open course in 10. No worries, going all the way for the pressure.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 205.
Yep. 10 to boundary.
And 3, 2, 1. What's down?
Almost 3/4 of a leg difference there. The British team executing their job beautifully at the bottom. They'll be lining themselves up for potentially a right turn at the bottom, keeping things simple, as Hannah mentioned.
We have said on so many occasions there's not too much difference in these sailing teams, and it just will take a little bit of a moment to put the pressure back on the other team as INEOS Britannia now completes leg number 2 of 6. And we'll head back upwind.
Yeah, it's course for now. My turn.
Back for windward.
Yeah, nice.
90.
35 this way.
It means good. Let's keep it beat on all the way.
They're coming down in a big righty, I think. Okay. I'll be happy to back when you can. Okay, stand by here.
Yep.
And board.
2, 1, made.
It's very light in that corner where INEOS Britannia are, but they seem very comfortable at this low wind speed manoeuvring. How impressed have you been, Glenn?
Look, they did a great job of accelerating the boat there, just getting up to full speed and making sure they got through that manoeuvre with plenty of rudder immersion and grip. So sailing the boat beautifully, the British on big sails. You just need to keep the boat airborne. They'll be in good shape. Quite a clear cross there by Emirates Team New Zealand, so no interest from the umpires in that situation. Emirates Team New Zealand will be looking for a mistake from the British team to get back into this. It's their only chance.
Okay, working it down. 2, 1. And board.
So New Zealand heading down to that bottom marked gate, and it is quieter at the bottom. What I've noticed is that INEOS are actually on a bigger jib, and just a little bit more horsepower probably helped them in that pre-start, as well as very good positioning. For Emirates Team New Zealand now, their best hope in this one really is if INEOS happen to fall off the foils, but INEOS look fully powered up. They're coming up this second windward beat. And it just looks like downwind legs are the harder ones in terms of picking your moment to jibe. Upwind is just a little bit easier.
209.
So Emirates Team New Zealand complete leg number 2. It's been a good downwind leg. They've picked up some, well, let's say they've closed the gap somewhat. But you heard Ben Azy, even in the start box, he just said it's all about staying on the foils. So they will worry about themselves.
It's like that. We're not going to get past them on the side. I can get all the way so we can get past them at least.
Hannah, if you were sitting on the shore crew of Emirates Team New Zealand and it stays like this, I mean, how big a deal is it pegging one back today?
It's a huge deal. Yeah, it's a huge deal. I think, you know, momentum is everything in sport, and you know, INEOS just need to get on the scoreboard. So this is a really exciting race for them. But in these conditions, when it's this wavy, this light, like, you cannot relax. It is so tense on board those boats just to make sure you stay in the air.
The error count in the last few days watching Emirates Team New Zealand has been so minuscule, and to see them make such a big mistake in this light wind start box, can't quite believe that happened.
20 seconds on the box.
The British beautifully locked in these bumpy conditions. Big day for the flight controllers, Bled and Mon.
Good wave here.
Lee McMillan.
5.
Ben and Dylan both steering the boat, calling the waves for the flight controllers as well. So big team effort to get the boat around the track nice and smoothly.
Picking your moment for your manoeuvre, so crucial. Lining up the waves.
It's like about 3 or 4 different wave angles today. Big swell coming in and then actually bouncing off that rock wall. A lot of reverberation coming back, so very, very difficult getting double up and triple up waves to deal with as well.
INEOS Britannia at the top gate, and that will be halfway distance in race 5 of the match. Halfway to potentially their first win.
Okay, turning down 2, 1, down. Okay, yours. 1, 2, 1. Get it hard. Okay. Push up. Bang main. Okay. I'll be flat up here, Dill. Yeah, copy.
Let's go on board the INEOS chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Well, Rob, they say anything can change on the back of one simple mistake. It's happened today. Mood lifting somewhat, I would suspect, in the coach boat and on the shore.
Yeah, no, it's good to get the get that dial down and get them off the foil. I think the other encouraging thing is you know, the performance, sort of straight line and tacks and jibes. I think we've made a little step here. It's hard to tell with the distance between the boats, but I think that's quite encouraging. You know, the performance team and all the guys on the shore have worked bloody hard to make those improvements. So let's hope we can see them in the next race.
And Rob, just quickly, INEOS Britannia looks very comfortable in these conditions and in this tricky manoeuvring sea state. You know, how pleased are you? How much of a gain has that been?
Yeah, it's a nice step up. You know, it's really tricky because obviously it's light and super sloppy with the sea state, and you know, maybe it's leveled the playing field a little bit. But I think we've made gains anyway, but it's hard to tell right now.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate the time. As always, as Emirates Team New Zealand complete the halfway mark. 3 legs of 6 done.
Sorry.
Fairway set for New Zealand, heading down the left-hand side.
They went all the way, would you go?
Certainly INEOS are well down the second time downwind. For New Zealand, pretty well, unless something happens ahead of them. Very difficult for them to make any inroads. A bit more pressure on that left-hand side, looking down the course.
I think go a little past it, but not that long to a boundary here. 15.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening to 1.55 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 210.
That'll be welcome news to INEOS Britannia. Lengthening the course means more wind, and we're seeing between 9 and 11 knots at the top and between 7 and 9 at the bottom. So there's still plenty holes in this, but INEOS Britannia doing a great job of putting them together.
Not much in at the bottom here, I think. Looks good pressure out there. Left turn. Left turn's good.
Just be about minimising manoeuvres now for the British team and just sailing the boat well from here.
Okay, yours, Susie.
They will not get mown down through performance. It'll only be through a mistake. We'll see INEOS Britannia concede to the Kiwi team.
INEOS Britannia, that's 4 legs done. Final upwind leg facing them.
Okay, jib's good. Fine. Yep. Let me stay flat, Dill. Yep. Taking main
Main here, lads. 2, 1, main's good.
I think you might have been a bit of a lucky charm coming in, Hannah. Boys will be happy with you.
25 this way.
My pleasure. Yeah, no, it's good to be here. Good to see the team sailing well. You know, we all knew that they had the performance, so it's just great to see. So far, this race is going to plan.
Put down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Standing. Okay, mine. 2, 1, forward. Pushing a couple women. Yeah, bit of softer than pressure in 10.
Definitely feel like a bit of a thorn between two roses here, Shirley. Sitting next to you two pro athletes. The sound of the gold medal wind chimes pretty loud in my ears. Wouldn't be the first time I've made a prick of myself either, to be honest, Stephen. But
nice little step up there. Getting top.
British team going beautifully. Emirates Team New Zealand, nothing they can do from here unless the British make a mistake.
Just shutting us down. Yeah. Probably should have pushed the lay on their last one. Yeah.
Emirates Team New Zealand approaching the bottom gate for the 4th time, and they will just continue to chase. But there's 2 long legs left for them as they look ahead at the official Challenger of Record upwind.
As we come over, nice wind all the way. Yeah, I think just slightly on the high side of the moat is good for the gauge.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, lengthening the final leg to 1.7 nautical miles.
Let's go on board the Emirates Team New Zealand chase boat and have a chat to Ray Davies. Talk to us about what happened in the start box. Mistake?
Well, from what we saw, we were just pretty much watching the TV and out the window by eye, and they obviously thought they were not going to cross in that first exchange, and then went into a jibe in front. And until we can kind of look at the proper review afterwards, we'll know whether they actually were crossing. So from what we've seen so far, it just looked like they were nervous about crossing and went to jibe, and obviously fell off the foils in that jibe. And got peppered by INEOS with a lot of dirty air and obviously struggled to take off. So yeah, definitely, and that stemmed from being late on entry and not getting that vital first cross in the light air. So yeah, we can't hear exactly what went on there, so it'd be a good one to review and get to the bottom of that one.
All right, thanks, Ray.
It's definitely a bit of pressure right from here. They're going to get 1 tag from where they are. We've got 2, obviously. Yeah. It's just how far past you want to go.
Hearing port, helmsman Nathan Outridge painting the picture.
INEOS Britannia just sailing into a really big right hand bending pressure there, so that'll help them. 29 knots of boat speed, sailing into some really big seaway there.
Nice wave.
As this breeze increases, the boats actually get easier and easier to sail, so they'll be pretty much on a delivery trip from here. Not much that the Kiwi team can do to dig their way back into this.
INEOS Britannia approaching the top gate for the final time. When they round it, they are heading home and heading home to the finish line. And they look odds on to pick up their first win in the match.
100.
Day 4 of this cup is turning into a monster day for INEOS Britannia and their legion of fans.
Good pressure here. 35 this way, happy to extend this way with this shift. Working on flat, tiny bit windward here. Happy. Okay, yeah, let's try a bit if you can, Ben. Okay, here we go. 2, 1, 4 down.
INEOS have been flawless in this one. They got New Zealand off the foils pre-start, and they really just have pulled off every manoeuvre perfectly. Boat looks comfortable, and you just beg the question, what tweaks did they do to it with their day off in the shed? Boat looks really good in these conditions.
A lot Lots of tip piercing downwind. Really trying to just minimise that foil upstand, piercing the wave top. So trying to keep the boat nice and high at high boat speeds. Very low risk of ventilating the foil.
Cyclers working hard. We're seeing there Ryan Todd Hunter and Luke Parkinson.
Okay, last leg here. Yeah, probably not going to get one in it.
It's not fun.
Yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand, that's 5 legs done. As you heard Ray Davies saying, when they finished this one, there'd be quite a discussion about what went on.
Go all the way into it.
Kiwi corner still packed to the rafters. Still one race to come after this.
Both boats nearly 40 knots of boat speed, around 9 knots of breeze in these bumpy conditions, so absolutely ripping downwind. Potentially only one more manoeuvre for INEOS Britannia. They will be towards the finish.
40s.
Keeping it high in those manoeuvres. Safer in the waves.
Yeah, sailing with plenty of margin is what the British team need to do. Just keeping it smooth.
Just briefly, Hannah, how good? How good's this?
Yeah, it's amazing to see. You know, as a British fan, there's tons of British fans here, and everyone's been waiting for this first win. So, you know, just really with the team now that they can get it across the line.
We talk so long about the America's Cup, and we say, can they come back? Can a team come back? What can they do? You just never know. It can happen on any random day. But the phrase, this is the America's Cup, has never been truer today in race number 5, as INEOS Britannia have sailed flawlessly in this. And that will be one ecstatic crew. You can imagine what it feels like coming close to the line to get their first win in the match. But INEOS Britannia have changed the dial. They have just jump-started the comeback, and they're on the board. INEOS Britannia get win number 1 in the match.
Keep this roll going. Hey, reach in here. Lovely.
Oh, you know what that means. You know what that means. The fight back is on. Finally nice to see smiles in the coach boat, isn't it, Shirley?
It's been a little while. I mean, can you imagine what this win means to the team? It's still a long way to go. They are still behind.
Hey, stand up there.
But that will be a sweet victory.
That's certainly a big point for INEOS Britannia. Very, very well sailed.
You got the impression from the New Zealand camp they weren't happy at all about what went on in the start box, but you've got to remember this team has been unflappable from the start of the match. They will turn it around, line up for race number 6, and they will not want to do that again.
Offshore for starboard entry, shouldn't we?
The defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup heads toward the line. They don't get a point for this one, but they are still in the lead. Emirates Team New Zealand still lead 4-1 in the race to 7. And guess what? There's another one still to come today. So let the duel on the waters of Barcelona begin again. Race 6 in the match. Scoreboard says New Zealand 4, Great Britain 1. What will it be after this match? You can only watch and wonder.
Both teams looking like they're relatively on time for their entries. Super important to make sure you have an on-time entry. Try and put your opponent on the back foot in the pre-start.
Killing your half late now, you get working up.
INEOS Britannia coming in at 2 minutes 10. They'll put the brakes on just a little bit to make sure they get in on time at 2 minutes and 10. Wow, that's bang on. Green light for INEOS Britannia from port. And coming in from starboard, it will be Emirates Team New Zealand at the 2-minute mark.
Straight like this.
Both them pretty strong. Tiny bit late, but now we watch and wait. Is there engagement?
Wheel. Button. Straight in the sweet spot.
Going upwind, there's up and there. 2, 1 and wood.
British team rolling straight into attack. It's whether they actually roll into a jibe from there. Emirates Team New Zealand immediately going to a defensive position.
Next move, if they tackle me to go with.
In no space for the British to bear away and jibe. Only option to attack.
He's gone.
Emirates Team New Zealand here will match and try and actually get into leeward of the British team here and actually stop them rolling over the top.
Can't, fast.
Can't get your transit. Having to push down.
British on the back foot here, Shirley.
Yeah, check the position for the British.
If you can hold them out here.
Try and outroll past the Kiwis, get in front of them.
Watch the diamonds.
Okay. Just watch the zone here and see.
They're going to use the boundary to escape here.
In the boundary. Just coasting down one front. Go. Moving. Just make sure we don't carry roll.
He's driving
here. Looking to roll. Flip. Peel. Facing. Peeling.
Press hard for this.
The British will try and actually re-roll over the top of the Kiwi team here.
100% speed.
We're looking for a roll.
Emirates Team New Zealand trying to get underneath the British and hold them out from starting.
He's going to be early on the pin at this.
Just keep pushing down. Get over if we can. We want to be read here. Just doing a couple of
ideally,
here we go, boys. Here we go, boys. Your will. Working in them now. Killing one for the pin. We're working up now.
Pretty good for a ready.
Still killing one. All the way.
About 10, I reckon.
Okay, just getting safe on the pin. 3, 2.
Be surprised if we see Emirates Team New Zealand roll out early here.
Got it. Okay, go now. Go up. All the way up. Go fast. It's slightly got build.
Race 6 is a go in the match for the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup.
It's going to be advantage them, but all good.
Zero heel.
Well, they were even off the line in terms of distance, but INEOS Britannia were 10 knots quicker than the Kiwis.
Stand by.
Definite win off the start line there to the British team. Emirates Team New Zealand having to get attack in, so they will be effectively one manoeuvre behind, even with an even start.
We hadn't seen that play before in the America's Cup. So a few risky moments for INEOS Britannia, but clearly they had a plan.
With their time on distance, absolutely perfect to nail that pin end start. Half a second earlier, and they would have been over the line, so perfectly executed.
Nice and button.
They're a marginal cross at best. Across.
This cross is tight. We heard Nathan Outridge.
200 slightly.
It's marginal.
Yeah. Pretty average though.
All the rights with the Kiwis.
Happy to keep going.
Don't be surprised if we see the British attack back here. They're very, very close, so they may decide not to, but they'd love to if they could.
This is good for us to get the top right, boys.
We want this attack to the top at the moment. If we win all the way. I think they would hit us though on the next one.
Probably want to go just over this ladder rung then, right?
I think we choose our best line over this ladder rung. Probably we could get there one and easy. Okay, stand by. Yep.
They'll hit us on Monday.
Yeah. Forward down.
INEOS, beautiful start. This reminds me of the Louis Vuitton races against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. I think they like these conditions. The New Zealanders are behind. They'll need to just try and reduce the gauge between the boats.
But they don't have...
Right, mate, boys.
They are marginal, but unlikely to get one and in.
Pretty good. 3, 2, 1. Forward down. Oh, sorry. More speed. That's way here, brother.
This battle is so tight. Nothing in it. Lining up for another cross.
Just trying to place up all the time.
Okay, I'll call it.
Okay, up on the breeze now. Very even on the last one.
Or we just go to ley line. I think maybe ley line here, Ben.
Copy.
Voice of Dylan Fletcher. I mean, not really enough room to tack and defend.
So I think we're just
now. Closer.
Yep.
Okay. 15 to ley line.
The British team will just be minimising manoeuvres to try and save the 2 boat lengths.
Good wind at top left mark, and we're just getting into a little more
gain.
now.
Stand by.
Slightly left phase might be the only thing for us. A big wave to get over here.
One, turning.
Very well.
We've also seen how strong the Kiwis are at manoeuvres, particularly tacks. INEOS Britannia just limiting the number.
Okay, just getting over this one.
I don't think there'll be an opportunity to hit Emirates Team New Zealand here either. We'll just have to wait and see a close cross coming up. INEOS to give way boat.
Yep, they're continuing at the moment.
Top gate for the first time in race 6, and it really is what we've been expecting, another great match. But it's INEOS Britannia who've picked up the opening race of the day, who will lead the defender around, but there's not too much in it. Hannah, you've got to love this style of racing, don't you?
Yeah, this is what we all hope for, you know, a real good battle on the water. Fantastic start by INEOS Britannia, and, you know, Emirates Team New Zealand done a great job up that beat just to keep it close, keep it tight.
Quick look at the ghost boat. Oh, is it tight in the cross? With the Kiwis slightly ahead, obviously more pressure that right-hand side of the screen.
Just open course as well.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening to 1.65 nautical miles.
Emirates Team New Zealand just rolling into a jibe out on the right, looking down the course. INEOS certainly look clear ahead. INEOS always look fast downwind. Bottom third of this first downwind will be crucial. How they set out for the bottom mark gate and what option they take for the second upwind.
Okay, I think
what's a shift? Shift is left, isn't it?
Shift is left, and there is good pressure this side.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Yeah.
That's the good numbers. Full increase in 5.
Just working on a flat boat here in general, Leroy.
Lovely. Bit of righty now. I think let's take that.
Okay, stand by.
Yep.
This way. Okay. 2, 1, board down.
2, 1, made.
Landing.
Very well.
Interesting there, INEOS Britannia not going all the way to boundary, coming back a little earlier. So wanting to make sure that they keep themselves in between their opponents on that bottom gate. Both boats short jibing. Emirates Team New Zealand having to sail back through the wing wash, even though it's a diagonal cut of that wing wash. That will affect their performance a little bit being behind.
Taking the bottom here though.
In the face a little. So with the ley lines, we just want to make sure we don't pepper the ley line too much if we have to go right, Mark.
Yeah, just hold on to that.
Think hard on it's good. Oh, look where he goes.
On hard on.
Nathan Outridge just
He's
keeping
gone
eyes,
slightly
sitting to leeward,
his one.
passing that information back to the rest of the crew on what their opponents are doing.
2, 1.
That's good.
Good night, boys. Nice pressure here. Nice exiting.
I see I look pretty even at the
Britannia
bottom
starting to look like a rocket ship in race 6. Again being sailed beautifully by the crew, and they lead after 2 legs of 8. The 2 legs of 8, there's still a long way to go, and there's Emirates Team New Zealand have to find something, because today seems today when Britannia are on point. They want 2 from 2. Can the defender stop them?
Transition it.
Back.
Oh, good. Good breeze again.
A few little wobbles on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Just having a little look at the data there.
Now
the average speed,
Yeah, let's get over this right.
only half a knot better to the British team.
Yeah, I'm working it up.
Sailing their boat really well in these bumpy conditions. So
It's just gone left on us here.
Emirates Team New Zealand going to have to dig deep to get their way back into this race.
Yeah, we saw a really tricky mark rounding there from Emirates Team New Zealand. I think a couple of nasty waves just knocked their boat speed a little bit. So good gains to INEOS Britannia at that bottom gate.
It's a bit of a gain there for them.
Oh, good, this slight left phase. Get back if they have.
Yep.
Still riding it. Good boats, eh?
That feels good, doesn't it?
Still just hanging left phase here.
INEOS made 3 boat lengths advantage on that downwind leg. I think the boat really likes the chop and the confusion of the water. It just seems to suit their foil package. The Emirates Team New Zealand, they'll just need to try and hang tough and look for a bit of pressure maybe. At the moment, they're pushing the right-hand side as they go behind INEOS Britannia. INEOS Britannia looks a different boat today.
More pressure onto us in 10.
Yeah, I still think let's get past this intersection.
Maybe a little leverage this way, aren't we? Yes. You can do the clicker speed here. Yep, it's building now. Nice.
Just seems like, you know, the boat that's ahead really gets to make their own decisions. They really get to pick the shift, pick the pressure to manoeuvre in, and the boat behind's always slightly on the back foot. And, you know, INEOS Britannia definitely making it hard for Emirates Team New Zealand here.
2, 1, forward.
We've seen that over and over again. The start is so crucial, particularly on this small racetrack.
3, 2, 1.
Making main.
INEOS Britannia, lovely pressure on the left-hand side.
Here we go. Okay, have to go flat. Yeah. Nice guys, go well.
Foils on board INEOS Britannia running their weight or their centre of gravity ballast, if you like, out the back of their foil, whereas Emirates Team New Zealand are running theirs out the front. So both foils, one designed foil arms, but having to meet a centre of gravity rule. So both teams taking a slightly different approach.
I think it's like keep the tacks down and we'll get that on the run.
Yeah, I hear Dylan Fletcher there talking about keeping the tacks down.
It might just be the cloud, but it looks potentially light on the right at the top.
In this sea state, with the big waves, the tack loss is so much bigger than we've maybe seen in the previous days.
Just past, lay line. Maybe next beat, we watch it. Yeah.
Definitely lose less in flat water than you do in waves, so potentially a really smart call there by the British team.
Thanks, you all. Got to watch the right, upwind.
Down by here.
Yep.
Forward down.
3, 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 200. Course length now 1.6 nautical miles.
Let's keep it going. Lock it in.
Really close to the water surface there with that leeward foil as it was highly loaded, so
right turn. Happy left.
lucky not to get a big ventilation there, but all under control.
Yeah, all right.
Whatever INEOS Britannia has done in the last 24 hours, it's paying off at this point. 3 legs completed in race number 6, and they continue to lead the defender, hoping to make it 2 from 2.
Okay, mine. It's 2. 100.
Races like this are about seconds, not minutes, but seconds, and not making mistakes. The defenders around, but still, they are the chaser. It feels like they're the chaser.
It's got better peak slightly. Yeah, I think it's just over and then go away.
30 seconds here, yeah, all the way.
Yeah, it was a really difficult, tight lay for Emirates Team New Zealand there. Just saw them drop boat speed coming into that windward mark, which just makes that turn down that much harder back to the downwind angle.
A bit of breeze here. Okay, standing by. Yeah. 2, 1, forward down. 2, 1, made. Standing.
Right, well.
2, 1, come board. No push. Keep going,
Hard work for the cyclers. A lot of trimming, watching that traveller go back and forward.
These days are absolutely brutal on board for power consumption.
Setting for level, Bill.
Pretty much sitting there with the throttle on the stopper.
That's all good. Right reset. 1, made.
Little seaway surely in these jibes. Well, making such a difficult boat.
It's gone forward. Chasing both with Rob Wilson. Team's in the groove.
Yeah, it's you know, the first one was a great race. You know, just having that little head start helped. This one, yeah, just managed to get a bit of control, but it's super tricky still. You know, sea state's really hard and it's quite shifty. But boys sailing well.
And Rob, we saw a very different manoeuvre from the playbook in the pre-start. Was that planned?
Yeah, they're carrying on. I think we're...
Yes, it was. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't want to say much more, but yeah, it was.
Oh, Robbie, how much would this mean to the team, mate, to come in after today with 2 race wins?
Still looks a bit dodgy.
There's a long way to go yet. Definitely not counting any chickens yet. Kiwis are sailing well, so let's see.
Thanks, mate.
Nice third.
Thank you.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 196 and shortening to 1.5 nautical miles.
Yeah, so INEOS Britannia there just down this downwind leg, just chose to put in an extra jibe just to get back in phase and keep tight cover now on Emirates Team New Zealand, and to just try and, I guess, a bit more traditional match racing.
Pretty even, isn't it?
Sacrifice a little bit of your lead to keep control. Very smart sailing on board INEOS Britannia.
And control is something that they want to do, to come off this racetrack today with a second straight win and get that much closer to the defender, who at this point lead 4-1. And they are really being tested today, but they are being bested at the moment by a team that is sailing beautifully, and that is INEOS Britannia. Split surroundings.
Really low in the water there. They haven't got the cant all the way down on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Another unforced error from the Kiwi team. And a big touchdown, so not only a loss in the manoeuvre of the jibe, but a loss in the manoeuvre of the mark. So it's a big pump of the brakes and a run off onto the grass, so they'll need to dig their way back into this.
I think we got all the way to try and make a
INEOS Britannia were wide at that mark as well. I mean, it just gives us an indication how tough it is. Big manoeuvre in the waves.
Just see boat there just not set up how it should have been for that manoeuvre. And a bit of a loss of the rudder there as well, so cant and a bit of rudder all in one. So we've seen how hard it is to sail the boats well in these bumpy conditions. Great Britain doing a beautiful job getting locked in.
Definitely better breeze left, so yeah, if they hit it, I have to go back up.
Yeah, we heard it from Andy Maloney. It looks way more promising left-hand side of the track.
40 seconds till boundary.
INEOS heading across on starboard.
I think probably all the way to
They've really
boundary
turned this one around today. So far, two beautifully engineered races. And that 24 hours that they had on INEOS to just have a look at the data, recalibrate, they've really put that to their advantage today. They're comfortable out by over 200 metres, and that magical 200 metres is so strong for the leading boat.
Well, we've seen 2 fantastic starts by INEOS Britannia today, and a race win and a healthy lead in this second one, so getting off the start line as per normal makes your day a lot easier.
So we've got 4 laps here. Can't get to ley line at the moment, they tack. The average shift at the moment.
Steering the boat, Dylan Fletcher, Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo.
I'd say just go to ley line.
Really want to engage to that.
They tack.
Seemed like it.
It's really sailing their own race, Hannah.
Yeah, I think that sea stay, we can't underestimate it. Manoeuvring these boats is tricky, and so kind of sailing your own race a little bit with one eye on the other team, I think seems like what the British are doing. They're doing a really good job so far.
Okay, 5 seconds.
Okay, stand by. Forward down.
3, 2, 1, mate.
Turning.
Okay, in mind.
2, 1, forward.
Bit of windward here.
Just slow one.
Okay. Bit of windward.
Feels light up here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, on it, boys. 30 seconds to that.
The wind is softening at the top of the course.
Okay, starting to push flat
It's
now.
got cloudier. We're seeing 9 knots now at the top. Boats on smaller jibs also.
Okay, they tack, they're going to go right turn again.
How's it look out there?
I think it looks really good for the left turn.
Okay, copy.
Little gains first from the previous.
Upwind's my wheel.
That's right.
INEOS Britannia flying into the top gate. That will complete 5 legs of 8. They are in control. They've said they wanted to bring the fight to the defender, and they have brought the fight today. Emirates are around, heading down.
I think you just want to go the 10 here to get to that and then go. Yep. Actually, let's get out that phase.
3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand really
soft front,
getting the scraps, being behind. It's really difficult to take all the wind shifts and pressure that you want to take when your opponent's in front of you. So
we were going upwind.
getting the cold meal left at the end of the bench, unfortunately, at the moment for the Kiwi team.
Should tow away a bit from here.
They're already quite far left.
One wobble though from INEOS Britannia in any of these manoeuvres. We know what's going to happen. Really, really difficult to keep the boats locked in. Big gains for sailing the boats accurately through the waves.
A big giant switch step back out, you reckon?
Yeah, I think just want to get the
Let's go on board the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand. Once again, check in with Ray Davies. Ray, a couple of uncharacteristic errors. I would suggest you wouldn't be the happiest coach right now.
No, that's a bit disappointing. We had them on the ropes here in that pre-start, and I just let them roll us on that last jibe back to the line. So that was that was a bit of a shame because they'd done such good work of controlling that start. And but look, we're just one manoeuvre away from it, as everyone says, and we're right now we're as close as we've been to them. So yeah, it's all on here, only 100 metres behind.
Okay, thanks, mate. I'll leave you to it.
Nice game here for us, guys.
Yep.
Both teams just having to really sail the boats perfectly in this bumpy sea state, Shirley.
That smaller jib also not helping on this downwind leg. Apparently we've only got 9-10 knots.
There's not that much to hit us on the A with where they are. I wonder if we just go all the way, but your call, Pistol. Breeze looks it's a little lighter here than the average. I don't know if that's just globally down.
How would you be about following and really tacking out? Yeah, I think just go ley line here.
Looks like it's raining in the cockpit of the British cycling team, but it's not.
It's like they are going to potentially split.
Absolutely sweating bullets, having to work extremely hard. They are the engine room to adjust these big sails, so if they stop, the boat stops.
Here we go.
There's not too much in this race number 6 of the match. INEOS Britannia, who won race number 5, have really controlled this race, which is what they would have wanted to do. Capitalise somewhat on a couple of errors by Emirates Team New Zealand, and with 2 legs to go, that second win is getting a little bit closer. The race is getting a little tighter. Any team that gets this next wind shift right out of either side of the course take a gain or a loss. So very dynamic at the moment.
I think there's better
you can almost hear a pin drop there, can't you, in the fan zone? INEOS can't know there'll be a pin drop there. They'll just be yelling and yahooing. Why wouldn't you? They still lead in race 6 of the match.
I'm a little wide slope.
Well, there is more pressure where INEOS Britannia is, but we heard Pete Burling discuss that right-hand shift, and that would put Emirates Team New Zealand in a really favourable spot.
Clearance, lads, we're in the water.
Just trying to make catalyst forward sometimes.
No worries, guys, just keep it going here. Yes, all good.
It's a little touchdown there for the British team. It wasn't their fastest tack exiting out of that one. Still in a comfortable position though, but only just hanging on by their fingernails.
Yeah, Emirates Team New Zealand doing a really good job here of just keeping it tight, keeping the pressure on INEOS Britannia. Those manoeuvres becoming more and more tense.
Definitely happy to continue if they don't hit.
Decision here for INEOS, whether they tack on them.
They're playing our game now. Button. Nice way, no. Open, clear. Yep.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the final leg to 1.3 nautical miles.
Big push, guys, I need traveller.
So Emirates Team New Zealand will be wanting INEOS Britannia to engage and start rolling with some tacks. Put the pressure on them. British will be wanting to just sail fast into the breeze and shift that they're wanting. So
they come back.
Kiwis are confident of their manoeuvres. We've seen in the last few days making gains, losing less speed with every tack.
Very well. Going board.
Oh, nearly a touchdown there.
Guys, try and lock it in here.
It's a little too much.
All the way if they don't hit it.
Bow down from the rudder trim there. Too far kicked under the boat. They have got into a little shift though.
Maybe small game. Big push, guys, give it everything. A little bit fast in this intersection, that's good.
British team.
Continuing here, I think.
Are you looking flat, Del?
Just in control.
Continuing this time?
Yeah, happy.
It's 25 to lay.
Okay, knocking it in, nice.
It might come back shaking on it.
Good for guy, nice, here we go. Nice, guys. Slight left bias at the top. Moment go, one and in. Copy.
Let's pressure all the way to lay.
Got 20 to lay line.
This attack, just watch the rudder. It'll just kick under the boat a little bit there, and that actually just forces the bow straight into the water, so that elevator that's attached to the bottom of that rudder, lifting the back of the boat too hard, forcing that big bow straight in the water. The team doing a really nice job to catch that and keep the boat on its foils.
3, 2, 1, mate.
Both teams have split sides.
Bit of wind out.
Kiwis on the left. British coming back on starboard on the ley line.
Okay, flap out. Happy with left? Yeah, happy left.
This is the last time both boats will be at the top gate. The run to home is next on the 8th and final leg. Downwind and still INEOS Britannia lead from Emirates Team New Zealand.
Working down. Okay, 2.
Is it one wobble away for either boat?
Oils for
Anticipation building in the INEOS space, and you can hear in Ben Ainsley's voice as well. He knows they're getting close to having a perfect day out.
3, 2, 1.
On board the INEOS chase boat. Let's join Giles Scott. Giles, crazy day. Was the talk of going 2 from 2 top of mind today?
It certainly was, yeah. I mean, it's not done yet, but we're doing a good job in this race. Done a good job all day, really. Yeah, I just hope we can finish it off. Bit of a nerve-wracking finish here with the Kiwis on our tail, but yeah, hopefully we hang on.
Giles, you're head of sailing. I'm sure it's been a busy couple of days. I mean, where do you think the performance gains have come from?
I mean, I won't go into too much detail, but we've certainly been working pretty hard to squeeze everything out of the yacht we can. We took the view to go sailing yesterday. Team New Zealand took a day ashore. I think we got some good learning out of that. Obviously working super hard in the sim as always, and yeah, just the whole team just mucking into, as I say, just squeeze whatever we can out of this yacht, and the guys are doing a good job today. And as I say, hopefully we can just finish it off.
All right, appreciate the time, Giles. It's just looking a little bit tighter.
It is indeed, yeah. Have a good one.
Boundary jibe. 10 seconds. Stand by.
The important manoeuvres by both boats. This final part of this race.
There is nothing in this. Both teams holding their breath.
Huge cross coming here with Emirates Team New Zealand just 60 metres behind as they come across on starboard. INEOS look to me as though they are ahead, but what a cracker of a match race. The biggest difference for me, I think, is the condition change that has really helped INEOS. It likes this bumpy water.
British team just need to whack this tent peg in with a sledgehammer. And they've got to get across the bow of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Quite enough. Okay, we'll rebuild.
That's a huge moment.
And that'll do for INEOS Britannia. On day 4, they are 2 from 2.
Yeah, boys, back in it.
And it's 4-2. You heard it. They're back in it.
Very, very nice work.
Nice fight, guys.
And across comes the defender. They will have a big review tonight.
Oh.
They've gone 0-2 today. And quite rightly, INEOS fans in the camp are jubilant about that one. Oh, there'll be lots of chat in the fan zone. Who's got the best boat, whatever. But welcome back to the America's Cup, because it is game back on. Momentum has been broken, and broken in a big way by INEOS Britannia.